After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were institutions that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. They can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad, and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the AP or countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service. While keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background, the DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP as a knowledge institution is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
Yeah, for me talaga.
Good morning, esteemed guests.
Welcome to the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and Gbpr 2023. Our event is set to commence precisely at 9 a.m. Thank you for joining. Please, everyone, check if your audio and video are working well for our discussions. Remember to smile and also inform us using the Zoom and YouTube chat box. Can you hear me okay? Please answer yes,
Yes.
not well,
Yes.
Yes.
or no.
Yes.
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 Great to know.
Yes.
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 Is the screen clear for you? Yes, not well, or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir, clear.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
It's okay and clear.
Thank you for your responses. It is reassuring to confirm that our screen projection and audio are working well. If you encounter any technical difficulties on our virtual platforms, please reach out to our project team members. Ms. Carolyn Codilla and Mr. Edmond Legua are available on Zoom, and Mr. Pedrito Garcia and Ms. Vina Takbobo are accessible on YouTube. They'll be more than happy to assist you. Alternatively, if you prefer email communication, here is our email address shown in the screen. For some reminders, use hashtag GQMP 2023 when sharing event photos on social media for better engagement. Next, access forum materials and program info via a shared Google Drive folder. To access the QR code, it is shown on the screen and the folder link on the chat box. All participants will receive an electronic certificate of attendance upon completing registration and the evaluation form provided by the DAP project team. Also, log your attendance through the provided link on the screen or chat box for a timely electronic certificate issuance. Ensure correct name spelling because we have to note that we cannot issue another one in case of errors. Lastly, please identify yourself, agency_name in YouTube chat, and rename in Zoom for proper acknowledgement during discussions. In the meantime, let us watch the events in the Psqpif 2022 throwback video.
We will start the program in a few minutes. Currently, we have around 831 participants in Zoom and 81 on YouTube. Shout out to those who are already here. Please open your camera and wave upon calling your agency name. So for our Zoom participants, we have Benguet State University, Bureau of Treasury, Commission on Audit, Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Budget and Management, Department of Education, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Social Welfare and Development, good morning, Department of Interior and Local Government, Employees Compensation and Commission, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, LGU Baguio, Metropolitan Manila Development Authority, National Museum of the Philippines, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Provincial Government of Nueva Ecija, Quezon City Government, morning, and Philippine Commission on Women.
A huge morning shout out to our YouTube viewers from the Batangas State University, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, Commission on Elections, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department of Health, Department of Justice, Department of Science and Technology, House of Representatives, Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College, Mariano Marcos State University, National Economic and Development Authority,
Ay, nasaan, sir?
National Food Authority, Pag-ibig Fund, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, Professional Regulation Commission, Provincial Government of Bataan, and of course, the Social Security System.
Okay, so to all the participants from the private sector, show your presence by typing a heart reaction in the chat box.
Hello.
Okay, you're already responding. Good morning.
Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. Mayong buntag, mayong aga, marahay na aga. We hope everyone, whether you're from Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao, is having a fantastic morning.
So, are you geared up to kick off the forum? Let us know your excitement by typing ready in the chat box. And don't forget to add a cheerful emoticon to express your anticipation.
Okay, great. Excellent. It's clear that our participants are eager to jump into the forum, as seen from the numerous enthusiastic smiley responses. To ensure a focused session, kindly mute your microphones. Questions and assistance requests can be directed to the chat box. Additionally, feel free to use Zoom and YouTube reactions to express gratitude to our speakers. Now, let's all take a moment to watch the webinar etiquette video, a valuable guide for a seamless virtual forum experience. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Please note that this event is being recorded. Rest assured, the Development Academy of the Philippines highly values the confidentiality of your personal and organizational information. By joining this webinar, you acknowledge and consent to the possible use of your information by the DAP for documentation and promotional purposes, following legal and regulatory data protection standards.
Welcome to the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum and Government Best Practice Recognition, or Psqpif and GBPR 2023. As we commence the event, let us have a moment of silent reflection for the invocation.
Ikaw lang ang simbahon ko.
Ilang yan?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دبعو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warag po ko iling ko'y ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busain
esteemed secretaries, undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, officials from various agencies and institutions, principal members of the Government Quality Management Committee, colleagues in government service, invited guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the virtual Psqpif and Gbpr 2023. Thank you for being here today. Whether you're a familiar face or a first-time participant, we appreciate your presence. Our gratitude extends to our esteemed speakers, and we trust that you are eagerly anticipating the insightful discussions ahead. I am Michelle Imperial.
And I am Danilo Lorenzo de los Santos from
the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines.
And we are honored to be your hosts today.
A heartfelt thank you to everyone for joining us virtually in Zoom and tuning in to the live broadcast on YouTube. If you haven't invited your friends and colleagues, feel free to invite them to join us via YouTube. The streaming link is visible on the screen and shared in the chat box. We are truly honored to receive a gracious welcome from the distinguished President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Please join me in a round of virtual applause to acknowledge and appreciate Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., MNSA.
To our esteemed guests, Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary Amena Pangandaman, Government Best Practice Recognition Judges, Assistant Secretary Clarito Magsino, and Mr. Raymond Tan. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a warm and sincere welcome to the commencement of the Public Sector Quality and Productivity Improvement Forum 2023. It is a distinct honor and privilege to convene virtually today as we embark on a transformative journey towards elevating the quality of public service delivery through the Government Quality Management Program. Over the next 2.5 days, we have the unique opportunity to delve deeply into the foundational elements that shape the effectiveness and resilience of our public sector. In a world marked by unprecedented challenges and rapid shifts, the imperative of effective quality management stands more resolute than ever. Our governments, the pillars of our societies, find themselves at the crossroads of this dynamic change, navigating post-pandemic recovery, addressing climate change, and adapting to intricate socioeconomic transformations. And so today, we collectively acknowledge the pressing need for an agile, accountable, and responsive public sector. The Government Quality Management Program, a champion for continuous improvement and innovation in the public service, stands at the forefront of this collective effort. The action, as iron sharpens iron, so no person sharpens another, resonates with our commitment to this collaborative campaign. Similarly, the journey of the GQMP reflects the understanding that shared insights and mutual growth should lead to excellence. GQMP has not only reformed government agencies, but has also fostered the much-needed symbiotic relationship between governance and society through quality management principles that is aligned with ISO 9001. This union has yielded enhanced operational capacities. It has elevated organizational performance and finely tuned service delivery processes that seamlessly cater to the diverse needs of our constituents. This year's theme leading the way with quality management to better serve the citizens, encapsulates GQMP's journey and aspirations over its 15-year existence. Our forthcoming discussions will mirror the GQMP's resolute commitment to ISO 9001 QMS, best practices and approaches or tools for enhancing quality public services. From streamlining processes to managing risks, from navigating recovery to integrating technology, our focus will be on aligning our strategies with local challenges and global trends, all while maintaining or remaining attuned to the expectations of our citizens. Having said that, let us remember that this forum serves as an avenue for discussion among a diverse pool of experts, government officials, and stakeholders, illuminating GQMP's achievements while exploring the impact of QMS on public service delivery. Throughout it all, our primary goal remains steadfast: to enrich the quality of public service delivery and extend recognition to agencies that have set exceptional benchmarks. The Public Sector Quality Productive Improvement Forum rests upon 4 pillars: convene, collaborate, commend, and contribute, representing our collective journey towards enhancing public service quality. Thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey, and with the commencement of discussions, may the ideas ignited here burgeon into seeds of change that should flourish into a more vibrant, efficient, and citizen-centric public sector. Good morning.
Our sincere appreciation to President Caronan for delivering an enlightening opening remarks, emphasizing the critical importance of quality in public service delivery or kalidad ng serbisyo publiko. Let's give him a virtual round of applause, please. So Enzo, this year's Psqpif under the theme Leading the Way with Quality Management to Better Serve the Citizens, or in Filipino, pangunguna sa pamamahala na kalidad tungo sa mas mahusay na serbisyo sa mamamayan, aligns with the Government Quality Management Program's mission. It focuses on the GQMP's 15 years of promoting ISO 9001 QMS, best practices, quality improvement tools to enhance government service efficiency, manage risks, and ensure resilience. Today, we are privileged to convey a message from His Excellency, President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr. His Excellency, President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr. and the President of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., we trust that the purpose and essence of this forum are now clear. Specifically, it aims to achieve 4 key objectives: convene, commend, contribute, and collaborate. Convene means to bring together experts and representatives from public and private sectors to discuss crucial factors in improving the quality of public service delivery. Commend is about recognizing government agencies with exemplary best practices. Contribute highlights the raising of awareness of public sector quality and productivity improvement strategies, standards, programs, frameworks, and approaches to enhance citizen satisfaction. And lastly, collaborate emphasizes serving as a platform for knowledge sharing and collective efforts in identifying recommendations for driving quality improvement initiatives. So now let's move on to check the expectations shared in the registration of participants. So as you can see in the screen, mainly they expect that first is to acquire fresh approaches to quality management and harmonize them with our organization's framework. Next, our speakers are proficient in articulating and sharing their expertise on the subjects, engaging participants effectively, and presenting information in concise, accessible, and engaging manners. Also, the panelists will provide insightful responses aimed at aiding participants in comprehending complex subjects and elaborating on additional discussion points related to the topic that might not have been covered by the speakers.
Mitch, we appreciate the participants' willingness to share their thoughts, and we aim to meet your expectations through an informative and engaging forum. How? By bringing together key stakeholders, government leaders, subject matter experts, public sector employees, and citizens to delve into vital aspects of improving public service quality. Our discussions will revolve around 4 key segments.
Yes, Enzo. Our first segment is GQMP, a catalyst for public service excellence, wherein we will delve into the GQMP achievements, showcasing its instrumental role in transforming the quality of public service delivery.
The next segment, GBPR 2023, Government Best Practice Presentations, will acknowledge and commend agencies for their outstanding efforts in adopting best practices, emphasizing their unwavering dedication to excellence and citizen centricity.
So the third segment is about broadening quality improvements through QMS implementation that focuses on government agencies sharing their experiences in QMS implementation from the initial ISO 9001 QMS adoption to continuous efforts to enhance operations and service delivery. And the final segment is charting the path forward, prioritizing citizen-centric public service delivery, wherein we bring our theme of citizen-centric public services in full circle, connecting it with insights gained from earlier discussions, particularly on QMS. Also, we will be presenting the results of the Citizen Satisfaction or CITSAT and Business Satisfaction or BizSat.
Dear participants, if you have any questions or need clarification, please feel free to enter them in the chat box. Do not forget to include your name and the agency you represent. Our speakers will address these queries during the open forum and Q&A following each segment of the forum. Thank you for your active participation.
Our first forum segment sets the tone for the entire event. It emphasizes the crucial role of quality management systems in elevating government processes and showcases the positive impact of the Government Quality Management Program on elevating the quality of public services.
To introduce our esteemed speaker, we call on again the President of the Development Academy of the Philippines, the Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., MNSA.
The distinguished speaker for this segment is no other than the Government Quality Management Committee Chairperson and Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary Amena Pangandaman. Please join me in welcoming her again as she shares insights into the GQMP, a catalyst for public service excellence. As the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management, she offers diversity and fresh perspective to an otherwise male-dominated team of economic technocrats. A Maranao with roots from the South, Secretary Pangandaman always aims to give Mindanao a voice in her capacity as a public servant. Having served in the legislative, executive, and the central bank, she has a deep understanding of the Philippine bureaucracy, especially the economic sector. Secretary Pangandaman is not new to the budget process. She was undersecretary at the DBM during the Duterte administration. Acting as the functional group head of the office of the secretary, she pushed for crucial budget reforms such as the Green program. Now as DBM chief, Secretary Pangandaman vows to pursue prudent management of the government's fiscal resources, the modernization of the budget system, incorporation of sustainability and green principles in government spending, and the promotion of inclusive and sustainable economic growth. She has a degree in economics from the Far Eastern University and a diploma and master's degree in development economics from the University of the Philippines. She is pursuing her executive master of public administration from the London School of Economics, but is currently on leave to serve as the Department of Budget and Management Secretary. Prior to her appointment as the budget chief, Secretary Pangandaman served as Assistant Governor, concurrent head of the Strategic Communication and Advocacy and Executive Offices Coordinator at the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, championing financial inclusion and digital transformation. Would you please join me in welcoming Secretary Amena Pangandaman? Please give her a virtual clap.
Okay. Can you hear me po? Narinig ako. Okay. A pleasant morning to the President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Attorney Engelbert C. Corona Jr., our fellow workers in the government, partners from the private sector, and everyone who is watching us today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today's event is anchored on the Government Quality Management Program, or the GQMP. As you know, GQMP is a national government program that promotes and enhances quality improvement in the public sector. It aims to strengthen the institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services and in implementing international standards-based quality management services. In other words, it is designed to steer the bureaucracy towards a more citizen-centric service delivery that is putting citizens at the heart of public institutions. Kung sa private sector po ay meron po tayong tinatawag na customer service, tayo rin po sa gobyerno ay may pinagsisilbihan. At yan po ay ang ating mga kababayan. In the new public government realm, as public servants, we are managers and our fellow citizens are our customers. In view of this, we have to ensure that public services we deliver do not only respond to the actual needs of our people, but also improve the quality of their lives. Ang makapaghatid ng mas maginhawang buhay para sa lahat ng Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng mas magandang serbisyong publiko, ito ang nais nating makamit sa bagong Pilipinas. Ito rin po ang hangarin natin para sa GQMP. Hence, capacity building and technical assistance on the development, implementation, and performance improvement of QMS, risk management and service quality, citizen and business-to-government satisfaction surveys, and promotion of government best practices through information dissemination and recognition of high-performing PSOs have been successfully conducted under the program, among others. And I am happy to report that this has translated to capacitating 990 PSOs, key officers, and staff in 2022 alone, 111 agencies provided the technical assistance by the GQMP as of December 2022, and 200 ISO 9001-215 standard QMS certified agencies as of April 2023. Meanwhile, I am also proud to share that in the 2022 Citizen Satisfaction Survey, our frontline government offices and agencies receive an overall government to citizen satisfaction score of 96.96% from transacting citizens. This is a very huge improvement from our 2020 score of only 70.14. Thus, I would like to congratulate and commend our very hardworking fellow public servants for this wonderful achievement. Truly, you embody the essence of elevating quality public service. I was also informed that part of this event program of activities in the 2023 Government Best Practice Recognition Survey, which will feature 10 presenters showcasing their exemplary innovations and best practices in public service delivery. I hope each of you will learn from these presentations and be inspired to pursue excellence in your respective organizations, because I believe we must instill quality consciousness among our employees and a culture of quality in our government institutions. Alongside the endeavors under the GQMP, we at the Department of Budget and Management are also working hard to contribute to improve productivity and public service delivery of the bureaucracy through the fiscal year 2024 national budget, as well as structural reforms such as the proposed amendments to the Government Procurement Reform Act, the institutionalization of the Philippine Open Government Partnership, and the DBM's Digital Transformation Roadmap. Citizen-centric service delivery is a journey, and the Philippines undeniably still has a long way to go. It is a long-term commitment that requires dedication and determination to stay the course. And so, we invite all of you, as the theme of this event suggests, to lead the way with quality management to better serve our citizens. Samahan niyo po kami. Let us work together to deliver the quality public service that every Filipino deserves towards our agenda for prosperity tungo po sa bagong Pilipinas. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq walidaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Secretary Pangandaman, for dedicating your time out of your busy schedule. We truly value your call to action for public sector organizations, emphasizing the significance of QMS in enhancing government services and highlighting the positive impact of the GQMP on enhancing the delivery of quality public services. A virtual applause for Secretary Pangandaman. To know more about the GQMP, let's watch this video.
In pursuit of performance excellence, tangible results speak louder than words. Imagine experiencing government services that are not just good, but exceptional.
Upon checking po sa library portal, there are several research that I can truly use po in my study.
They're very helpful. If you want some assistance, they'll help you readily. The staff are very kind.
So very fast yung service, and then mababait din yung mga kausap ko dito. In less than 30 minutes, okay na ako.
Here's the exciting part. That vision is now turning into a reality. Recent satisfaction surveys portray a vivid picture of progress, a statement to the positive impact of improvement initiatives in the public sector. Reforms are being felt not only by the citizens, but also by the business community. A contributory factor to achieving these improvements is the widespread adoption of ISO 9001 quality management system significantly. By virtue of Executive Order Number 605, the Government Quality Management Program, or the GQMP, was established, institutionalizing the structure, mechanisms, and standards to implement the program. The GQMP aligns with Ambisyon Natin 2040, the country's long-term vision of a matatag, maginhawa, and panatag na buhay, to boost public service performance through the adoption of ISO 9001 quality management systems in government agencies. GQMP helps improve and strengthen quality and productivity across the government sector. It focuses on three key components: development of a government quality management system standards, implementation of advocacy and capability building, and certification of agencies' organizational management system to government quality management system standard. Since 2008, numerous beneficiary agencies have been assisted by the Development Academy of the Philippines as lead in the advocacy and capability building component of the GQMP.
We would like to express our gratitude to DAP for continuously providing training and education to partner agencies, particularly LGUs. Mandali lang is a manifestation of this, the quality training that was given to us. It became the basis of quality service. It enhanced the services that is being given by the 39 officers.
The adoption of QMS and the subsequent attainment of ISO 9001 certification has enabled government agencies to achieve their objectives by gaining a renewed understanding of their customers' requirements and operational processes. Going beyond QMS, the GQMP has taken significant leaps in its priorities by advancing quality improvement initiatives, equipping government agencies with systems improvement mechanisms, harmonizing the delivery of public services and promoting best practices, and effectively planning for and addressing risks and opportunities on the establishment, expansion, and harmonization of ISO 9001 QMS.
Very thankful ang National Library sa DAP dahil doon sa assistance na i-share niya sa amin ay nakatulong talaga. Before, meron na talaga kami risk management procedure. But because of this, parang mas napadali yung pag-finalize namin nung risk management procedure ng National Library of the Philippines.
Grateful and thankful lalo na po sa mga staff po ng DAP. Kasi talaga yung patience nila sa amin grabe. Tsaka yung learnings iba talaga. Kahit gaano kalalim ba yung words, parang kaya na namin siyang intindihin or mas madali na namin siyang maintindihan.
GQMP stands at the forefront of revolutionizing government services, adopting a people-centric approach. It calls on the public sector to proactively listen to emerging citizen preferences, identify core drivers of citizen satisfaction, and develop and improve the design of systems and frontline services. The goal is to ensure enhanced and customized public service delivery reflected in the service quality standards. This is the essence of what the Government Quality Management Program brings. A commitment to a government that not only works better, but serves better. A government that stands shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world, leading the way with quality management to better serve the citizens. Join the hashtag QMSGovPH and be part of the QMS practitioners in government. For more information on the GQMP, reach us through website, Facebook, and email.
To commemorate the significant event, we would like to capture the moment with a brief photo session alongside Secretary Pangandaman. We kindly request everyone to turn on their cameras and share their warmest smiles. Sir Eds?
Good morning, everyone. May we request you to please turn on your camera so we could have this momentous event captured via our Zoom meeting. So we have around 19 panels to capture. You might not know what panel you belong in, so please hold on your brightest smile as we capture this moment. All right, so we'll start. Please hold on your sweetest smiles, everyone. All right, going to the next panel. Please bear with us. Great. So we have 5 more panels. Please give us your warmest smiles. All right, we have 2 more panels to go. Great. Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are pleased to open the virtual floor for the open forum. Feel free to ask us anything about the GQMP, which will be answered by the representatives from the GQMC Secretariat, Systems and Improvement Bureau of the Department of Budget and Management, together with the Productivity and Development Center of the Development Academy of the Philippines, as the capability building arm of the GQMC. The GQMC DBM Secretariat is headed by Director John Aries S. Macaspac, to be represented by Acting Assistant Director Rochelle F. Ramirez. The DAP PDC is represented by Vice President Arnel Diabanto and or PDC GQMC Program Manager Mr. Yuri R. Munsaya. Let's start off with a question on okay. Considering that more than half of the population of the mandated agencies have already achieved the ISO 9001 QMS certification, what can we expect to be the future direction of the program? Yes, you may turn off your mic.
We call on the representatives of the APPDC, Sir Arnel, Sir Yuri. Good morning.
Sir, okay. I think your mic is still off. Or muted.
Hello.
Yes, Sir Arnel. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Yes. Now you're audible. You may start, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And I'm happy to note that we have many participants attending this forum. Yeah, regarding the question, I'd like to share that the Government Quality Management Committee is now discussing the next wave of quality improvement initiatives, broadening the scope of quality management program or system beyond the usual PMS at the agency level. So which means that the possibility is that we elevate the practice of quality management system government-wide so that the key elements of the system may be demonstrated across government agencies, from policy level to down to the essential management systems control that can cover a range or clusters of agencies. We can consider that in the future direction of the program. So ngayon po pag-uusapan pa lang yan. The other thing is possibly strengthening the institutional mechanism to sustain the quality management effort in the government. This includes, say, strengthening our institutions that may handle the determination of satisfaction of the citizens and possibly even the employees in the government, as well as coming up with associated standards, say frontline service quality standards and so on. Because as we say, we cannot improve quality without being able to control it. And to control quality, we need to have some standards. And to have the standards, we need to have measurements in place. And measurement can only be meaningful if you're able to trace quality throughout the systems of the organization. So the cycle moves on. And if we are to elevate that at the government-wide level, we need to have strong institutions performing related functions, including continuous capability building of the agencies. So this is actually being considered now. Pag-uusapan pa po yan ng GQMC, and we would like to see how this event may provide inputs to the future directions of the program. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Arnel Abanto. And to manage the time, we can accommodate one more question. Directed, okay, here we go. Directed to the Department of Budget and Management, Systems and Productivity Improvement Bureau. The question is, how has the program contributed to enhance stakeholder satisfaction, both internally among government employees and externally among citizens?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Okay.
All right, so
Good
you're
morning,
on.
everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity, for this forum to be able to share with you the efforts of the government in enhancing the quality of public service delivery. So for that question, we would like to emphasize that because of the pursuit of the ISO QMS certification of various agencies, the citizen satisfaction as part of the client feedback mechanism under the ISO standard has elevated the knowledge and the service of the agencies in terms of delivering quality services by through the feedback that they receive from their clients, as well as in the providing improvements on their services by virtue of this feedback mechanism through the ISO certification of the agencies. Also, in terms of internally improving the organization, we have observed, or we have seen agencies improve their systems and processes, streamline their processes by virtue of this feedback mechanisms from our citizenry. I think that's one factor in enhancing in the enhancement of the feedback mechanism through the ISO certification of the agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Director Rochelle Ramirez. And once again, thank you, Vice President Arnel D. Abanta, and Mr. Yuri Monsayak. Now, thank you po. Now we arrive at one of the most anticipated parts of the forum, the presentation of government best practice finalists. Get ready to be inspired as we delve into the Government Best Practice Recognition 2023. GBPR serves as a platform for facilitating knowledge sharing, benchmarking quality services, and fostering innovation throughout the public sector. Now, Enzo, this segment will not only showcase their success stories, innovations, and impactful initiatives, but will further enhance our understanding of excellence in government service delivery.
Yeah, Mitch, to provide a comprehensive introduction to the GBPR, please join me in extending a warm welcome to the Director of the Productivity and Development Center, Advocacy and Institutional Development Office of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Director Evangeline M. Macariola. Let's give her a virtual round of applause.
Thank you, Enzo and Mitch. To our distinguished guests, Secretary Amena F. Pangandaman of the Department of Budget and Management, our judges, Assistant Secretary Clarito Alejandro D. Magsino, also of the Department of Budget and Management, Raymond C. Tan, Director of Medport Distributor, Inc., and a seasoned Philippine Quality Award judge, Attorney Engelbert C. Caronan Jr., President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines, and Magdalena L. Mendoza, Senior Vice President of the Development Academy of the Philippines, GBPR finalists, and participants. Good morning to all of you. Today, I am delighted to talk to you about the Government Best Practice Recognition Program and how one agency can be recognized as a benchmark organization. The conduct of the GBPR started in 2015, and since then, it is being done annually for public sector organizations. We are now on our 8th year in promoting, showcasing, and recognizing outstanding and innovative practices in the government. The GBPR is an activity under the Government Quality Management Program, a national government-funded program promoting quality improvement in the public sector. The GQMP, which was created through Executive Order Number 605 in February 2007, institutionalizing the structure, mechanisms, and standards to implement the Government Quality Management Program, intends to effect improvements in public sector performance by ensuring the consistency of products and services through quality processes. The GBPR aims to encourage knowledge sharing, increase public sector awareness on productivity, and provide access to information on and experiences on best practices. This year, 2023, the GBPR submission of entries was opened in May and extended until August. I'm happy to inform you that for the 3-month period, we received a total of 67 entries. With the submission of entries closed, the screening of entries followed in September up to the selection of finalists in October by 7 teams of screening committees from the Development Academy of the Philippines. And today, we are fortunate to be witnessing the presentations of the selected finalists from now till this afternoon. This will culminate with a judging and recognition tomorrow before we close the event. So stay with us until tomorrow. Okay. The criteria being used in evaluating the best practice are the following. Level of deployment, 10%. This refers to the extent that the best practice was applied or implemented or widely adopted within the organization. Next is innovation, 20%, which refers to the meaningful change to improve products, processes, or organizational effectiveness, creating new value for stakeholders. It involves adopting an idea, process, technology, product, or business model that is either new or new to its proposed application. The innovation can be new or replicated from another organization or another office within the organization. Next criteria is the best practice performance results, 30%. This refers to any improvement in the organization's achievement of its target and improvement in all key areas such as product, process, customer focus, workforce, leadership and or governance, and financial and market. It also involves the organization's performance level in reference to its competitors and other organizations with similar product, service offerings, or mandates. Evidence of best practice, 20%. These are tangible and intangible proofs that validate the practice's best practice status, which includes the following 6 items. Benchmark standard or indicator based on their own experience. Baseline and current data on customer feedback, including suggestions for improvement, if any. Next, client satisfaction rating. Another is validated impact of the best practice based on testimonials from beneficiaries. Next, formal awards and citations bestowed by an external party, and research study done to validate the effectiveness of the best practice. Another criteria is replicability of practice, 10%. This refers to the potential for replication and the actual replication of the practice by another organization. The level of replicability indicates the readiness to be replicated, or if the best practice has already been replicated by other local or international organizations. And the last criteria is sustainability and planned next steps, 10%. This refers to steps being undertaken by the organization to ensure the sustainability of the practice, including funding, policies, and other strategies that ensure the continuity of the practice in the future. Okay. This criteria will be the same criteria that our judges will be using to select the agencies that will be recognized as best practices. Since we started in 2015, we already have a total of 50 recipients from 46 agencies. So I will show you, or I will breeze through the list of GBPR recipients in the past years, in the past 8 years. And in 2015, there were 8 recipients of the GBPR. You can see on the screen the list of 8 recipients for that year. Some of the best practices were electronic billing and collection system of the government service insurance system, operations group, also single window transaction, modified business one-stop shop, of the city government of Muntinlupa. In 2017, we skipped 1 year in 2016, so we moved to 2017. There were 5 recipients of the GBPR, with 2 coming from the city government of Valenzuela. Their best practices on Disiplina Village, Bagong Bahay, Bagong Buhay, complete in-city housing package for disaster preparedness and resiliency, and Education 360 Degrees Investment Program. In 2018, there were again 5 recipients of the GBPR. To mention a few, the early issuance of search report by the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, the kinabukasan ng kanaynayan of the Philippine Science High School Central Luzon campus, and the championing the culture of integrity, institutionalization of the Cotabato Integrity Office from the provincial government of Cotabato, of South Cotabato. In 2019, 7 recipients were selected, with 2 coming from the Philippine Heart Center. They are telecare nursing and sustaining business excellence through unit scorecards as execution mechanism for individual performance breakthrough results. In 2020, even with the COVID-19 pandemic, 10 best practices were adjudged as recipients of the award. In 2021, there were 10 recipients, including 2 from the local government of General Santos City. As you can see on the screen, the recipients also included those with COVID-19 best practices. So it did not stop, no? There were best practices that surfaced at the height of the pandemic. And in 2022, there were 5 recipients again. If you want to know more about the GBPR, I invite everyone to watch this video. Thank you.
Embark on a transformative journey of recognition of benchmarkable best practices in the government. Do you want to become a benchmark organization? Welcome to the Government Best Practice Recognition, a dynamic celebration of innovation and excellence in the public sector. Embarking on its objective since 2015, GBPR became the platform where outstanding and innovative practices were shared, nurtured, and recognized. It continues to stand as a testament to the public sector's shared vision in the Ambisyon Natin 2040. Matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. We invite you to be the spark of change in public service delivery. Share your best practices, inspire confidence in the government, and join us to set the path of excellence that others can emulate. The best practice categories are leadership governance, strategic operations planning, social and environmental responsibility, citizen customer focus, process operations management, measurement, analysis and knowledge management, automation, digital transformation, and new technologies. We now come together to celebrate government agencies who continuously dedicate their efforts to improve organizational productivity and strengthen the performance excellence movement in the public sector. Since 2015, we now have 47 GBPR recipients.
The Philippine Ports Authority, Port Management Office of Misamis Oriental, Cagayan de Oro, participated in the Government Best Practice Recognition in 2018 with the entry titled Fostering a Green Culture for Port Operations and Management, which highlighted our initiatives for environmental protection, conservation, and sustainability through the employment of technology, issuance and compliance with environmental policies and mandates, and inculcating environmental awareness among port stakeholders. Participation in the GBPR was a remarkable experience. It's an honor for our office to be invited by the Development Academy of the Philippines, let alone to be recognized as one of the winners. We continue to advocate that environment and development must be in constant harmony to maintain coexistence that will last for generations to come by integrating sustainability into our core business practices, which is essential to future-proof maritime sector and the entire port industry.
GBPR focuses on the recognition of excellence rather than the act of competition. All the best practice entries are judged for their own merits rather than in comparison with other entries by an in-house screening committee comprised of seasoned DAP officers. Based on the level of deployment, 10%. Innovation, 20%. Best practice performance results, 30%. Best practice evidence, 20%. Replicability of practice, 10%. Sustainability and next steps planned, 10%. Qualified entries are then invited for the final judging and presentation to the panel of judges, composed of no less than 3 productivity and quality experts. The GBPR continues to search, promote, showcase, recognize, and share knowledge on outstanding, innovative, and benchmark practices. Join the GBPR now. For more information on how you can participate, visit our website or connect with us on email and social media.
Thank you, Director Evangeline Emma Carriola, for giving us an overview of the GBPR. Let's give her a virtual round of applause. So, Enzo, this year, the call for entry started on May 3, 2023 and was wrapped up on August 31, 2023. Thank you to the 47 agencies that shared 67 entries on their benchmarkable best practices. On the screen is the list of agencies. Your submission are very much appreciated.
Well-respected experts are here with us today to serve as a panel of judges for the GBPR 2023 recipients. They are Mr. Clarito Alejandro D. Magsino. He is the Assistant Secretary of the Organization and Systems Improvement OSI Group, Department of Budget and Management. Mr. Raymond Tan. He is the Director of Medport Distributor Incorporated and a Philippine Quality Award Judge. And lastly, but not the least, Ms. Magdalena L. Mendoza. She is the Senior Vice President for Programs of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Our heartfelt gratitude goes out to the distinguished panel of judges for taking precious time out of their busy schedules to be with us today. Your commitment and expertise greatly contribute to the GBPR 2023. Thank you. Let us give them a resounding virtual applause.
Now it's time to dive in. We're excited to bring you a lineup of 9 GBPR finalists today to be introduced in random order. So stay with us for their interactive presentations. To start off, we have the best practice presentation of the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Dagupan City Jail Male Dormitory, titled Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo Program. Let's watch their presentation.
Pamilya tayo, tulungan tayo.
An outreach program of the Dagupan City Jail Male Dormitory, a jail facility under the control, management, and supervision of the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, one of the Tri-Bureau of the Department of Interior and Local Government, with a mission to provide humane safekeeping and development opportunities for persons deprived of liberty, as our contribution to a safe, just, and prosperous Philippines. Dagupan City Jail Male Dormitory has clustered jail jurisdiction to 7 LGUs, namely Dagupan City, Sampabian, San Jacinto, Mapandan, Santa Barbara, Mangaldan, and Calasiao, here in the province of Pangasinan. DCJMD crafted with a program that seeks to give PDL and their families a good start by giving them basic needs and has been launched by the Welfare and Development Unit and Community Relations Service Unit. Initially, this practice was extended only to PDL and their families, but on the long run, it is evolved to extend also to indigent members of the communities within the clustered jail jurisdiction. Way back June 2020, upon the assumption of wardenship by the incumbent warden, Jail Superintendent Roque Constantino Aldana Season III, this facility launched Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo program. During this time, we faced the greatest battle brought by the pandemic. As part of the purging management strategy of the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Guard the Life, the Welfare and Development Unit of this facility launches Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo, wherein this program aimed to provide basic need assistance or donations to indigent PDL families. This program works with the following objectives. It helps to build rapport with the community. It heightens social awareness and responsibilities. It establishes lasting connection through friendships with the community, and it will give better impression with the Bureau's image. This program is implemented and strictly monitored by the City Jail Warden with all the unending support of the personnel and staff for distribution proper. The Welfare and Development Unit and Community Relations Service Unit play a vital role in the progressive implementation of Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo as a way of helping the PDL and their families with strong partnership with service providers, benefactors, philanthropic individuals who donate in aids for the advocacy of the said program. As to frequency, this program is facilitated every month in different barangays throughout jail cluster jurisdiction. Welfare and Development Unit, Community Relations Service Unit, and DCGMD personnel distributed packs of assorted groceries to the families of PDL, former PDL, and less fortunate families who belong to PDL poverty line in different barangays of the cluster jail jurisdiction. As to budgetary requirement, the budget of the program mainly comes from kind-hearted donors, benefactors, and the jail commissary. The performance of this program can be monitored through the constant and updated reports submitted and posting of pictures as documentation in the jail's official Facebook account. Through this program, the facility earns the public trust by witnessing strong commitment, standing firm with the BGMP mantra, changing lives, building a safer nation. These are best practice evidences, pictorials, after activity reports, video clips, and awards such as CHR Gawad Karapatan Pantao on the category of Bantay Karapatan Pantao. In this award, this practice was exemplified as one of the activities implemented. Human rights. BGMP National Award for Best City Jail, Consistent Regional Best City Jail Award for every quarter and every year from 2020 up to 2023. Regional Consistent Best City Jail Warden every quarter and every year from 2020 up to 2023. As to replicability, this practice can be replicated since it was not registered as copyright nor patented. What is necessary here is the means to sustain the practice and a generous heart. The jail facility must be resourceful to make sure that the program like this becomes practice. It is easy to replicate since our beneficiaries are identified as to the place where it is implemented and to whom it is given. As to sustainability, the facility regularly coordinates with service providers and benefactors to support this practice and to maintain jail commissary because part of the proceeds is allotted to the implementation of this practice. Once we have this means of support, this practice will continue to exist. As to uniqueness, only in this jail facility that this kind of practice originated, started, and continuously implemented. Being a non-profit organization with a twin mandate of humane safekeeping and development PDL, the jail facility did not hesitate to facilitate benevolent act to indigent members of the communities under its clustered jail jurisdiction. As what the incumbent warden always says, let us win the hearts and minds of our clients and nearby communities in promoting public safety.
The significant impact of this program. First, meeting basic needs. Donations can provide essential items like food, groceries, medicines, etc. to those who need. This helps ensure that everyone has access to the basic necessities of life, even the less fortunate members of the society. Second, is creating public awareness that jail service is not only limited and confined within the four corners of the jail, but also to the improvement of the community towards public safety. Next is the health and well-being. Donations can contribute to healthcare services, medical supplies, and support for those who cannot afford necessary treatments. This improves the overall well-being of individuals and communities. Fourth is empowering communities. Outreach programs can empower communities by providing resources and support to develop sustainable solutions. This helps foster self-reliance and resilience within the community. Next is spreading hope and positivity. Donations can have a profound impact on the emotional well-being of individuals. It shows them that they are not alone and that there are people who care about their well-being. This can bring hope and positivity to those facing challenging circumstances.
Magandang hapon po. May maganda po bang naitulad sa inyo yung programa namin, Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo?
Magandang hapon po. Malaking tulong na rin po ang ginagawa ninyo pong binibigay sa amin na bigas at groceries. Lalo na ngayon na kung saan matataas ang bilihin. Ako po ay dating isang PDL. Ay laking pasasalamat po namin sapagkat kami ay naalala nyo pa rin kahit na kami po ay nakalaya. Ang inyong pong programa ay nagsisilbing inspirasyon po para sa amin. Maraming salamat po.
Our future plan to sustain this program, the City Jail Warden continuously coordinate with benefactors and service providers. Hopefully, this program as presented in Management Conference held by BGMP Regional Office 1 every quarter be copied and implemented by other jails region-wide, making this as practiced in every jail throughout Region 1. Remember, every act of kindness, no matter how small, can have a ripple effect and make a difference in someone's life. To mention the people involved and departments which made this program a sustainable one as shown on the slide are our benefactors.
Please give them a virtual round of applause.
To further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Dagupan City Jail Male Dormitory. Jail Superintendent Mr. Roque Constantino A. Season III for the question and answer. Let us have the questions from our esteemed panel of judges. First off, would anyone from the judges would want to start? Okay, Senior Vice President Magdalena L. Mendoza. Okay, maybe.
Magandang umaga po sa magandang umaga po sa BJMP and in particular the officials. I would just like to clarify po. Ano po yung naging mga resulta nung project ninyo about this tulungan with the families of the persons deprived of liberty?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning po at good morning po first ma'am ng GBPR na nangunguna sa programa ito. Actually, ma'am, we gained a positive impact on this program by attaining the positive outlook of our jail facility, specifically the BGMP. And of course, na-gain po natin yung trust and confidence ng community natin, and the fact that the program just not only extends to the PDL, former PDL, but also to their families. So yun po yung magandang impact na specifically during the time of the pandemic, natulungan po natin, and even now, it is a continuous program that is being implemented by the facility, and even in our region, it was already being replicated by our other jail institutions in the region.
Thank you po.
Okay. I think we have another question from Asek Clarito Magsino.
Magandang umaga po. I just want to ask a few questions for clarification. Yung unang tanong. Okay. Yung unang tanong. Bakit po male ward lang po ito? Why choose the program to be applied only to the male ward of the facility?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Actually, sir, we made the initiative because it is our own decision to stage this initiative during the pandemic dahil kami po yung nung nag-assume po ako kasi ng wardenship ng facility na to ay ginagawa na po namin kasi ito sa other jails where I have been assigned, lalo na po sa Ordaneta District Jail. And when the pandemic comes, yung facility po natin sa male dorm ang nag-initiate. And as we go on, inadapt na po ito ng ating mga ibang jails sa ating region. When in fact, yes.
Tanong ko, bakit sa mga lalaki lang?
No, sir. Yes, it started in the male dorm, but eventually it was implemented sa female dorm na rin po, sir.
Okay. Sige, so lahat na sila, male and female dormitories.
Yes, sir. And of course, I would like also to to recognize our regional director in the person of Senior Superintendent Florante Diaz-Pero, sir.
Hi, good morning po. Now, the second question I have is about sustainability and deployment, or replicability and sustainability. Because apparently, yung source ninyo ng ipinamimigay is based on donations, no? So para bang you solicit goods and which later on you distribute. So parang ayuda during the time of the pandemic, no? Ayuda system. Now how will you ensure that this practice will be sustained in the next few years, no? So is there any program or documentation or commitment or agreements with the source of the goods, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, we have a quarterly MOA signing with our service providers, our benefactors, that could assure the continuity of the program. Na nandun po, napapaloob po dun sa ating memorandum of agreement that these religious groups, capable private individuals and non-government organizations are willing to donate any commodity that will also sustain the program that we are doing. So nagkaroon po kasi tayo ng tinatawag na sobrang mga supply. That's why it came up to our vision at why also not why do we could also extend the program outside sa mga PDL, former PDL as a part of our aftercare program of the Bureau, sir. So, ganun po yung nangyari. We are now implementing the quarterly MOA signing from the various service providers of our jail facilities.
Hindi kayo mawawalan ng supplies.
Yes, sir. So, yun po yung assurance na we
Tapos
could...
na-notice ko din na kahit na hindi na sila PDL, binibisita nyo pa rin sila at binibigyan ng ayuda.
That is a part of the one, sir, yung tinatawag namin programa ng aming kawanihan na aftercare program, sir.
Okay, sige. So yun lang po. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Asik Magsino. And now, Mr. Tan.
Okay. First of all, congratulations sa BJMP Dagupan. Nakakataba ng puso whenever an organization goes beyond their call of duty mandate. Ito, maganda yung CSR you're going the extra mile of helping the PDL families at pati sinabi, including the other poor families within your nearby community. So, palaging welcome po yun, di ba? Yung tinatanong niya, Asik Magsino kayo na, paano niyo masustain yung magandang ginagawa niyo? So, my second question is this. Ilan po sa mga PDLs ninyo ang mga families ang na-reach out na nyo sa programang ito?
So, we have started this, sir, mga September way back 2020. So, we are conducting this, sir, na monthly and in the different barangays of our jail jurisdiction. So, sabihin na lang natin, sir, na ilan yung computation na natin according to our data. So, we have started in September. So, ilan na recipients natin?
More than 2,000.
More than 2,000 na, sir, as according to our data. Since we began the program, sir.
Okay. So, in terms of deployment, kasi first target nyo yung mga PDLs yun, di ba? At yung family nila nahirapan. So, ilang percent na ng mga PDLs nyo ang na-reach out niyo during that period? Kunyari, ilan ba yung PDLs nyo? Do you have 1,000 PDLs in your facility? And ilan na doon ang na-reach out ninyo?
Okay, sir. Actually, sir, we could safely state that we have served 100% of our former PDL.
So, ilan po right ang mga PDLs nyo sa facility on the average? Ano capacity ng BJMP dyan?
We could accommodate around 800, sir, but now we have a jail population of 670, sir.
So, sinasabi yung 800 families na yun na-reach out na nyo through the years. Okay. So, at least, parang, ako, negosyante kasi ako, parang market share, ilan na ang na-meet ko. Ang second tanong ko po, alam ko limited ang budget ninyo. So, yung degree ng I'm sure iba doon may kaya ng konti, iba hindi may kaya. Kano po kalalim yung naitulong nyo sa mga pamilyang ito? Kasi pwedeng token lang, may mga mabigat, di ba? I'm sure, I just wanted to know the depth of your assistance to these families ng mga PDLs sa community.
Actually, sir, may selection process din po tayo. We really choose the families belonging to the really below poverty line. Kaya ina-identify po na ang ating welfare development unit kung sino-sino talaga po yung mga talagang they belong to the below poverty line families of the barangays at doon po yung nire-reach out namin, sir, na mga...
So roughly, magkano yung budget nyo per family na nabibigay nyo? Say, in a year?
Yes, sir. That will depend upon the donation that are being received by the jail facilities.
But could you give a range? Is it, say, 500 to 5,000?
Yes, sir. A minimum of at least 600 to 500, down to 500, sir.
Okay. So, ito yung next question ko po. So, ano po yung magandang best practice na gusto po ipagmalaki sa ibang mga jail centers na itong gawin ninyo? Kasi ina-highlight nyo yung pagtulong nyo sa inyong mga PDL families, CSR niyo. What is the good practice or best practice that you can show na itong gayahin nyo? Kasi right parang top of mind ko, mukhang maganda yung pagsosource nila ng funds kasi may nakukuha na sila. Is that your best practice? How you source it or how you identify the PDL families that are of higher need compared to the others? Ano ba yun? Ano yung gusto nyo pagmalaki sa Dagupan BJMP na best practice?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, kaya po namin sinali itong pamilya tayo, tulungan tayo. Because initially, ito po yung programa ng aming kawanihan na BGMP Help Desk. na kung saan we have a program in our bureau na we coordinate with the other agencies of the government for the whatever assistance that could be given to our PDL. So doon po tayo nag-umpisa. That inspired us that we could at least also make our share in our facility to at least outsource the funding. That's why we have initiated several MOA assigning agreement with the service providers. Kaya po naging matagumpay yung programa. So yun po sana yung ating pwedeng i-adapt ng ating mga ilang jail facilities to at least integrate in the MOA the giving of assistance to the below poverty line families of the former PDL or the former PDL themselves, na we try to reach out even in their depressed areas of our barangay. So yun po yung ginagawa ng
Naintindihan ko po yun. So parang intent nyo dapat maging regular to. So ano po yung practice na yun? How do you do it? Or ano yung practice or process na sinasabi, itong ginagawa natin, dapat gayahin nyo to. So is it budgeting it? Is it involving that as a culture or value ng BGMP? Ano po yung process na yun?
Yes.
Or yung
actually very near outsourcing, sir.
outsourcing.
Yes, asking favor, asking whatever material things that they could, the benevolent benefactors could give, so that we could also share it to the families of the PDL who are living.
Sa season, I picked up something kanina, binanggit mo that you are touching base with the other, like, is it the SWD, parang ganon?
Yes,
So,
yes.
parang nagne-network ko. I think that's one good thing because you're not only relying on yourself, but you are synergizing with other organizations like say the SWD. I guess may LGU rin yan. Baka may private pa rin. Baka that's one of the, dapat i-highlight nyo yun because that's part of your stakeholders and shareholders na partners na nakakatulong sa programa nyo. But kung may maganda kayong ginagawa, pakishare nyo yung secret na nyo. Bakit ang ganda po ng support nyo kaya nagiging sustainable na hinahanap ni Sir Aseka Magsino. Something like that. Hindi lang na-highlight. Kaya I was trying to find it.
We try to win the hearts every now and then, the hearts and minds of the benefactors, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan. And I believe there is a follow-up question from Senior Vice President Mendoza.
Yeah, sir. Okay, so dagdag ko lang pong tanong. Ano ba, sir, ang naging inspiration nyo dito sa inyong project or yung idea ng Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo program? Meron ba kayong nakita sa ibang mga ahensya ng gobyerno or sa ibang mga lugar na nagbigay sa inyo ng inspirasyon para gawin ito? Yun yung una. And yung pangalawang tanong ko naman is that papaano ninyo naipaalam sa pamahalaan or siguro sa leadership ng BJMP at sa ibang mga parang jails throughout the country yung inyong parang ginagawa, no? Yun po.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Going back to your question number 1, ma'am, kung ano yung naging inspirasyon namin. Gagaya ko ng sinabi namin dun sa aming PowerPoint presentation, ma'am, dun sa aming video, is we were inspired dahil nga po we have a program dubbed as the aftercare program, wherein kailangan po namin, we are required to monitor the former PDL status. At na-inspire po kami dahil we have been implementing the BGMP help desk na kung saan we try to reach out to the other agencies of the government to cite the DSWD, the LGUs being catered by the facility, the DOH, na we could ask medical, burial, or whatever assistance, food assistance, even educational assistance. Kaya nga po, na-inspire kami na why not also make a practice na within our level, yung kakayahan ng aming level. So that's why we have crafted the Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo, and we started to have negotiations and MOA signing with our regular service providers at very amenable naman sila. Even the LGU of the Dagupan City, the Mangaldan municipality, and the nearby municipalities being catered ay nagkaroon na rin po kami ng coordination for the sustainability of the what we call the outreach program, the Pamilya Tayo, Tulungan Tayo, by virtue of the memorandum agreement that are regularly updated ba. So yun po. So yung regarding the reports that are being submitted to our regional office, of course, nagkakaroon po kasi kami ng practice of having it reflected on an AAR. So nagkakaroon po kami ng submission ng AAR. So from the regional level to our regional director, ipinapasa po yan sa national office. So it is well designated that the practice is being sustained, ma'am.
Desar, gusto ko kasing malaman kung yung iba pang mga tawag dito, jails natin in other parts of the country, alam na ba nila yung ginagawa nila at kung alam nila, ginaya ba nila or gusto ba nilang gayahin?
Yes, ma'am. They are actually contemplating it in adapting the program dahil if they are if the wardens are willing enough to sustain it, not only on occasional basis, then pwede po nilang i-replicate yun, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I believe there is a follow-up question from Mr. Raymond.
Yeah, last question. I know Sir Ward was given an award of one of the best wardens. So, inakabahan ako na wala ka dyan na assign ka, paking programa mawala. So, ano po yung ginagawa niyo para siguradong masustain po yung ginagawa niyo?
Yes, sir. Yung ating mga service providers, sirs and moms are being well taken care of, and we treat them, gagaya ko lang sabi ko, we always win their hearts and minds. We treat them as VIPs whenever they come to our jail, and of course, by that alone, we could convince them to at least, since they are naturally with benevolent heart. And of course, and also the religious groups are actually the number one stand supporters of this program. So it's not difficult for us to convince them to at least monthly sustain this program, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, thank you to our panel of judges. And now, let us have some questions from our audience. Let's start off with a question from.
Do you have any questions from our audience?
Seeing that I think there is none. So I think that everything has been settled. So yes, I guess. Thank you very much, everyone.
I think, Enzo, someone is raising.
Oh, okay.
Our Zoom room.
Oh, all right. Okay, here we go.
Hello? Hello? Good morning po. Good morning sa lahat. I'm so interested to find out the variables that you can use when it comes to measuring success and sustainability. Kasi po it's very important that it's something grounded on empirical data rin when we implement our best practices. So it can also be transferred, yung transferability aspect ng project. So may I know po what specific variables do you have when it comes to measuring sustainability/success of your project or practice? Thank you.
I think, Sir Ma'am, that could be answered by my staff who happens to be a statistician. Brian, you will try to answer it.
As to the sustainability, Madam, yung sustainability po ng program na ito is dahil doon sa mga service providers po natin na sustain natin ito. So, dahil po sa kanila, nagkakaroon po tayo ng mga donations. So, in a month, nagbibigay po sila, then ito naman ay dinidistribute doon sa ating mga beneficiaries, ma'am. So, yung variability natin na kailangan natin is we have these beneficiaries na nakaka-receive doon sa mga binibigay po namin. Yun po yung aming output namin.
And every month, we have identified beneficiaries, Sirs, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I think that is the answer coming from our I think that that answers the question. And then moving on to thank you very much for the question from the participant, and to manage the time, we will move on to the next portion.
Yes, thank you, Enzo. So maybe I think other participants have raised their hand. Maybe they can just write their questions in the chat box, and then we will relay it to our presenters. Yes. All right, so we have heard a taste of the presentation from the first best practice of the GBPR 2023. Now, before we move on to the next presenter, we will be taking a 10-minute break. So this will give you a chance to stretch, enjoy a cup of coffee, and be fully prepared when we resume with more presentations. So, thank you po.
We are living in a time of constant change. In an uncertain and changing world, Asia must prepare to meet the productivity challenges of the future. The Asian Productivity Organization is here to help. With 20 member countries, we are a think tank, catalyst, regional advisor, institution builder, and clearinghouse for productivity information. In the coming decades, cultivating a culture of technological innovation will be key for economic growth and productivity in Asia. Adopting new technology can improve the efficiency of manufacturing, transportation, trade, agriculture, and labor. We give our members the information they need to take on new tools and policies. We encourage nations to share information because we are better when we work together. With the right tools and information, countries in the Asia-Pacific can not only meet global challenges, but lead the global economy. The APO will continue to lead with strategic and inclusive initiatives that are aligned with the UN SDGs. Building a more proactive, productive future for Asia. The APO, pushing the frontiers of productivity.
We live in very challenging times.
It's a VUCA world, volatile economy, uncertain situation, complex regulatory environment, and ambiguous situation of politics and society.
Against all expectations, technological advances have led to slower productivity.
The studies show that the adoption of technology actually alienates people from their environment and among themselves. It creates anxiety among workers because they have this feeling that they are being replaced by technology.
At the same time, challenges in various parts of the world have exposed the precarious nature of the global economy.
The inability of the industries to produce, despite a very strong demand from our consumers, would usually result to very high prices of commodities.
It can bring about unemployment because organizations or companies may shut down and people will get laid off.
To head off the risks of these global challenges, companies, organizations, and workers need to keep pace with technological change and increase productivity.
Productivity pertains to the adoption of measures that allows us to streamline our systems by way of the adoption of appropriate technology, processes, and the establishment of necessary support structures for those processes.
Productivity is a mindset. It's doing something right the first time and doing it better the second time.
We need to be productive not only because it affects the bottom line of industries, but more so because it creates value to our customers. By being productive, they get the best products available.
A productive nation, a productive organization, a productive individual will provide better products, quality services, both for the public and private organization or sectors.
Productivity starts at the individual level. So if individuals are productive and they contribute to organizational productivity, organizational productivity contributes to national productivity, and national productivity contributes to regional productivity.
As the world increasingly trains its focus on the Asia-Pacific, countries in the region need new strategies to overcome challenges and sustain productivity growth for continuous socio-economic development in the years to come. The Asian Productivity Organization, or APO, has been leading the effort to promote productivity in the Asia-Pacific region for over 6 decades.
The Asian Productivity Organization, or APO, is the intergovernmental organizations with focus on the improvement and supporting of the productivity in the region.
The Philippines is a founding member of the Asian Productivity Organization.
To capitalize on prevailing trends, maximize emerging opportunities, and overcome challenges in the coming years, the APO has crafted a new vision for 2021 to 2025.
The vision is to achieve the inclusive, innovation-led productivity growth in Asia-Pacific region. The main driver of the productivity movement or productivity improvement in the countries is the NPO itself in all member countries.
In the Philippines, the Development Academy of the Philippines has taken on the role as key advocate for productivity in the public sector.
The AP Philippines is very successfully to be our COE or Center of Excellence in the area of the productivity for public sector.
The AP supports the country's productivity efforts that enable institutions to become more competitive through continuous improvements in productivity.
The Development Academy of the Philippines, or DAP, can help individuals and institutions to join the productivity movement through its capability building programs.
We provide productivity and quality improvement approaches through the provision of training course and technical assistance. We also implement government quality management program, which tries to improve the performance of the public sector in terms of delivering better and quality service. We help them improve their processes through the establishment of quality management system in their organization. We also implement modernizing through examining their processes, their regulatory landscape, and identify unnecessary rules, regulation, and unnecessary requirements, including reducing compliance costs borne by the citizen, businesses, and the government. We also conduct productivity and quality researches and disseminate a publication in the area of regulatory governance, policy and program evaluation, also in benchmarking studies, and we also provide evaluation of critical sectors that needs to be more productive to help our economy.
The DAP serves as the award administrator of the Philippine Quality Award for the public sector. The adoption of the Philippine Quality Award framework by public sector organizations will help strengthen their management system. It will lead to higher levels of productivity for the organization, contributing to national productivity.
The world will continue to evolve, and global challenges will persist. But the drive for greater productivity through innovation and inclusion will go on.
Productivity is the key driver of human capital development. And human capital development is the key driver for any economic development for any country.
The APO affirms its leadership role in advancing the productivity agenda as the third decade of the 21st century unfolds. And the DAP is firm in its commitment to promote the productivity movement in the country.
I encourage everyone to take part in the productivity movement to raise the country's competitiveness.
Productivity should be everyone's responsibility.
We need to be productive. We need to have the right mindset. We need to take up the challenge.
Productivity is a shared goal, and everyone should participate in it.
Welcome back after the break. Mitch, we hope everyone had a great chance to relax and get ready for more best practice presentations. We kindly ask our Zoom and YouTube live audiences to show your best presence by sending us your reactions and emojis.
So, to our participants, kindly share their reactions.
All right, great. Great to see. Thank you very, very much for your responses. It demonstrates your keen interest in our program. Without further ado, let us call on our second presenter, the City Government of Carmona Persons with Disability Affairs Office, with their best practice titled the Carer Program, Paving the Way for Inclusive Education and Employment for Persons with Disability, or PWDs, in the city of Carmona, Cavite. Let's watch the presentation.
The Carer Program, Paving the Way for Inclusive Education and Employment for Persons with Disability in the city of Carmona. Following a successful plebiscite held last July 8, 2023, Carmona is the newest city in the province of Cavite. It is composed of 14 barangays and has a total population of 106,256. As of present, Carmona caters to a total of 2,716 PWDs, which is roughly 2.56% of the total population. Motivated by the genuine desire to foster inclusive growth, the city government of Carmona established its own Persons with Disability Affairs Office in the year 2000. Through PDAO, the local government continuously implements several programs to advocate the rights of PWDs and to ensure that they have access to services and support mechanisms that will empower them as they integrate into mainstream society. One of these programs is Carmona's Center-Based Education Program, which primarily aims to address the pressing education needs of learners with disability in the locality. This program is spearheaded by PDAO in collaboration with other LGU departments. This started in September 2000 as a 20-learner program in one classroom that has since evolved into a more holistic education and rehabilitation solution, giving birth to what is now known as the Comprehensive Approach Responsive Education and Rehabilitation, or CARER program. CARER is a free and sustainable special education program for children with disabilities in the city of Carmona. It employs an intricate LGU-developed service framework that guides in determining appropriate interventions for learners with disability. Upon enrolling in the CARER program, learners are assessed by a developmental pediatrician, then depending on their needs, are referred to any of the 8 components of the program. Early Intervention, Adaptive Skills Program Level 1 or SPED Tutorial, Bridging Program, Normalization Program, Adaptive Skills Program Level 2 or the Transition Program, Adaptive Skills Program Level 3 or the Entrepreneurial Program, Adaptive Skills Program Level 4 or Vocational Training, and lastly, the Work Training Program. From its humble beginnings, the CARER program now has its own building, complete with facilities such as classrooms, rehabilitation area, music room, dance studio, and areas for livelihood education. Furthermore, the LGU also established a satellite center to reach PWD learners in far-flung areas of the city. Other timely and effective interventions under the CARER program include the following: conduct of disability mapping to provide a data-driven approach to the needs of PWDs in the locality, establishment of a partnership with the De La Salle University Dasmariñas for the provision of free rehabilitation services to PWD learners, conduct of job coaching, training, and monitoring of CARER learners, creation and continuous monitoring of various PWD support groups and enterprises, and institutionalization of disability inclusive employment and barrier-free city through local policies. Through the CARER program, children with disabilities who were once isolated and detached gradually found refuge and a sense of belongingness in the community. They were able to unfold their unique personhood and giftedness and started to socialize with their community and participate in the different programs of the local government of Carmona. Notably, the number of learners under the program exponentially increased over time. From having only 20 learners when it started, the program has grown to cater more than 300 PWD learners as of the current school year. Evidently, more families are enticed to register their children to the CARER program, especially since the LGU also provides free education package to learners, including school supplies, service vehicle, medical checkup and assessment, and other auxiliary services. Currently, the program has also helped mainstream 192 learners with disability in regular classes, and a total of 55 learners have graduated from its different components. Additionally, a total of 37 CARER program graduates were either employed or engaged in livelihood activities. Although other LGUs are implementing their own education program for PWDs, Carmona's CARER program was the first of its kind, having been running for more than 2 decades already. Testimonials from learners and parents attest to the success of the program in coping and adapting to mainstream society.
Ang programa sa akin na binigay ng PITAW is yung pinagkaloob sa akin sa amin ng career, yung pag-aaral hanggang sa makarating ng high school. Binibigyan kami ng free vehicle, hatid sundo sa mga estudyante. Tapos binibigyan din kami ng tutor dun sa pag-graduate. na sagot po ng Carmona LGU na makapagtrabaho dito.
Most importantly, career has helped make me significant improvements in terms of my social skills and academic development.
Because of this groundbreaking initiative, the city government of Carmona also became a well-known benchmarking destination and received several awards and recognition. But still, Carmona's biggest reward is the impact of its program on its stakeholders. Furthermore, Carmona aims to sustain the career program to continuously meet the needs of learners with disability in the locality through the following plans and strategies. Aside from these, the local government is also in the process of establishing an extension building for the career program, as well as its very own haven for persons with disabilities. Moving forward, Carmona vows to remain faithful to its advocacy of creating a community where nobody is left behind.
Please give them a virtual round of applause.
To further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the City Government of Carmona, Persons with Disability Affairs Office, Mayor of LGU Carmona, Dr. Dalia A. Loyola, and Persons with Disabilities Affairs Office Department Head, Ms. Rosebel L. Mercurio, for the question and answer. We kindly remind our esteemed finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for the question and answer portions, and your cooperation is highly appreciated. Now, Enzo, let us have the questions from our esteemed panel of judges. We would like to ask our Assistant Secretary Magsino for the first question po.
Hi, magandang umaga po, Mayor. Yeah. Just a few clarificatory questions. First is, are all LGUs supposed to have a Persons with Disability Affairs Office? The same way that you have an OSCA, no? Yung Office of Senior Citizens Affairs. Diba? Or is it only Carmona who has it? Naka-mute po kayo.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Napakaganda ng question mo, Yusek. Ang bawat naglilingkod sa local government, dapat paglingkuran ang lahat ng sectors ng society. Sapagkat pagamat nakamandato to sa ating local government code, hindi ho lahat nakakasunod. Parang kami po sa buong Carmona ang merong komprehensibo. Dahil yung iba po tinitingnan nila yung 1% na sinasabing ceiling ng ating Department of Budget and Management. Pero kami, ang panukala namin dito at paniniwala, kung kami may budget na gagamitin, lahat ay gagawin para po walang maiwan sa aming sosyedad. Marami na din memorandum circular na dumadating na mag-institutionalize ng Office for Persons with Disability. Kaya lang ito pong sa amin ay malayo na po ang narating. Hindi lang po office, kundi talagang gumawa ho kami ng programa. 50% po siguro according to datos ang nakita ko na merong LGUs na nakapag-institutionalize ng Office ng Persons with Disabilities according ho doon sa aming na-research.
Okay. Sige po. Kasi I'm very happy, no, that this program has been running for more than 2 decades already. Tapos libre pa po siya, no? So in a sense, where do you get, or are your trainers who are specialized in SPED, no? Are they doing this for free or are they compensated? So how do you ensure that there's sustainability in the program, and more or less, no, the range, how much is your budget set aside for this annually?
Alam po ninyo, we started with only 20 learners sa amin pong alternative learning system. During that time, being a doctor by profession, kaupo pong mayor noon yung husband ko. Sabi niya walang dapat maiwan. So nag-hire lang po kami ng isang special education na empleyado and the rest was history. Napakahirap pong mag-hire ng special education kasi very expensive.
Opo.
So through the years, ang hinahire naming empleyado, nanangan po kami sa mga national agencies, nag-outsource po kami. Pinapadala po namin ang aming mga empleyado sa mga trainings, capacity building, at pag nakita naman nila na talagang kayo ay very enthusiastic, sila po yung nagseset ng directions kung paano kami magsisimula. At sa ngayon ho, we have 47 employees being paid by the local government unit para po paandarin itong center na ito na kung saan meron ho kaming 346 learners na binibigyan ho namin ng iba't ibang intervention hanggang sa ma-realize namin na pwede pala itong i-mainstream sa normal education or yung iba po tinuturuan namin ng adaptive skills para po maturuan namin ng mga entrepreneurial or vocational skills. At we are doing our best na yung pong sinasabi nilang inclusive education or rehabilitation na na-include namin po sila sa mga industries. Kami po ang naghahanap ng mga industriya na mag-a-absorb po sa kanila.
Okay, huling tanong na lang po. Sabi niyo po that this has been running for more than 2 decades, no?
Yes, yes po.
Nasaan na po yung mga natapos or meron po bang katapusan yung programa ninyo?
Meron po
What
kaming
are your
mga
graduates now? And
ang mga graduates po namin, sir, ay meron na po kaming mga nasa elementary at high school. Nakapagpatapos na rin po kami ng kolehiyo. Marami po ang employed. Nakapagpagawa na po kami ng sarili naming Definitely Happy Store na kung saan may coffee shop na po kami. Meron po kaming organization ng persons with disability na gumagawa ng tofu production. Gumagawa po ng Recyclar Carmona. Yung pong gumagawa ng mga paper mache na napatigil, na-export po yan dati before the pandemic eh. Ngayon, gumagawa na ulit kami ng paraan para po may market po ito. Napakarami ho. Yung nung mga nag-benefit sa normal education, diretso na po sa college. Ngayon po meron kaming 6 na nagko-kolehiyo. Tapos marami po kami, more or less, mga 37 plus ang mga naisa industries. Tapos ito po, iba't ibang organization. Come and visit us in Carmona. Nakapagpatayo na ho kami ng tofu production.
so okay, I'm looking at replicability also and sustainability. Yun po bang mga beneficiaries ninyo are limited to those who live in Carmona? Or are you opening up your doors to all other LGUs who want to come to Carmona and study?
Sir, ang dami na pong naglalakbay aral destination po sa amin. Ang kaya lang nalulungkot ako, minsan nga ayoko nang umattend para magsalita kasi gusto ko sana ang maging audience ko ay local chief executive. Kasi ang magiging audience ko lang po, people working for the benefits of persons with disabilities. Mga staff sa opisina, parents of persons with disabilities. Pag ho kasi hindi supportive ang local chief executive at hindi po naglaan ng budget, hindi ito magkakaroon ng realization. Naunawaan ko po yung plight ng mga 2nd, 3rd, 4th at 6th class municipalities. Pero yung pong 1st class at saka cities, sila ho ay maraming budget po talaga para po dito. Hindi po namin pwedeng i-open to sa mga taga-ibang lugar dahil di pa ho may territorial jurisdiction na ang paggastos mo ng pera ay sa mga constituents mo lamang. Pero nakita na namin ho through the years, marami pong lumilipat ng Carmona sapagkat po nila kayang i-afford na magpapasok sa isang special education program kasi doon ang mga costing 20 to 30,000 per month. That is why siguro tumataas po yung aming enrollees. Dahil dito po sa amin, kahit po yung pag-a-assess ng developmental pediatrician, we started as 1,500. Right now, the local government is spending 5,000 per bata. Kasi we cannot move on with the service framework kung wala pong assessment ng developmental pediatrician.
Sige po, marami po pong salamat.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary Magsino. Or maybe Mr. Tan, thank you po.
Okay. Ako po, malapit po sa puso ko yung SPED. Dahil yung nanay ko po ay SPED teacher dati sa School for the Deaf and the Blind. So sanay po ako mag-aki ng mga bulag, malit pa ako. So natutuwa po ako Dahil alam po, napakahirap pong mag-alaga ng mga SPED, whether disabled o gifted, lahat-lahat. And Carmona is one of that. Doon sa binanggit nyo, from early intervention hanggang ma-employ sila, napakalawak. And I was looking at your statistics. Sabi nyo, meron kayong 55 career grads at 37 na employee na, no? 11 na sa private companies, at least getting minimum wage, 3 sa government, minimum wage, 2 sa PWD office, kanya, 4 sa barangay, 17 sa... Nakita ko yung write-up po nyo, kaya interesado po ko. But, ang tanong ko lang po is, mahal, sabi ng mahal talaga yung mag-alaga ng mga PWD. Di po ba? Alam natin yun eh. I was formerly also working with DepEd before in a project. At alam namin na napakahirap ang ratio ng SPED teacher is 1:8. For every 8 pupils, isang SPED. At kung mas special pa, mas bababa. At you have more than 300 right now, sabi mga enrollees. At you mentioned that you have 40 plus 47 employees. So roughly yung ratio nyo of employee to is around that level, 7 to 8. No? So talagang, at magastos siya. Tanong ko po, Mayora, ano kasi best practice to eh? Pag kayo po ay napili yung best practice, paano po sasabihin sa isang siyudad, LGU, medyo mahirap, portas municipality, like yung daughter ko nagtrabaho sa Doctor to the Virus sa isang island sa Palawan. Ito pong gawin ninyo. Ano po yung gusto niyo? Kasi wala silang pera eh. Kayo po, alam ko maraming industrial at saka maraming commercial sa Carmona, kaya afford po niyo. Ano pong gagawin yung best practice? May sasabi sa kanila para ma-meet nila yung need ng mga PWDs doon.
Sir, ito po yung realization ng setup sa Pilipinas. Ako po yung umupo din bilang one-term congresswoman. Yun po yung sinasabi ko, tulungan ng national government yung 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th at 6th class municipalities. Yun ang dapat gawin. Tingnan ho sa grassroots para sa paggastos po ng budget, nakikita kung ano yung real sitwasyon. Hindi ho to kayang i-replicate ng 2nd, 3rd at 4th, 5th class municipalities dahil talaga yung budget ay kailangan. Pero kahit paano, paunti-unti, pwede silang gumawa ng simple-simple lamang yung kaya lang muna ng budget. Kaya kung ho sinasabi, kailangan ho talaga dito, kami nga ho lagi na kaming nabibigyan ng award ng national agency. Pero at the end of the day, ang lagi ko po sanang gusto, sana po'y matugunan sa buong Pilipinas ang problemang ito. Kasi ang dami ho talaga nangangailangan ng PDAW.
So Mayora, kung medyo mahirap yung LGU, so hindi pwedeng gaya yung ginagawa nyo. So sa mga mayaman na municipalities, ano po naman ang pwedeng ginagawa nyo practice? Mas magandang ginagawa namin kasi ginagawa nyo. Subukan nyo to. Ano ba yung practice na sa pag-a-address nyo ng mga PWD? Kasi ang concern ko rin, alam ko may programa ang DepEd sa SPED, di ba? But limited din. Binanggit niya sa report nyo na sa Cavite may 7 SPED centers at sa Carmona iisa lang yon na meron silang 6 teachers lang. At kayo 43, 47 na kayo, biro nyo. So mas lot more. But dahil mayaman na Carmona, kaya na mag-fund. So what are you doing in your Carmona na first class compared sa iba na mas better? Para sabihin ko na, hey Quezon City, hey kaya yung ginagawa namin ito, mas magandang practice ito sa pag-address ng PWD.
Yung pong ibang mga malalaking syudad na nakita po namin, pili lang po yung services nila. Yung iba po, education lamang. Kami po komprehensiba. Yung iba po, rehabilitation lamang. Nagbibigay ng mga physical therapists, speech therapists, and the like. Kami ho, komprehensibo. From the time na ma-detect po namin sa amin pong community, hanggang mailabas po namin, ginagawa po namin. Although sinasabi po ninyong mahal, ang lagi ko pong sinasabi, marami po ding stakeholders na mga tumutulong, lalo po yung mga nasa national agencies. Ehemplo lang po, sir, ano po, kami ho ngayon, hindi ho kami bumibili ng wheelchair. Ang nagpo-provide po sa amin ng wheelchair ay Latter-day Saints. Ang nakita nilang kami ay functional, tinuruan niya kami. Dati po ang wheelchair namin ang lalaki. Ngayon po, nang nakita nilang may isang organisasyon, institusyon na gumagawa nito, tinuruan po kami mag-measure ng armrest, backrest. Nagpupunta po sa office, ang sasabihin lang, Mayor, we will help you. Sabi ko, sige, anong counterpart namin? Dadating po kami dyan, bigyan nyo lang kami ng isang lugar na matutulugan. Magtuturo po kami kung paano gumawa ng measurement para dire-diretso na tayo. And the rest was history. So ngayon hindi na kami. Yung training namin ng para po sa sign language, hindi po kami nagbayad dyan. Nadating po sa amin yung mga organization sa Manila, sasabihin sa amin, Mayor, padala nyo sa amin ang mga tao nyo. Pag Saturday, padala nyo lang ng libreng sasakyan, bigyan nyo ng libreng pagkain. Ibig sabihin, no, nakikipag-network kami sa iba't ibang mga institusyon sa buong Pilipinas. Ngayon po, masaya na. Ang ma'am, sir, ang mahal po ng speech therapist, pero ngayon no, nakikolaborate ang De La Salle University sa amin kasi nakikolaborate sila, nakita nilang functional ang Carmona, may mga
So sila po ba lumapit o kayo po lumapit sa kanila?
Minsan ho kami nalapit, minsan ho kami pinupuntahan. Kaya
Kasi yun ang gusto, alam po po, yun ang gusto makita na ano pong ginagawa niyo para na top niyo kasi yun yung maganda, kayahin niyo to. Kasi like doon sa wheelchair, magandang best practice na yun. Tingin ko na, huy, ito yung mga supplier na to gumagawa. Yung ano yan.
Sinasabi po namin, sir.
Okay.
Sineshare po namin pag may napunta po sila sa akin. Kalimitan no, tinatawag ako pag may international talk. Lahat to, ay share ko lang ho sa inyo, isang beses ho, nagsalita ako sa sa Marriott sa Manila. Kaya lang, ang audience ko lang ho, puro parents Kaya ang dapat ho talaga dito, local chief executive O local government has the means. Hindi ho natin dapat sabihin na 1% lang. Kung kayo may pera, gastin po natin ng maayos. Pero hindi ho ganun ka-expensive. Napakarami hong tumutulong na stakeholders. Sila po nagbibigay sa amin ng capacity building, hindi ho kami nagbabayad. Yun ho, pati paggamit ng tahanang walang hagdanan, lahat ho yan, tinuturuan kami, pati live load. Imagine nyo po, binigyan kami ng DOST, sir, ng makina for tofu. Noong pumbigyan kami ng makina, kumuha ho ako ng magtuturo, right there and then, responsible local government, nagpatayo ho ako ng building. Ngayon ho, ang dami na nagtatrabaho doon. Pati ho yung may mga disabilities namin sa labas. Ibig ko sabihin, kung meron nung nakikita tayong daan, atin pong i-grab ang opportunity at mag-outsource po tayo.
Thank you po. Nakikinig po si taga-DBM dito po. Nakikinig siya.
Nag-start po kami ng isang SPED away 2000. Nagpaaral ho kami ng mag-asawa ng SPED teacher kasi wala akong ibigay ang DepEd. Pero ngayon ho, baka ho meron dyan taga-DBM. Salamat po. Marami na pong budget na naibaba.
Okay po. And I think, and last but not the least,
Senior Vice President Mendoza, thank you po.
Magandang umaga po, Doktora, Mayor. Narinig ko na po nung araw pa na meron talagang special school dyan sa Carmona and ito ay para talagang dun sa tinatawag natin na marginalized group, yung ating mga persons with disabilities. Yung naglalaro lang po sa isip ko kasi naitanong na nila yung lahat ng itatanong kong tanong. Bago nyo po naisip maglagay ng eskwelahan para sa mga persons with disabilities, ano po ba yung parang nagbunsod sa inyo nung idea na yon? Although alam naman natin na yung idea, sabi nyo yung husband nyo dati sinabi niya na dapat wag maiwan. Pero bukod doon sa reason na yun, no? Parang talaga yung nagtulak sa inyo na hindi lang dapat may opisina, hindi lang dapat hanapin kung sino yung mga to, kundi kailangan magtayo ng eskwelahan. Ano po yung parang talagang nagtulak sa inyo na magkaroon ng ganong klaseng intervention ang local government unit?
I think, Mayor, you're in mute.
Nakamute yata kayo, Mayor.
Alam po ninyo, noong pong magsimulang nungkulan yung aking asawa, at third class municipality lang po ito, sabi ko nga ho sa inyo, sinabi niya na nagawa ko ng lahat, naiiwan. Nakita ko bilang ako isang doktor, dati po yung mga persons with disability namin, nakakaawa ho ang members of the family. Di makalabas, yung may mga mild autism, hindi mabigyan ng behavioral modification, sensory stimulation, nakita namin ang hirap Kaya yun yung nagbunsod sa amin na magsimula tayo kahit pa konti-konti lamang. Until ito, actually ito pong aming service framework, nung simulan po namin, binasi po namin yan sa mga pag-aaral, sa dumadating na nakikita po namin problema. At during that time, nakita ko na, teka, hindi tayo pwedeng magbigay ng intervention na hindi ito natitingnan ng Department of Pediatrician. So nakita po namin tinatago lang ang mga bata na mayroong autism, may disabilities. Mabuti po sana lang kung physical Ang problema ho natin yung developmental. Talagang ang nanay hindi na makapagtrabaho. Ang mga bata ay talagang hindi mo pwedeng iwanan. Actually, pagkatapos po ng mabigyan to ng intervention, magugulat kayo Mai-immerse mo na sa normal society ang mga bata Kaya yun yung nagbunsod sa amin. Ano ang magiging buhay nitong mga ito? Na hanta sa loob na lang ng bahay ba itong mga ito? Hindi na ba ito po pwedeng lumabas? At isa pa po, na-observe din namin during time na kami nanunungkulan, meron pong naka-immerse sa regular education na grade 4 na ay ang kanilang capabilities hindi talaga angkop para doon sa kanilang grade level. Kaya doon kami nag-isip na mag-unti-unti, mahirap, pero kinaya, hanggang kami na po ang sarili namin ang gumawa ng aming service framework for education and rehabilitation base po sa aming naging experience. Kaya yan po ay unti-unti namin pinag-aralan. May mga batang hindi magbe-benefit po sa normal education. Naggawa ho kami ng isang bahay na bungalow, bahagi po ng aming institusyon doon na center, na kung saan may sala set, dining set, bedroom, meron po kaming mga washing machine. Tinuruan po namin ng practical living skills. And the rest was history. Alam po ninyo, ang amin ho talagang layunin po. Ngayon po, ang amin pong ginagawa na po ngayon, with God's grace, meron pong dumating na isang benefactor dahil ang gusto ko sana magkaroon kami ng haven. Meron na ho kasi kaming experience na namamatayan ng kamag-anak. Ayaw i-accept ng ibang relative para po maiwan doon yung mga disability naming persons na nawala na ng kamag-anak. Yun po ang ginagawa ngayon at tinatayo at bahala na hukal siguro kami pagdating ng panahon dahil kailangan po namin doon ng additional staff.
Opo. So maraming salamat po doon sa sagot ninyo. Ang naisip ko lang, malaking bagay po ba na dahil doktora kayo at mas malalim yung pag-intindi nyo sa pangangailangan ng mga persons with disability, kaya ang sinasabi nyong inyong service framework ay mas comprehensive at mas naiiba dun sa mga local government units na siguro walang expertise na katulad ng meron kayo.
Alam niyo po ma'am, ang may pagmamalaki ko po, yung pong mga staff ko, pumasok lang po ako dyan after akong mag-mayor nung binrake ko yung term ni Roy Pero naka-in place na ho, talagang magagaling itong aking mga tao May mga puso ho talaga. Ako po'y sumuporta lamang. Pero talagang sila ho, nung po sinimulan with 20 learners, we started with only 1 SPED teachers. Tapos the rest, everybody wants to go pumasok sa local government Pagpapasok sa amin, ma'am, mag-apply kami trabaho. Walang opening doon na lang sa SPED. Kailangan mahaba pasensya nyo dyan. Tapos yung mga bata pong yan, kinapacitate na namin until nagkaroon na sila ng pagmamahal at puso sa aming pong mga sa aming mga estudyante. At yung iba ho doon, ma'am, doon ho namin tinulungan na mag-aral bilang teacher. So, bagamat meron po akong tulong, pero sa dulo po nito, ang brainchild ho nito si Congressman Roy Si Roy, talagang sinabi niyang dapat walang maiiwan. Maiiwan itong mga ito. Kung di tayo gagawa ng programa, naglagay kami ng tao. Ang mga tao namin may puso para sa mga bata. Tapos dyan na lang ho ako tumutok. Actually, habang busy ka nagtatrabaho bilang isang mayor, kung ang mga staff mo, siguro ang nag-motivate sa kanila ay yung thinking na meron kaming local chief executive na kung ano yung aming gustong i-carry out, may suporta kami in terms of financial at saka yung iba pang pag-set ng direction. Siguro po yun ang nag-motivate po sa kanila. Malaking bagay po yun.
Salamat po.
Alright, are there any follow-up questions po? Hearing none, thank you to our panel of judges. Now, let us have some questions naman from our audience. Let's start off with a question from Mr. Marlon Guerrero. Hopefully, all LGUs can replicate kahit sa small size of beneficiaries muna mag-start. Anong status po ng workers ninyo sa carer program? Are they trained, licensed, or professional by volunteer po?
Yung 47 employees po, ang plantilla position na po yung mga yan. Yung 47 po, 14 po ang plantilla position. Tapos yung iba po ay casual. Tapos ang local government po ang nag-motivate sa kanila para mag-undergo ng continuous training. Yung iba po yung nag-aaral na tumutulong ho kami sa pagbibigay po ng sa pagtutuition po nila. At ang higit sa lahat, continuous po ang capacity training kung saan may nag-o-offer sa amin at kami nag-outsource din ng sarili. Ginagrab ho namin lahat ng opportunity na yan.
Thank you, ma'am. So to manage the time, maybe we can request other participants to just type in their questions in the chat box and we will relay it to our presenter afterwards. Again, thank you very much po. Now, maybe we can proceed with the third presenter. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sorry. Now, let us proceed with the third presenter, the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Region 12, titled Gender and Development, or GAD, SEAL Certification Program. Let's view their presentation.
GAD SEAL Program for NGAs and LGUs of Region 12. The GAD SEAL program of Region 12 was conceptualized because of the absence of a tool dedicated to address the weak enforcement of GAD policies, reinforce existing efforts, catalyze innovations, and measure gender and development milestones has surfaced in one of the Argod C12 meetings. Argod C12 is an affiliate committee of the Regional Development Council that is mandated to facilitate the gender mainstreaming across the region. The Department of the Interior and Local Government 12, in its capacity as the Regional GAD Committee 12 chairperson, under the leadership of Director Josephine Cabrido Leisa CESO 3, envisioned to establish the Prime Regional Government Center 12 as a GAD zone, where national government agencies walk the talk, forge ahead, and establish moral ascendancy over local government units in complying with gender and development parameters, thereby intensifying GAD mainstreaming in Soxorgen. Argod C12's 52-member agencies passionately work on laying the foundations to bring GAD SEAL program by declaring the Prime Regional Government Center as GAD Zone. The GAD Zone is a secure perimeter where everyone is safe and services from various agencies located within the PRGC 12 are made available and accessible to all people from different walks of life, thereby supporting RA 11313 or the Safe Spaces Act, ensuring that this public space is safe and secure for everyone. In June 19, 2020, during the second quarter meeting of the Argod C12, the body discussed the need to increase the efforts to mainstream gender and development in the region, thus the inception of GAD SEAL certification. The seal is being conferred to NGAs and LGUs that met the eligibility criteria set by the Argod C12, which were carefully taken out from the issuance of RA 9710 or the Magna Carta of Women and other related laws valid for 3 years from the date of issuance. It includes the following indicators among others: utilization of the 5% GAD budget, functionality of GFPS, functionality of local protection for children, functionality of Committee on Decorum and Investigation, Grievance Committee or other similar bodies, GAD-related initiatives or GAD best practices, support to RA 11313, and the establishment of the breastfeeding and childminding station. This was first implemented in the regional offices in the PRGC. Upon several consultations, the Argod C12 cascaded the guidelines to cover the LGUs as well. The seeds sown by the GAD SEAL program have come a long way and now fruit-bearing in numerous offices across the region.
The seal symbolizes our strong intent and collective efforts to characterize our office. The DBM Regional Office 12 is a public organization that seeks to have both men and women participate, make decisions, and share benefits.
It clearly manifests that Region 12 is innovative and will continue to be our technical advisors in our pursuit of having a better service delivery to the people, especially to the empowerment of the sectoral groups in our community.
The GAD SEAL has ignited the interest of our university president along with the faculty and staff to ensure that our GAD plan and budget will address the gender issues of both the external and internal clients, especially the needs of our students.
To ensure the implementation of the SEAL, a Regional Assessment Committee or RAC under Argod C12 was created As of this date, there are a total of 32 entities conferred with GAD seal, 10 national government agencies out of 21 within PRGC 12, 4 other government instrumentalities outside the PRGC 12, 1 higher education institution, 3 out of 4 provincial government in Region 12, and 14 LGUs out of 49 region-wide. With its success in Region 12, the DILG Central Office Bureau of Local Government Development adopted and cascaded the GAD seal certification to all DILG regional offices through MC 2023-070 or the GAD seal certification program for DILG. It was successfully launched last March 22, 2023 in General Santos City, attended by DILG top executives in all regional offices. The 16 DILG regional offices were validated from August to September 2023. It is expected that by 2024, the program will subsequently be rolled out to cover all DILG provincial offices and local government units nationwide. By increasing awareness on GAD and JEDC of NGA executives and DILG leaders, we have noted the gradual progression to eliminate and end all discrimination against all harmful practices in every office nationwide, contributing significantly to the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal number 5 or gender equality, Sustainable Development Goal number 10, reduce inequalities, and Ambisyon Natin 2040. As a pioneering office of the GAD seal, we take humble strides in holding series of 10 benchmarking activities to various agencies or institutions from other regions. We are glad and proud to be awaiting for some of them to be conferred with the seal this coming December 2023. During the 2023 GAD Summit hosted by PCW, DILG DOSE received the Alagad ng Pagkilala for institutionalizing the GAD seal certification program for championing women's empowerment and gender equality. Regional Development Council 12 awarded the plaque of commendation to the committee for the outstanding accomplishments headed by the Argosy Chairperson Director Leysa on June 21, 2023. The Argosy 12 also passed Resolution Number 7 Series of 2023 approving the Pasahan ng Kaalaman, a Big Brother, Small Brother concept. This is a mechanism where an institution, NGA or LGU, that was conferred with the GAD seal shall assist an institution that wishes to be conferred with the seal. The DILG-12 allocated budgetary requirements in its annual operations plan and budget year after year. The GAD seal program also ensures that LGUs and NGA's GAD financial accomplishments are not merely results of fund attribution, but that separate public funds are purposefully allocated and spent for GAD policies, programs, projects, and activities. The department, as the chair of Argosy 12, also maintains close collaboration with the members of the regional GAD resource pool to ensure up-to-date knowledge on GAD and promote the value of knowledge sharing. This program is well positioned for a successful future in promoting gender equality in a persistent call for a GAD Zone Region 12 and tomorrow a GAD Zone Philippines.
Please give them a virtual round of applause.
To further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Department of the Interior and Local Government Region 12, LGO 5, Ms. Mary Yulen Abdila, and Information Officer Designate Mr. Ryan Alair for the question and answer. May we kindly remind our esteemed finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for the question and answer portions. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Now, let us have the questions from our esteemed panel of judges. Let's start off with Mr. Tan.
Good morning. Ay, hindi ko nakikita yung mukha nila. Wala pa. Are they there?
Ma'am,
Yes.
Kindly open the camera. Miss Mary Yulen Abdila and Mr. Ryan Alair, kindly open up. Thank you very much po.
May we ask the personnel from the representative from the DILG? to open their camera so that we can post them online.
Maybe there's a very quick, very minor technical issues. Or maybe, can you raise your hand, ma'am? Is it all right from our technical team?
Okay,
All
all
right,
right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can I ask a question now? Pwede na ba?
Are we audible, sir? Sir Ryan Alair?
Sir, you are unmute.
Morning po.
Okay,
Sorry,
thank you.
nakaka-lumindol po kasi. Morning po. Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed panel of judges, good morning in behalf of our Regional Director, Ma'am Josephine Gabrido Leizaseso III, and our Assistant Regional Director, ARD Lailin A. Ortiz. Thank you po for the Development Academy of the Philippines for recognizing our innovation for this year.
Okay, I'd like to ask the first question. Mukhang lumindol yan, naka-helmet kayo, ah. Anyway, my first question is this. I noted that in your paper you wrote that 7 out of 21 NGAs are already certified for God. 14 out of 53 LGUs similarly have already had that seal of God in your area. So roughly 1/3, di ba? Sabi ko, how fast has that happened in the past few years? How 1/3 of your LGUs were able to get that seal? Kano katagal nyo pinaghirapan yon? When did it start? Two years ago, 3 years ago, ano ba yan?
Hello po, good morning. So the God Seal certification program was, the inception was in 2019. Our regional director, parang naisip niya that because the DILG is mandated to supervise local government units and we expect a certain degree of performance from our LGUs, insofar as God mainstreaming is concerned, parang kailangan po namin mag-step up para kami din mismo as DILG and as national government agencies would be able to establish a moral ascendancy over our LGUs because kami po mismo we champion and we practice gender mainstreaming sa aming organization. So that was in 2019. So because there was a pandemic, 2021 po siya formally na-adapt po ng Regional GAD Council 12, and then from then on in 2022 and 2022 and 2023, yun na po yung mga pioneering agencies and LGUs na nabigyan po namin ng God Seals.
So kailan nangyari yung first seal? Nakatanggap yung LGUs?
2022.
So in just 1 year, nakuha nyo itong 40 na LGUs. Magkaroon ng seal, tama ba?
Yes po, sir, because during the implementation of the GAD seal, we also called for application because some of our NGAs and LGUs are already practicing these certain practices as we have noted.
Kasi mandated yan, di ba? Mandated sa all na dapat 5% ng budget nyo for God-related things, etc.
Among the mandates of the Magna Carta.
Yes, so right now, parang 1/3 pa lang ng LGUs. When do you expect to get, say, near to 80-90% or 100% na lahat ng LGUs ninyo?
As per our GAD agenda, kasi as of now, the GAD seal program is, insofar as LGUs are concerned, dito po sa Region 12, we envision that by 2024 to 2025, we will be able to provide GAD seal to all of our LGUs.
100%?
Yes, boss.
Okay. Could you elaborate what is the main concern sa God in your area in Region 12? Ano yung gap? Is it for children? Is it for other genders? Ano ba siya? Women? Ano pinakamalaking concern or challenge niyo that you'd like to address in God? Sa dami ng pwedeng address.
Actually, because God as parang one of our concerns, overarching kasi po siya, and
Ang gusto ko top ni Juan. Gusto yung ano yung top, say, two top God concerns ng
right
Region
now
12.
we have noted from the data of the DOH that Region 12 is parang number 1 in terms of teenage pregnancy. So that's one of the main concerns of region right now. So isa po yun sa mga gusto namin i-address because God is overarching. And syempre, we want to forward gender equality and opportunity for our people here in South Surgeon.
Okay. So that's one, the teenage pregnancy. Do you have a second one?
In the inception po kasi ng God Seal program, we took notice that parang wala po talaga siyang tool, no, to parang push our NGAs and LGUs and recognize yung mga existing efforts to reinforce kung ano yung mga weak areas in the implementation, to ensure the documentation of compliance insofar as mandates of Magna Carta women is concerned. So parang another thing is yung 5% na requirement for the fund, no, to be devoted to God PPAs or projects, programs, and activities. And syempre, as the ILG, we've been calling for our LGUs to be able to parang comply with these requirements. So parang gusto namin, support namin kasi mag-build ng moral ascendancy, especially that we require these as indicators in the seal of good local governance.
Thank you, Ryan. So I'd like to catch it all, but I'd like to ask you now, anong ginagawa niyo for God in Region 12 that you'd like to highlight that ito gayahin kami sa Region 12? So, you're right now, 1/3 pa lang kayo, but did you do something good or outstanding that you'd like to tell the other regions or other, hey, this is what you should do. This process, this practice, it will help you achieve your God mandate in a better, faster way.
So far as our sa amin sa DILG, isa sa mga few of our activities, for example, we have a child minding station, breastfeeding station within our office, and then we also conduct academia sa 12. We provide forum about gender issues, and we invite our partner agencies as well to discuss important issues and topics about gender equality and gender mainstreaming. So isa po yun sa mga best practices namin sa DILG 12 na gusto din po namin ma-champion po. And we also do God leveling sessions with our
So are you doing better than other regions? Kaya itong, kasi you said breastfeeding area, di ba ginagawa naman lahat karamihan lahat ginagawa naman. Are you doing it in a better way that, hey, ito mas effective, ito in Region 12, but gayahin nyo the way we're doing it is better than how you're doing it. Kasi ito yung best practice, kundi ordinary practice lang siya. What we'd like to highlight is what are you doing a lot better, more innovative, or more effectively than other regions?
In Region 12, we have one regional strategy po kasi. So that para siyang localization ng whole of nation approach, wherein our partner agencies closely
Parang more integrated kayo.
Yes po, through the RGAD C12 and the RDC. So yun po yung amin isa sa best practices dito sa Region 12. We cannot say for sure that other regions are not doing their best as well. But by introducing the God Seal program, parang we provide a particular tool, no, para magamit din nila to ensure that their organization, NGAs, and as well as LGUs, ma-check natin po kung compliant po sila, ma-document natin yung best practices, and ma-encourage po natin yung innovations tailor-fitted po sa kanilang specific and respective needs po sa kanilang jurisdictions.
So I'll give the floor to my other judges.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ted. And now we're moving on to Senior Vice President Mendoza.
Okay, good morning. Sana tapos na yung earthquake dyan kasi sorry natapat sa Q&A portion yung incident doon sa area. Yeah, alam ko na marami talagang advocacies na ginagawa yung mga agencies ng government, and ngayon DILG pala ay nasa forefront na ng God mainstreaming. Ang unang tanong ko is that, di ba meron seal of good local governance yung DILG? And isa sa tina-target natin na magkaroon ng God seal ay mga local government units. Anong relationship nung God seal nyo with the SGLG? And then yung napansin ko din dito kasi you are also doing the God seal program for the national agencies, no? Yung related na tanong ko doon is that yun na ba ay ano na ba yun? Function na ba yun? Bagong function ba yun ng DILG or extension lang ng program nyo na kung interested makover yung mga national government agencies, they can also go for the God seal program?
Thank you po. As regards the first question, sa SGLG po kasi we have many dimensions na chine-check po natin na criteria na compliance ng LGUs, no? And the different mandates na kailangan po nila i-comply. If we zero into the GAD concerns, no? If we talk about SGLG, medyo limited po kasi yung criteria doon. Unlike po dito and hindi po siya purposively for GAD talaga. Unlike dito sa ating GAD seal program, it is purposively to ensure that the policies are being complied with, yung mga mandatory requirements na doon, and then yung policies and the structure dapat nasa organization. So hindi po siya salungat sa SGLG, but it is complementary and it puts forward more than the criteria set in the Seal of Good Local Governance. So medyo mas comprehensive po ang GAD seal program. Insofar as other NGAs are concerned naman po, kasi dito sa Region 12, we have close coordination with our partner agencies. No? We are located in a single compound. And we have this one regional strategy. When the GAD seal program was, during the inception of the GAD seal program, originally ito po talaga ay para sa mga NGAs within the PRGC, because we want to first establish a GAD zone. Number two, establish moral ascendancy over our local government units, set example that NGAs within the PRGC are themselves compliant. But because maganda po itong program, the PCW and even the DILG Central Office took notice of the GAD seal program. That's why meron po kaming DILG Central Office Memorandum Circular na masasubject po lahat ng regional offices ng DILG. And later on in 2024, all provincial offices, field offices, and local government units po. So hindi po siya extension ng program, but it is parang for the love of God and gender equality and putting forward gender inequality, lahat po ng mga national government agencies within the PRGC, some of them naging pioneer awardees po. And also we have this pasahan ng kaalaman wherein some of the NGAs na hindi pa po conferred ng seal, we partnered them with the NGAs were already conferred with the seal so that they can coach, and eventually everyone in PRGC 12 would be GAD seal awardee.
Yeah, meron akong follow-up question doon kasi so i-adapt na tong GAD seal ng DILG, no? So sabi mo including the national government agencies. So halimbawa yung certification kasi magkakaroon ka ng seal at the time na ginawa ka ng assessment. Tinitingnan ko yung sustainability or effectiveness niya in ensuring na gagawin naman talaga nila yung dapat. Kasi one time yung seal, pwedeng the following year, kasi meron na silang seal, ay hindi naman sila compliant na, no? So, may feature ba yung certification program ninyo kung saan ma-ensure na magiging effective talaga to, at meron bang feature yung system ninyo such that parang may effectivity lang yung seal kasi after some time kailangan binabalikan yon or titingnan? And kadugtong doon, kasi kung massive na yung certification program na to sa GAD, naglaan ba ng pondo ang... Oo. Yan. Naglaan ba ng pondo ang DILG para sa rollout ng GAD Seal program?
Thank you po, ma'am, for the questions. Insofar as the ensuring the sustainability of compliance of the ILG, of GAD Seal awardees. Yung GAD Seal itself po, meron po siyang effectivity na 3 years. So every 3 years, if they wish to we monitor them if they wish to be conferred with another 3-year term na GAD Seal, meron pong revalidation po, re-evaluation ng kanilang compliance sa mga criteria na nandun sa ating GAD Seal. So even the GAD Seal itself po, it is a living tool because we need to as well at some point level up or look for other ways to improve our criteria para maging responsive siya sa talagang needs ng ating society insofar as GAD is concerned. Pangalawa, dun po sa fund naman po, for our dito po sa amin sa DILG regional office, meron kaming fund allocation for that in fact in 2023 kung 5% lang po yung mandated ng GAD fund, kami po sa DILG, we are at 9.86% of our GAA is devoted for gender and development activity. Ang sa naman po, so far as the central office rollout, kasi na-rollout na po siya yung GAD Seal program, meron din po siyang kaakibat na fund allocation for the purpose of allocating for the purpose of conducting yung assessment po sa regional offices and kasali na din po dun yung rollout etc. dun po sa ating sustainability po.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Assistant Secretary Magsino.
Hi, good morning. Gulat ako si Director Ahmad ng DBM was giving you kailan naging under ng DILG si Ahmad?
Isa po siya sa mga talagang staunch partner po namin dito sa DILG 12, DILG Ahmad.
That's okay. No, the question here is this. Okay. Okay, you said that the DILG Central Office already took notice of it, and I don't know if I got it right. Is this program going to be adopted by the central office to be applied to all the regional offices? Or will you continue running this as if it were still your project?
Hindi na po. The Bureau of Local Government Development through the Memorandum Circular 2023-070, they will be the ones to implement. In fact, but we provide din po assistance to the BLGD as the pioneering region. And so far as
sustainability is concerned, it will now be a different body doing this for you.
Yes, it
So
will be
the next question is this, this is a new function that the DILG is actually doing. Is it supposed to be DILG doing this or should be PwC?
This is a part of our innovation, although we work closely with PCW. Innovation siya ng DILG as well. And as of now, na-replicate na po siya ng central office to be cascaded to all other regional offices. So it is also recognized and awarded by the PCW. So eventually, titingnan natin yung dynamics.
So they're happy that you're doing their job.
We are helping as much as we can po to champion gender and development.
Sure. Okay. Now, just a short siguro explanation. You mentioned in your last slide that you're moving that the allocation of the budget for gender activities be shifted from attribution to actual allocation. What do you mean by this?
Because the statutory requirement for the GAD fund for
5%.
for example, for LGU PPAs or projects or programs and activities, would be 5%. So some of what actually happens is parang yung mga ibang activities, they just attribute it, or ibang projects, they attribute is pwede ito, is the gender and development project. But we are campaigning that they will set aside specific funds na talaga.
Okay, for clarity purposes, what does the law require?
The law requires po na we set aside 5% of our budget for gender and development activities.
Actual allocation or attribution?
For now po, we allow naman po attribution.
It's okay, so it's just an advocacy on your part.
Yeah,
Okay.
talagang yun ang champion that it should be purposive allocation.
So can you give me an example of an activity that's exclusively for God?
Say for example, we have organizing activities, war rooms, purposively for God, breastfeeding stations, and then child minding stations, yung mga programs for that will answer gender equality, such as Women's Month celebration, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And ensuring that PPAs or the projects would be gender sensitive.
Okay. Which encompasses everything.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you to our panel of judges. Now, let us have some questions from our audience. Let's start off with a question from, it's from Zoom, Sir Eugene, to DILG Region 12. May kaugnayan po ba yung move ng DILG Region 12 bilang support nila sa Philippine Commission on Women na inilipat sa DILG?
Pwede po ma-repeat.
Okay. From Sir Eugene from Zoom to DILG Region 12, may kaugnayan po ba yung move ng DILG Region 12 bilang support nila sa Philippine Commission on Women na inilipat sa DILG?
If the question pertains to parang function po na transfer sa DILG, diba? Kasi dito po sa Region 12, for the second term na po ng aming agency as the regional GAD chairperson, our GAD C12 chairperson. So isa po to sa mga innovations na gustong i-forward po ng aming office, no, as the RGAD C12 chair. So not necessarily parang may na-move na function from the PCW to DILG, but this is an innovation, and we're also working closely with PCW, partner po namin sila dito, especially in providing us guidance and parang continue the knowledge and information about gender and development.
Good morning po. Yung tayo may interact po as yung study naman.
Yes po. We believe that you're on mute po.
Okay po. So we have our Assistant Regional Director, Lailene Liberties, para meron din po siyang gustong idagdag.
Good morning, ma'am. Is she in our Zoom room? Maybe we can request Assistant Regional Director Ortiza to open her camera as well.
I'm requesting for unmute na nandun po si ARD.
Si RD.
Pwede kaya?
Will it be
Good morning
possible?
po. Once again po, ma'am, and sirs, please allow us to acknowledge our regional director and assistant regional director. They are also with us via Zoom. RD Josephine Cabrido Leysa and also ARD Lailin Ortiz.
Good morning.
May we request po for their microphones to be unmuted, if we may po.
Would it be all right then po? So it will be easier for our team kindly raise the hand. So it will be easier to identify from our end. To our regional director and assistant regional directors. Our technical team is looking for you po. And yeah.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you very much and good morning po. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity also to present our best practice. This is a part of our regional strategy in addressing the issues and concerns of our national government agencies and LGUs insofar as gender and development is concerned. I just would want to complement or add on, supplement the answer of Mr. Ryan pertaining to our function, additional function as ARGAD C12 chairperson. Despite the fact that this is not really a mandate from the office to be the chair of the ARGAD C12, but fortunately, the ARGAD C12, which is an affiliate committee of the RDC12, has unanimously chosen our dear director to be the chairperson of this committee. Henceforth, her mandate to us was, I can still remember very vividly, that sabi niya, when we become chair of this committee, be sure that we will make a difference. And this is it. Although this is an additional function to us, but we wholeheartedly accepted the challenge. And with the support of our partner agencies, we were able to consider yung deserving LGUs and NGAs to be part of the awardees po.
Okay, thank you very much, Assistant Regional Director Ortiz. We sincerely hope everyone is safe. Thank you, DILG, for confirming that we will keep going with the session despite the earthquake in the area. Thank you to our panel of judges as well. Those were our initial three presenters for GBPR 2023. We will now take a lunch break before we resume with the presentation of more government best practices. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and see you at 1 p.m.
We are now faced with a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. This is the era of disruptive changes, information overload, and lightning-paced developments. This is the age of innovation. Because of these rapid changes in the globe, the needs of the people changed as well. New mindsets were formed as accessibility and online transactions become integral parts of daily lives. Having different platforms of commerce and communication, people have radically shifted to digitization and virtual activities. This radical trend has resulted to an inertia in national development and a widened gap with the government and the general public. Coupled with the diminishing public trust, today's leaders are faced with the greater challenge of bringing the government closer to the people. Innovation is the only way forward. More than just giving what the citizens need, the government should give what the people deserve. Thus, the birth of the Public Sector Productivity Innovation Laboratory has become imperative to equip the public servants with innovative skills as they become part of future-fit organizations. Along with integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency, Innovation Laboratory adds a key ingredient in fortifying the pillars of good governance. a new culture of innovation.
Hello, my name is Ino, and this is the PSP Innovation Laboratory in the Philippines. One of the country's efforts in preparing the nation through innovation programs in the public sector. We gather small cross-functional teams to collaborate, discuss, and develop new technologies, products, solutions, or programs. We unleash the skill to adapt experimental and innovative methods as the different agencies tackle social, political, and organizational issues. Our main objectives are to enhance citizen satisfaction, improve government efficiency, and strengthen public sector innovation. InnoLab is a venue for knowledge sharing, creative thinking, and discovery of cutting-edge techniques to address public sector productivity. Our role is to create a culture of innovation among public organizations with the ultimate goal of creating a pool of innovators engaging in interagency and sectoral collaborations. InnoLab will be the catalyst of national development through innovation, a venue to stimulate out-of-the-box thinking and the moving force of implementation and scale-up. Innovation Laboratory follows a citizen-centered approach in coming up with innovation initiatives. We call it the co-creation innovation process. Let me show you how this works. Co-creation is really not hard to do. All you need is a group of people gathering together towards a specific objective. Starting with identifying roles and objectives, the innovation challenge was framed.
The decision point that we used was to choose an innovation that affects so many customers, and we should do everything to make them comfortable, of less cost on their part, fast and most efficient service.
Empathy is a tool that will allow you to go deeper inside the system. Empathy will lead you to frame up an innovation. It will lead you to gather insights and information. And it will also lead you to plan how to implement the solutions that you have in mind.
The data gathering process is a complicated phase. Digging deeper does not only allow you to understand the problem, but also makes you understand the pains and gains of the stakeholders.
Getting into the data gathering, tapos yung talagang as in naka-immerse ka doon kahit man lang a few hours na nandoon kami sa branch, we're able to see kung ano yung mga dapat na i-improve on our own, yung kung ano yung mga dapat na hinihingi ng members. So we're looking at it at the members' perspective.
The birth of an innovative idea comes from the identification of alternative solutions through creativity tools and techniques where wild and crazy ideas are encouraged.
Creative thinking actually allowed us to look into ways that rather we would not be able to do in a normal thinking process. We were able to use wild ideas, take inspiration from them, and apply it in our situation that we wouldn't even think would be applicable.
Innovation does not stop in the mind. Prototyping is where an innovative idea is being brought to life.
I think prototyping is very important, especially in product development or in innovation. The prototyping is the best sample to show our stakeholders that we do understand what they express to us, that they convey to us. And as a response, we made these prototypes.
This is just the start, okay? What happens next will depend on you. And implementation is really key in any innovation efforts.
We are lucky enough that we have the public sector productivity to make it happen, to make this possible, because they are provided us with solutions to unlock this problem that our members, our stakeholders are encountering.
At Innovation Laboratory, we aim for a sustainable future of innovation. We believe that the possibilities are endless and that progress is a continuous cycle of growth.
It really applies sa real life situation. We're in the office. We are really bound by time and pressure. So pinaka-memorable sa akin are those mga 5 minutes, 10 minutes na activities wherein you have to give your all of your effort. Those ideas with the collaboration, nagiging innovative siya, and it will actually help me. Skill kasi siya na parang mas nakatulong pa siya sa akin in the future na makakome up ako ng mga better ideas. So parang non-stop thinking and non-stop innovation.
I think it's very important because things are changing, specifically when it comes to the EODB law. Bootcamp makes government employees realize the value of innovation and how to make things easier for their clients.
The drive for innovation in the government will prepare our nation as we leap towards the future under a sound governance and future-fit leadership. Join us as we spread the culture of innovation. There is no other time but now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you had a good lunch break. We shall begin the program in a few minutes, and please make sure that you have registered your attendance. In the meantime, let us sit back and witness our country's commitment to national development through the productivity hymn. Really had a good lunch.
Yes, and I do hope so. I mean, we had a lot of things that we heard coming from different government
Mm-hmm.
agencies
Yeah.
that really resonated to our daily.
That is right, Renzo. So I really hope as well that our participants learned a lot from this morning session. And I hope that they are also ready for the more exciting presentations in this afternoon, because so far we had three presenters in the morning, and so this afternoon there will be another six. So yeah, so there is a total of nine participants or presenters for this day.
And we also would want to thank everyone for their enthusiastic participation in our discussions. And now, I think we are ready for our productivity hymn.
Hmm, okay. Alright, so maybe we
For
should,
the sake of time
yeah.
management, we are
Mhm.
going to skip the productivity hymn. And now, welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session of the GBPR 2023. We wish you had a great lunch and are eager to learn more about the best practice presentations lined up for this afternoon.
All right, Enzo. So to start off this afternoon's list, let us have the presentation from the Department of Social Welfare and Development Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program titled Regional Search for Model BIG or Biointensive Garden turned bigger or Biointensive Garden gearing to enhance resources. Let's watch their presentation.
The Department of Social Welfare and Development is the lead agency in the implementation of Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, which focuses on poverty reduction by investing in human capital, particularly on health, nutrition, and the education of 4P's children beneficiaries. The Regional Search for Model Biointensive Garden is a region-initiated activity that started in April 2017. Because of its success, it leveled up to bigger in 2020. Generally, it aims to decrease the incidence of malnutrition and ensure food security among household beneficiaries. The Social Welfare and Development Indicators tool is used by the 4Ps to gauge the level of well-being of household beneficiaries and to identify their specific needs for case management. In 2015, almost 197,000 household beneficiaries in Region 1 were administered with the SWIDI tool, of which the following results on health and nutrition were considered major areas of concern needing immediate attention. The search has been strategically conducted to attract participation of household beneficiaries in establishing backyard and communal gardens as a source of food for their own consumption and to improve nutrition while drawing external support from key partner stakeholders. Given the 2015 SWIDI results, the 4Ps Regional Program Management Office came up with the idea of innovating an activity that would address the gaps on health, nutrition, food security, and income augmentation. Hence, the conceptualization of the search for Model BIG. From 2017 to 2019, the search was found to be effective in increasing participation of LGUs, contributing to the decrease in malnutrition among 0 to 5 years old children beneficiaries. Ultimately, addressing malnutrition would lead to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal on zero hunger. Region 1 was the sole implementer of the search for Model BIG on a regional scale when it started in 2017. The search was implemented for 3 consecutive years, to which it gained popularity among partner implementers, even down to the barangay level. This was manifested by the growing number of LGUs participating in the said search. In 2019, the province of La Union marked the highest participation rate of LGUs at 85% of all its city and municipalities. Each entry was supported by the respective LGUs in the form of provision of raw materials, technical assistance, and financial support, most of which were supported with local ordinances and other written documents relative to the use of rocks. In 2020, the search for Model Big turned bigger per recommendation of the then Regional Director Marcelino Quimedes Castillo. According to him, the search had already proven its worth during its 3-year implementation. Thus, the search's evolution to bigger, including its elements and criteria for judging, to maximize its current potential after a series of brainstorming and meetings one after another. The search is considered unique since its inception because it fosters strong collaboration and partnership with the 4Ps household beneficiaries and LGUs, as well as creating linkages with line agencies and civil society organizations. The original version of the criteria for judging was based on the basic description of big in the context of the Department of Agriculture. It constantly evolved through the years based on the experiences and new learnings acquired during the provincial and regional validation activities spearheaded by the 4Ps Regional Program Management Office and consistently participated and supported by the DSWD Field Office 1, the 4Ps Provincial City Municipal Operations Offices, the Department of Agriculture, civil society organizations, local government units, and most especially the 4Ps household beneficiaries. COVID-19 did not curb the annual implementation of the search. Rather, it became more prominent as BIGs were called the survival gardens. It did not only supply food for 4Ps household beneficiaries, but also for non-4Ps through community pantries for free. To date, the search for Model Bigger is considered to be one of the major contributors in the lowering of malnutrition cases among 4Ps household beneficiaries, as reflected in the SWIDA results. The contributions of the search in addressing SWIDI gaps relative to health, nutrition, and food security is undeniable. The 2019 and 2021 SWIDI results showed significant improvement as compared to the baseline data in 2015.
Dati garden apo. Iti no ti kota dati feeding me iti unek ti daycare center. Iso apo ti pangalaan me ti ilaok me ijay sidat joy ubing. Kasi ado dagiti ubing amin apo nga hanangag kayat iti natnateng. Katap no masursurwan dagiti ubing iso nga ito'y kami met nga mga ala iti ipasidami kadagiti anaken apo mi apo. Kaasin apo Diyos medyo dagitay makunkuna idi nga malnourished na ininot apo nga naka sagpat da amin.
The search already received numerous awards from the DSWD Central Office and the DSWD Field Office 1. These are on top of the commendations received from partner stakeholders, National Program Management Office, and most especially the outcome to the lives of 4Ps household beneficiaries. Since 2017, LGs conducted a local version of the search among barangays within their locality, which served as their preparatory activity for the provincial search.
The greatest dream as the mother of our beloved town is to ensure food security, where everyone have access to quality, nutritious foods and to finally eradicate malnutrition. Today, we celebrate and champion the initiative and strong leadership of 4Ps headed by Ms. Lorna Ramiscal. I also would like to thank Mrs. Macrina Cadalinya, owner of this lot, for allowing our 4Ps to transform this property into what it is today. Together, we can make our dreams into reality. Congratulations, 4Ps of Arubayan ni Lili.
The search primarily contributes to the level of well-being of 4Ps household beneficiaries from survival to self-sufficient. As the region's longest-running activity for 7 consecutive years now, the need for next level of evolution and sustenance is deemed necessary. This year, the RPMO decided to elevate the search for Model Bigger to biggest, bio-intensive garden gearing to enhance and sustain transformation. Soon, the 4Ps Regional Advisory Council will issue a RAC resolution encouraging all LGUs and other concerned agencies to support the search in sustaining its implementation. The RAC resolution will also be endorsed to the Regional Social Development Committee for endorsement to the Regional Development Council 1. We are now harvesting the fruits of our labor. The human capital investment is already being translated to human capital development.
Let's give them a virtual round of applause.
To further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, Mr. Renel Raquepo, for the question and answer. We kindly remind again our esteemed finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for question and answer portions. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Let us have the questions coming from our esteemed panel of guests. Starting off with Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Congratulations to DSWD Region 1 for this initiative, the regional search for model big turned bigger. Siguro susunod turned biggest. Turned to be biggest. Anyway, sir, na-mention na medyo mahaba-haba na rin yung panahon na introduce. Around 20, tama po ba ako na around 2017 or so na introduce yung program at nasabi doon sa video kanina na ginamit nyo yung SWDI no indicators well in the beginning of the program. Meron ako nakita kaninang slide doon, pinapakita niya yung some of the results. Would it be possible for you, sir, paki-highlight sa amin, ano doon sa mga SWDI indicators ang nagamit ninyo at makakapagpatunay na naging yung performance doon sa mga areas na yon dahil dito sa programang Regional Search for Model Big and Bigger.
Sir Reniel, I think your mic is in mute. So please unmute your mic.
Isang mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. With regards po doon sa question po ng ating isa sa ating mga distinguished judge, ang particular na na variable po sa ating SWDI na sinasagot po ng ating search for biointensive garden gearing to enhance resources ay yung variable po on nutrition and number of meals na nakukuha po ng ating mga beneficiaries nung before 2015. Yan, so ito po yung naging trigger namin para mag-come up ng ganitong activity to attract participation po ng ating mga beneficiaries, and doon lang po kami muna nag-umpisa na gusto lang po naming i-gauge muna yung knowledge, yung level of knowledge ng ating mga beneficiaries when it comes to health, nutrition, and yung biointensive garden. And then dito na rin po namin ipinasok yung concept of mag-come up ng isang search na pang-attract, not necessarily dun lang sa mga beneficiaries, baka mayroon pa tayong mga mahugot dito na pwedeng mag-participate. Yun po.
Sir, so nung nag-umpisa po kayo, alam nyo yung datos tungkol dun sa nutrition status tsaka number of meals being received by yung mga kasama natin siguro to sa 4Ps, ano? Meron po ba tayong mapapakitang datos na sa ngayon dahil well in place na yung inyong regional search or itong project na to, nag-improve po ba o merong pagbabago po ba kayong nakita doon sa estado ng ating mga beneficiaries?
Hello po, good afternoon. May I respond po? I'm Rosalyn Descaliar, the Division Chief of 4Ps. Ma'am, in response to your question, we have presented a while ago the improvement on the status of our beneficiaries with regards to food intake and the number of meals per day relative to nutrition and health. And it can be shown from the statistics as presented that it has a significant increase from our baseline data in 2015. So comparing the 2019 and 2021 number of households relative to the indicators as presented earlier, there is a significant increase despite the pandemic.
Yan.
Sige po. Salamat doon. Yung related question ko po, narinig ba? Okay. Yung related question ko po is nabanggit din yung gulayan sa barangay. So gusto ko pong malaman, di ba yung gulayan sa barangay, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, programa to ng local government units or na through the sponsorship of the DILG. Ano po ang kaugnayan nung project ninyo doon sa gulayan sa barangay at paano talaga nagkakaroon ng partisipasyon no yung local government unit dito sa project na to. Nakakita din kasi ako ng similar project in another barangay. Ang observation namin doon is that yung may gulayan, nagtatanim sila, pero yung tinatanim nila for consumption dapat ng mga households ay mukhang hindi sapat para yung talagang nutritional status ng mga beneficiaries ay matugunan. Kasi yung tinatanim nila, yung mga ordinaryong mga gulay, pwede naman, masustansya naman, pero hindi kompleto. No? So, tinatanong ko kung paano ugnay yung programa nyo na to at saka siguro yung nire-require din ng ating, ewan ko kung National Nutrition Council ba yon, kung ano yung dapat meron ay iyon din ang parang isusupply natin or ipoprovide natin doon sa mga pamilya at mga bata na nangangailangan ng dagdag na nutrition.
Yes, ma'am. When we conceptualized, yes, sir, sorry. When we conceptualized the search for a model biointensive garden in close coordination with the Department of Agriculture, we considered the nutritional status of our children household beneficiaries. And in consideration to the result of the SWIDI, we gave consideration to what will give impact to malnutrition and the number of food poor household beneficiaries. So isa po sa ating criteria in the said search is the produce from the big and what will this impact to the children beneficiaries considered as malnourished children. So ito po yung isa talaga sa tinitingnan during the search kung ano ang na ibibigay ng mga tanim for the biointensive gardens, especially that we give due importance that it is purely organic. As mentioned po kanina, one of our observations then is that although meron tayong mga backyard gardens, it is not enough to supply the nutritional needs of the children. So we consider that and we included that in the criteria for identifying the model biointensive gardens.
Thank you po.
Okay, and moving on. Let's move on to Assistant Secretary Clarito Magsino for his questions.
Just a few clarificatory questions. Why is the project entitled Search For? What are you looking for?
Sir, it's not actually, we are not claiming that we own the biointensive garden concept because it's actually a concept of, as mentioned earlier by the first, our panel of judges, that it's from other agencies, the concept itself. But the search for the model biointensive garden focuses on the lobbying and advocating of the importance of good health and nutrition, environmental responsibility, community participation, convergence, all towards improving level of well-being through having a biointensive garden. That is why our
participants in the program are the 4 Ps beneficiaries.
household beneficiaries, yes po, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
In concept, the 4Ps beneficiaries is not a permanent engagement. So, kumbaga, there's a start and an end.
yes.
Okay. So your program only deals with the participants during their tenure as a 4Ps beneficiary.
Yes po. However,
Okay.
one of the objectives of this activity is even after they're staying in the program, the knowledge that they acquire from this, from the gardening, from the family development sessions, they will carry this even after their tenure in the program.
Okay, that's what I want to center on. Okay. You know, there's a Chinese proverb that says, and I know what you say, what it says, di ba? You give a person a fish, you feed him for a day. Okay. But you teach him how to fish, he will eat for a lifetime. Okay. Have you looked at how those who have graduated from the 4Ps, no, how they continued, no, to maintain what they have achieved while they were part of your program?
Yes,
Or
sir.
now that they're not part of the program, they'll have to look for a, I'm sure, no, they don't own the land where they plant. Okay. It's something that you provide them during the time that they are part of the program. So now that they're not part of the program, where do they plant? Okay. That's being very,
Sir, just a clarification, we do not provide the land. The land is part of the community and it's in partnership with the local government unit. They
while
lend
they
the
are
land.
part of the program.
No, sir, because they are part of the community and not because they are 4Ps beneficiaries.
Now I am confused. So how can you now distinguish between your project or your program, no, and the program of the community? I mean, with or without you, they'll do it.
Sir, we started it. We share the knowledge on how to start the garden and how to sustain the garden and how they can maintain the garden through the knowledge that we impart to them during family development session. So that's how we capacitate them to build on this partnership with the local government unit to have a sustainable biointensive garden even after their stay as beneficiaries of the program. So through the search for model biointensive garden, they can now start this activity.
Okay, so with this, you won't expect more 4Ps beneficiaries because now they are self-sufficient.
Yes, po, sir. That's exactly the objective of this activity.
Okay. The
So we
objective
don't
is not
want-
for you to have 4Ps beneficiaries
Yes,
in that
po.
community anymore.
Yes,
Okay.
po.
It's not
That's
very
our
clear
aim.
in your
Yes, po. That's our shared goal, I believe, that to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty, that it may be a dream, but we all dream that they will be no more poor in the future.
Okay, so that's a measure of your sustainability. They disappear after some time.
Yes, sir.
Now I am really confused. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ask Magsino. And now we move on to Mr. Raymond Tan.
I would like to segue from Sir Toto's on the limited means of financial to purchase food. Tama, no? Very dramatic kasi. I was talking to Toto. Totoo ba yung statistics na yan na tao ay food poor? Na food poor sila. At another 20, walang pera pambili ng pagkain. Tama ba?
Yes,
So,
sir.
yung pala 70% na yon. Noted do sa page 7 ng sinabit niyo that in 2015 SWDI report that said that found out that their statistics is identical across all regions. Nationwide to, parang ganon? These statistics,
Yes,
parang
sir.
ganon?
Sir,
Parang
it
unbelievable.
increased regional data.
Yeah. I was questioning my mind. Parang 60% ng mga tao nagugutom. more of 70% pala, up to 60%. Kulang sa pagkain. And drastically from there, from 2015, you showed the statistics in 2019, suddenly, less than 1% na lang. 0.2 tsaka 0.6 na lang yan. Parang halos 1% na lang nangyari. So from 72, nawala yung 69%, naging 1% na lang. That's very, very dramatic. May ginawa kayong, kasi your claim that you did something radical and breakthrough dun sa chinek ninyo. Or mali yung unang starting point. Hindi ako maniwala kasi na 70% ng tao nagugutom eh. Kasi alam ko, based sa statistics na pinapakita sa PSA, tsaka roughly mga 1 out of 4 lang nagugutom na they would miss a meal in 1 quarter sa statistics. But you're saying that 70% is that. Totoo ba to? Starting point lang. Kasi then I would ask you, what did you do to, kung totoo talagang 70% na nagugutom, anong ginawa niyo para bumaba? Was this gardening program able to address that?
Sir,
Kung hindi,
37%.
partly, what part of that? Huh? 37 yung food poor, di ba? Yung second one mo, 23% is walang pera pambiling pagkain. So, gugutom din yun. So, i-add mo yun. 37 plus 23, 70%. 60%. Mali pala ako di 70, 60% pala. So 59% na solve ninyo. Ang laki nun. So what did you do? Anong contribution ng big program nun na naging bigger? Naging biggest?
Sir, clarification lang po. This is not a unique count, so we cannot add the food poor and the limited income to purchase food because this can refer to the same households.
So maximum 37 sabihin natin. So dramatic pa rin siya. From 37 naging 0.2 halos yung 36 point na-solve yung halos 95% ng problema. Anong ginawa ninyo? That you can attribute to your program that we say, hey, gayahin niyo yung Region 1. Alam ko, gusto niyo kumain ng gulay dyan kasi kilala mga Ilocano, sarap magluto ng pinakbit. Talagang part ng diet nilang gulay. So sabi ko, nagugutom ba yung mga Ilocano sa gulay? Ang sisipag nila magtanim eh. Hindi ko ma-imagine na walang malunggay doon eh. Di ba? Lahat ng backyard may malunggay.
Yes, sir. This can be attributed to the output of the search for model biointensive garden because based on our statistics, almost household beneficiaries have their own biointensive garden. Most of our parent groups have their own communal gardens, and most of our LGUs have already joined at least once to this search for model biointensive garden. So almost 80% of our local government units here in Region 1 already joined this search since 2017.
So, di mo alam ano contribution ng inyong big program towards this, the achievement. Ano na contribute sa 37 pababa? 5% ba yun? 20%? Kasi what you cannot measure, you cannot manage, you cannot claim, So, para masabing magandang ginawa namin, dapat may results.
It can be one of the reasons contributing to the lowering of the percentage of food poor, limited income to purchase food, and severely underweight 0 to 5 years old children. But in DSWD, in partnership with other national government agencies, we have several programs and services relative to improving health and nutrition. But we believe here in Region 1 that this can be attributed to the activity on the search for model big, since, as I have mentioned earlier, most of our local government units now acknowledge the importance of having biointensive gardens. And apart from this, now our children, the 4-piece children, and our 4-piece household beneficial households know the importance of having food readily available in their backyard.
Thank you.
Okay, now I think we have a follow-up question with Senior Vice President.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question kasi I'm just curious, what is the difference between an ordinary garden and a biointensive garden? And for example, you mentioned here may vegetable, may fruits, and some other items siguro. Ano example nung mga naitatanim sa biointensive garden that can really enhance yung nutrition?
I think Sir Reniel, you're muted. Yes, you may proceed.
Hello po, good afternoon po ulit. Okay, so regarding po doon sa tanong, what is the difference between an ordinary garden and the biointensive garden. Okay, so nung una po is hindi ko rin po siya totally makuha, pero habang ginagawa po namin ito, marami po kaming mga inputs na kukuha sa mga staff ng DA na kung saan ang definition po talaga ng biointensive garden is ang pagkakaroon po ng isang garden, not necessarily malaki, pero as long as yung mga crops po na nailalagay doon na halos kamukha rin po ng mga high value crops ay strategically na ilalagay po in between niya yung mga natural insect repellent na kung saan ay the more na parang pinupush niya na wag tayong gumamit ng mga synthetic na fertilizers and pesticides, pero yung mga natural insect repellents and pesticides lang po ang ginagamit natin, including po yung mga fertilizers. So mga organic po sila lahat. That is why mas masasabi po natin na kapag BIG yung pinag-uusapan is mas safe po siya to consume. Yun po.
Sir, anong example po ng naitanim sa biointensive garden?
Ayan. Ma'am, isa po sa mga common na nakikita namin kasi na-adapt na rin po ng ating mga beneficiaries na nagme-maintain ng kanilang garden yung for example yung pagtatanim po ng mga ang tawag nito, yung sa Ilocano is baranoy, yung lemongrass po, yan. So tinatanim po nila yan in between nung mga crops na madaling masira. So for example, talong, kamatis, mga ganyan, marigold, yun mga natural insect repellent po sila, mga sili, yan. Or yung okra mismo na hindi
Sir,
po
hindi
siya
po makakain ng bata yung sili tsaka yung lemongrass. Hindi
yung
kasi
mga ano
tinatanong
po,
ko lang
ma'am.
kasi sabi mo kasi pagpabuti ng nutritional status. Kaya
Yes,
po
ma'am.
interested ako. Kasi yung ibang gulayan na nakikita ko, nagtatanim naman sila repolyo,
Yes po.
yung pecha, yun nga. Kaya lang nga, so parang sa tingin sitaw, minsan kulang yun para sa
Yes po.
nutrition requirements talaga. So nakakabuti sa community gardening, tulong siguro sa pangangailangan ng mga ng mga pamilya, pero hindi sapat yung sustansya para dun sa talagang
Yes, ma'am.
nutritional requirements, no.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, actually po doon po sa mga tinatanim namin, kaya isa po sa mga criteria na binibigyan po namin ng diin talaga is yung paramihan po nung variety nung mga gulay na itinatanim, yung mga gulay na common po na naibibenta sa market.
Oo, inaantay ko sabihin nyo meron dong kalabasa.
Meron po, marami po nagtatanim ng kalabasa.
Pang pinakbit. Okay, thank you very much po, sir.
Thank you
Okay,
rin
I
po.
think that we have already exhausted our time for the question and answer. So now, let us have some questions from our audience. Let's start off with a question from the Zoom, from Miss Maria Lourdes Rafael of CIC, is asking DSWD R01, did the proponent make an initial survey to validate the statistics to establish the numbers of the area covered? Sir, I think you are muted.
Interest lang to go on the
Sir Reniel?
Ay,
Yes,
okay
there you go.
po. Bali po yung SWIDI po, yun po yung ginagamit namin na official tool to gauge po yung level of well-being ng aming mga beneficiaries sa 4Ps. Doon na rin po namin hinugot yung yung statistics na pinagbasehan po namin. So doon po kami nagbase ng aming baseline data ng aming health and nutrition. So yun din po yung same na tool na ginagamit namin to validate kung meron po bang pagbabago doon sa level of well-being na doon, particularly doon po sa health and nutrition na component po niya. So yun po yung main tool na ginagamit po namin sa 4Ps.
Okay po. At maraming salamat po sa ating finalists, participants, and our esteemed panel of judges. Following is a presentation from the Malabon City Government Monitoring, Evaluation, Accountability, and Learning Office, or MEAL, and City Social Welfare and Development Department, CSWDD, titled Malabon Ahon Blue Card, Revolutionizing Social and Financial Assistance. Let's view their presentation.
2022 tells a story of transformation for Malabueños. It is a remarkable time when the local government of Malabon and its people came together towards the success of a life-changing program geared towards sustainable development. The Malabon Ahon Blue Card was developed in the last quarter of 2022 and governed by 3 strategic pillars. First, to help reduce the population's economic insecurity. Second, to provide access to effective and efficient social benefits and services. And third, to achieve a transparent and responsible government structure. For the longest time, the Malabueños have been left waiting for essential assistance due to bureaucratic inefficiencies. Apart from bribery and corruption, we are also experiencing the adverse effects of uneven distribution of resources that contributed to the significant increase in social hierarchy. In its own innovative way of blanket distribution, the project targets to reach 94,000 heads of households. Given its citywide scope, the success of the MIBC is measured by the numbers and its impact in the community. The outcome is evident through increased productivity, fewer bureaucratic complaints, and significant service satisfaction of the beneficiaries. Since its implementation, the local government has enjoyed the benefits of cost saving, increased revenue, and better budget utilization rates.
A visionary leader that she is, wearing multiple hats as a city mayor, businesswoman, and an entrepreneur, Mayor Jeannie Sandoval increased it a notch in working double time for a better and brighter Malabon. Rooted in legal and programmatic frameworks to guarantee effectiveness, the MABC was offered with features designed for the digital era. It is aligned to national agenda and policies such as the Constitution's emphasis on health-related development to the e-government master plan's commitment to the digital unified state. While MABC's first phase is in full swing, it pursued a blanket or non-means-tested system inspired by the UN Declaration of Human Rights that focuses on comprehensive support. The comprehensive and expanded reach of the MABC required a tripartite partnership agreement from the government and financial industry to ensure transparency in management. Far different from the usual one-time support payouts that are less sustainable, the MABC conducts quarterly payouts that help households make informed financial decisions. Another game changer for the MABC is the mix of social protection assistance that it features, from food to healthcare, funeral services, and education. All this contribute to wise spending and effective resource management of the local government while investing in human capital. The unified cash card of the MABC gives a win-win situation for everyone with its enhanced data security and simplified identification. The built-in feedback mechanism puts the community in its center. It fosters people participation and leaves room for improvement to ensure the evolution of the program. With City Resolution number A160-2022, Mayor Jeannie negotiated and executed a Memorandum of Understanding that forged a partnership with the Development Bank of the Philippines and the USSC Money Services Incorporated. The MABC journey began with a citywide launch, the active involvement and collaboration of all local government departments with a united vision of a streamlined service delivery. The Office of the Administrator serves as program oversight. The City's Social Welfare and Development Department, on the other hand, ensures delivery of social services, while MISD provides data protection of the beneficiary profile. The MEAL Office is obligated to manage coordination with all relevant parties, both within and externally, and monitors and evaluates its implementation. The program has gained the support of the Department of the Interior and Local Government since its inception and promised support for its continuous success. The impact of the program has been remarkable since its implementation.
Ang Malabon Ahon Blue Card ay malaking bagay po na tulong para sa amin pong mga taga-barangay Potrero. Malaking kaginhawaan para po sa ating mga senior citizen na makakatanggap sila ng mga ayuda na pangdagdag para sa kanilang mga maintenance na gamot.
Malaking bagay para sa kanila ang mga tulong na nabibigay at nakukuha nila dito, especially ngayon na mataas ang mga presyo ng bilihin. Ito ay aming sinuportahan ng kasama ng aking mga konsehal dahil naniniwala kami na ito ay malaking maitutulong para sa ating mga kababayan para sa abot kamay na serbisyo para sa kanila.
Isa po ako sa beneficiaryo ng Malabon Ahon Blue Card at nakuha ko na po ang aking cash assistance. Gusto ko lang pong magpasalamat dahil malaking tulong po ito sa aking pamilya sa pang-araw-araw po naming buhay.
118% of the target households were registered, with an 18% surplus due to the overwhelming response. 64% of the registered beneficiaries have been validated, 50% have received their IDs, and 47% have already redeemed social service assistance amounting to 22.258 million pesos. The streamlined procurement procedures also saved 19.2 million. The local government is already on its track for Phase 2 implementation, guided by the best practices uncovered by the monitoring and evaluation activities of the MABC team, the Phase of Progress and Innovation. Phase 2 is dedicated to women-led households. This next phase includes a gender-focused approach within the program. It's an opportunity to make positive change and qualify for funding under the Gender and Diversity Grants. It will already have integrated livelihood options, public employment opportunities, and skills training with the goal of empowering Malabueña women by supplementing and generating more sustainable sources of income for their household. The MABC, with its scalability and adaptability features, can be carried out to lower-class LGUs through means-tested prioritization. The intended beneficiaries of the program may include individuals who are either solo parents or female heads of household.
In summary, Malabon Ahon Blue Card serves as a valuable instrument in the effort of raising the quality of life, promoting economic growth and development, and cultivating good governance in line with the local government's vision and mission.
Please give them a virtual round of applause.
To further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Malabon City Government Monitoring, Evaluation, Accountability, and Learning Office and City Social Welfare and Development Department, Overall Project Coordinator, Ms. Catherine J. Laracas, for the question and answer. We kindly remind our esteemed finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for the question and answer portions, and your cooperation is highly appreciated. Alright, so I think we're ready. Let us have the question from our esteemed panel of judges, starting off from Assistant Secretary Magsino. Good afternoon po.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? No. Yeah? You're okay. 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 No, I just want to look at the aspect of innovation. So, what was the problem that you faced, and why did you think of the card as your solution? Because from where I sit, there were already many initiatives before that has to do with a card. During the time of GMA, there was this UMID, which was supposed to replace all the multiple cards that we have for different government services. In 2018, there was another card that was introduced. That is the Philippine ID Systems Act of RA 11055, which again is one card that should integrate all services of government. Now, how different is the Ahon Blue Ahon card or Ahon Blue card to all these concepts of a card integrating services of government?
Yes, magandang hapon po sa ating mga members ng panel of our esteemed judges. And before sagutin ko po yung tanong at maaari din naman pong dagdagan ng aking mga kasamahan, nais ko rin pong congratulate ang DAP for organizing this activity and also the screening committee. Likewise, I'd like also to extend my greetings to our colleagues from the City of Malabon. It's my pleasure to introduce to you po ang aming City Administrator, Dr. Alexander Rosete, our OIC of the CSWDD, Ma'am Laurelie Soriano, and ang amin pong team leader ng monitoring and evaluation si Marion Habok. Ganun din po ang aming technical support si Marge Villiester at ako po si Cathy Laracas, no? Baling Tumata yung head ng meal at coordinator po ng project. Tama naman po kayo, sir, na marami na po talagang initiatives in the past that deals with developments of cards, no? But these are more likely on the national level. So what we did is to localize the adoption of this card through our Malabon Ahon Blue Card. For the innovation side, it's a radical innovation that cuts cost on not only on the procurement processes of the local government, no, which earned us about 19.2 million cost savings on the side ng Malabon po city government. At ito po ay, mas madalas po kasi ang mga cards ay nakatuon lamang sa isang aspeto. Let's say for example po, ayuda para sa mga senior citizen, for example. Yung Malabon Ahon Blue Card po deals with multifunctional features. It doesn't only talk about mga ayuda, but it also covers, when we say social protection programs, deals also with the health, also with education, and deals with funeral services and the likes po, no, in terms of accessing this kind of social services program. And that's second. Third, it's very people-centric. We have built-in monitoring and evaluation to ensure that we are able to measure through the profile of our beneficiary, the 94,000 households who are underserved and overserved in terms of the data system or the data that we collect through the Malabon Ahon Blue Card. And lastly, madalas po sa mga lokal na pamahalaan ay napagsasabihan tayo ng korupsyon, no, dahil sa hindi transparent ang ating sistema o hindi ganun ka-accountable. Through the Blue Card, we want to build more innovation at the local level by ensuring that we have built-in monitoring evaluation where people becomes the center of our initiatives because we listen to them. We collect feedbacks from them, either through social media or through our text MJS, where they can text and tell us about complaints, no, on our service delivery. And going back to the good governance, it has it provides transparency and accountability because we have the data collected on whoever receives the different social protection programs through the MABC card. You know, it reduces the bureaucratic process by streamlining the procurement process, the financial processes when we deliver services through the Blue Card. Thank you.
Just a very short description. How are you able to save money on procurement? Is this procurement of the city, of the government, or is it procurement of the person who has the card? What's the relationship between the card and procurement?
In relation to the procurement process po, when we roughly calculated when a local government bids, does its usual procurement procedure, we came up with an amount about 19.2 million savings, no, when we indulge ourselves into the Malabon Ahon Blue Card. How? It's because we have a tripartite agreement with the Development Bank of the Philippines and a financial institution, no, through the DBP, which forged a partnership that to veer away from the usual procurement process that entails long process, especially for the amount that entails in terms of providing ayuda or cash assistance to the beneficiaries, no, madugo at malaking panahon ang ginugugol natin sa paghahanap ng mga providers or suppliers sa mga serbisyong social services, no, na ginagawa po natin to provide to the beneficiaries. So sa pamamagitan po nito, through that agreement, we streamline the procurement process by directly dealing with the Development Bank of the Philippines, and the DBP is the one who sourced out the financial technology provider, also the merchant, in the case if we are providing grocery packs, for example, during our first tranche. And I think our city administrator would like to
So it
add
is
some
not
more.
a consequence of the issuance of the card. It is how you procured the card system itself. Okay.
Sir Alex, would you like to add po?
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you to our distinguished panel and to our colleagues in the government. I think the question can be better addressed on the administration side. We have witnessed what happened, sir, during the pandemic when there's no access, when all of us were limited by the restrictions, by the quarantine, and by the lockdowns, when we cannot even reach our target beneficiaries, for example, our residents here in Malabon. Although we are in the present, in the new administration, we thought of that experience during the pandemic. On the administration side, we always considered the supply chain management aspect of dealing with the distribution of assistance. For example, this time, in terms of ayuda, it could be goods like grocery, school supplies, first aid kit, drugs and medicines, and for example, recently, because of the rice price issues, perhaps distribution of half kavans of rice. But we now realize that there are challenges in the supply chain management of this. For example, we have to hire people to man our warehouses. We have to maintain warehouses to store, for example, for 94,000 households, if we will have to cover them. Of course, transportation is a big factor in supply chain, and the overall administration, just to make sure that the goods really reach the target beneficiaries, removing several layers that we also experienced in the pandemic. There were rather a lot of memes or a lot of criticisms received by government in terms of delivering the much needed assistance during the time. When whether there's a pandemic or not, the default should have been an efficient way of delivering the assistance to our residents. Aside for this reasons, this card system actually makes us execute what we call inclusiveness in our programs and projects, sir. So I think Kathy has mentioned about the savings cost, and it's actually just an estimate. But if you come to think of it, when we implement a certain cash assistance program or an ayuda system program, there will always be challenges to be faced, and those are what I have mentioned a while ago: the supply chain issues that still is being faced by the LGU. Okay, so with the blue card, I think we're able to, and we're trying to make that happen. Okay, removing the layers and streamlining the what we call the bureaucracy in terms of delivering this kind of services to our constituents. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask the next question?
All right, thank you, Assistant Secretary Magsino. Moving on to Mr. Raymond Tan for his question.
Clarification lang. So, I read from your write-up that yung ayuda binibigay nyo quarterly. Tama ba? Tama, no? Quarterly. Quarterly ang pagbibigay ng
Yes,
ayuda
sir.
sa Blue Card. Yes.
Yes po.
And roughly, total budget per year is around 22 million ba? Tama? 22?
94
Nagagastos niyo?
million, sir.
94. 94 per year ang budget niyo for ayuda. Hindi, 94,000 ang household niyo na beneficiaries. Tama? 94,000 ang households ninyo. Pero yung budget niyo pera 22 million, tama ba?
Yun pa lang yung nagastos.
Magkano ang budget niyo per year for this ayuda sa Blue Card?
Miss Kathy, your mic is on mute. Kindly unmute your
Yes po.
microphone, please.
For our first tranche po, we have an intended budget of around 94 million po. For 94,000 to cover the entire 94,000 households po.
For what year yun? 2023, 2022?
2022.
So you had a 94 million. 94,000 household, but magkano yung budget per?
For the
So 1
total,
million
yes po, if we're going to count po per quarter to cover the 94,000 households, we must have a budget of around 188 million po. If we're going to cover
you
4
save
quarters
19 million.
in a year.
So tama ma'am, so you saved 19 million do sa process because you went Blue Card and purchasing noon. Kaya roughly 10% ang savings niya. Hindi ba ganun?
That's per quarter po. That's per quarter savings. Because we
19 million
calculated the warehousing, the packaging, labeling.
So yung 19 million, one quarter lang yun?
Yes
One quarter lang yung 19 million savings?
Yes po.
Yeah, procurement savings. They mentioned 19.2 million savings.
For procuring it
Yes
through
po.
DBP.
Yes, and that's for goods, hindi yung system yata eh.
Yeah,
ba?
for goods
For
po.
Goods.
When we
Goods yan.
provide goods po, our cost-benefit analysis entails items for
save.
budgeting ng
Yes.
packaging and labeling, warehousing,
So
transportation,
you save
delivery
19
vehicle,
million
and manpower.
per
Yes,
quarter.
per
So kung
quarter
4
po.
quarters yan, you give it 4 quarters, you save almost 80 million. Tama ba?
Yes po. Yes po.
Times 4. 80 million. Out of a total budget of 180 kamo. So, ang laki na savings na yon. Because
po.
you're doing it more efficiently now. Opo, tama po ba? Sige.
Tama po,
Yun
sir.
lang. My first question is, I have two questions. So, clarification lang yun. So, you're giving it quarterly. No? So, if you, and I'm just concerned about the recipients na household. Para ka bang, pwede ba ang tanggap ko ng ayuda every 3 months lang? Paano na in between? Kasi yung mga workers, hirap na sa quincenas eh. They're looking forward. Lalo na ito mahihirap kasi hand to mouth sila and if they need the ayuda, paano na to? 3 months to go pa bago ko makukuha yung ayuda. How do you address that in the meantime?
Yung Blue Card Social Protection Programs po kasi, in terms of targeting and coverage, we do not limit the targeting or coverage of the program, even if a person is a recipient of senior pension, you are a 4-piece beneficiary, it's not part of our requirement po.
Alam ko limited yung time. I'm just clarifying kasi you said that you give the ayuda once a quarter. So kung ako recipient, so I can only receive it once a quarter. Siyempre, mga pag dumating, gagastusin ka lahat eh. Hindi nila maiipon yan. So, paano na? First week lang meron ako, tapos gutom na naman ako. I'm just clarifying, how does it work? Because you only give the assistance once every 3 months. And ang need nila is day-to-day mga ayuda. The people who need it, the 4-piece, whatever. So can you just enlighten us on that? I'm trying to match your quarterly giving it out compared to the actual need na dapat day-to-day o week-to-week man lang.
Sir,
Pag binigla mo, maubos yun. Baka ipang weteng o ipang higher.
So, Sir Lex, I think you have raised your hand, so you may please.
Hello, sir.
answer.
Good afternoon. I think that's the problem of the entire government to supply really the much needed assistance to our residents. We acknowledge the limitations, sir, that we can only give as of now every quarter, once every quarter, as you have stated. Although I think Cathy is trying to explain a while ago that there are other services of the local government that do not stop while there is a grant
So part
through.
lang kayo tumutulong. So baka tumutulong DSWD, tumutulong ibang mga ganun ba? Kaya ito yung part ng LGU ng Malabon para tumulong doon.
In a way, saying, sir, we can say that way, but also the local government has its own system of helping our residents. For example, through our hospital, so there's always
Yes.
intervention.
Pero kasama ba
coming
sa
from
Blue
the
Card
other
yun?
sector.
Kasama yung hospital sa Blue Card?
For now, sir, we're looking at drugs and medicine.
So hindi pa?
Hindi pa po siya, although
Okay, so,
this is part of the
sige.
program for what we call the 24/7 pharmacy, because they can go anytime to a
Get their medicines
retailer
online.
of drugs and medicines.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So last question lang. So you mentioned na out of 94,000, mas marami ang nag-enroll, di ba? You're now at 118%. So may extra 18%. And since you're highlighting ito monitoring accountability and you have this card, theoretically, dapat very, very strict ito kasi alam natin, dati sa 4Ps, ang dami na pad na mga pangalan, yung double recipients, lumilipat ng barangay para makakuha sa kabila din. So, is your card able to track this? Or, kasi I'm sure meron kayong master list. Suddenly, you have an 18% above your master list. So, what came to my mind, baka naman ito yung mga nangangapit by from other LGUs na sumasama sa'yo o nagpapapad na nagpapadoble-doble.
Yes po.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the 18%
Go ahead,
parang...
Cathy.
Yeah, there's a 3-step process po to ensure yung nag-enroll po sa program ay mga legitimate na taga Malabon.
So yung extra 18% legitimate
Yes
sabi niyo.
po.
So
Kasi
yung
may mga
list nyo
iba
dati
po
was parang hindi siya updated, kulang pa siya ng 18%. That's what you're saying lang. Yung unang list nyo, 100, ang 94, nadagdagan. So ngayon legitimate ito. Yun lang yun. Tama?
Yung 18% po, tinitingnan natin kung talagang legitimate sila. Kasi may mga iba po na nag-enroll pero of the same household sila.
So hindi pa
our
necessarily
system,
legitimate yun.
yes po. So
Kasi
our
binanggit mo
system is
18%
able to...
enrolled na sila, di ba? Enrolled na sila.
18% surplus po in registration. But we have a
registration.
confirmation stage before the
Okay.
release
So hindi pa
of the cash
nako-confirm.
card. Yes
So baka
po.
bumaba ulit to 100% yun.
Yes po.
Okay,
Tama
thank
po.
you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Moving on, let us have our question from Senior Vice President Mendoza.
Yep. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Una ko lang gustong i-clarify, yung blue card ay doon sa tinatawag nyong target household heads. So, ang ibig sabihin po ba nito ay isang blue card ang isang household or may blue card yung bawat miyembro ng household or yung parang mga taga Malabon, yung mga residente? Paano po ba nag-operate yun?
Yes po. Pag sinabi po nating household, bawat isang household po, isang card lang po yung ay re-release po sa kanila.
So by household. So hindi pa ito yung parang card na bawat isang tawag dito, residente ng taga Malabon ay magkakaroon ng card.
Hindi po. Bawat isang
Okay.
household
So,
po ay may isang card lamang.
okay. So ang tanong ko is di po ba meron na tayong PhilSys at meron din pong parang listahan ang DSWD. Meron din pong listahan yung other agencies ng government. So, ano po ang nakikita nyo sa mga susunod na panahon para magkausap-usap yung mga listahan na yon? Kasi yung problema ho natin, sabi nyo nga meron kayong confirmation process, pero parang sa mas mataas na level nating titingnan, malaki yung posibilidad na nadodoble, no, yung mga benepisyo na binibigay natin doon sa mga supposed to be registered na households at malaki din yung posibilidad na yung mga hindi nag-register at meron pong mga ganyan talagang instances or hindi na isama sa programa ay hindi nakakakuha ng kahit na anong benepisyo para sa kanilang pamilya kahit ito ay galing sa local or national government agencies.
Bago po tayo ma'am nagsagawa ng registration as our step 1, ay kumuha muna po tayo ng baseline information through secondary data at kinonsider po natin yung listahan na nagmula sa COVID ayuda program nila ng barangay na inattest po ng kanilang mga barangay kapitan. Kinuha rin po natin ang listahan na nanggaling po sa ating Philippine Statistics Office as to the number of households na meron po sa Malabon. Gayon din po yung isa pang lista mula sa COMELEC, yung mga bumoboto po na mga residente talaga ng city ng Malabon. So all of this sample source of lists were considered by the project prior to opening our registration platform online. At katulad nga po ng sinabi namin kanina, para maiwasan na magkaroon ng doble-doble sa isang pamilya dahil may 18% surplus po kami as of to date, in terms of registration, may validation process po tayo. At kasama po natin dito yung ating partner na financial technology experts, to do the cleansing, pagdating sa face-to-face, kasi dito nagbabiometrics na po sila bilang mga beneficiaries, and we take photos of them to ensure na wala pong duplication sa bawat household, na for example mag-asawa, may nahuhuli po kami mag-asawa naka-enroll, pati yung mga panganay na anak naka-enroll. So automatic po itong hindi natin pinoproceed sa step 3 or yung releasing ng kanilang cards, para po makasigurado na pantay-pantay, bawat household po na 94,000 ay makakuha po na kanilang mga card issuances.
Yun po bang 94,000 ay yun na yung bilang ng household sa Malabon or ito lang po ba ito na yung total ng households sa Malabon, 94,000?
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Oo, so hindi lang to yung isang targeted sector na sinasabi natin na maybe deserving more assistance. Okay, yung pangalawang tanong ko po is that totoo po ba yung narinig ko na sabi nyo wala na kayong means testing, kasi nga lahat kasama na. Gusto nyo lang siguraduhin na 1 card per household. So ma'am, pagka nag-asawa na po yung anak, so mag-a-apply po in the future, So magkakaroon ng dagdag na household, parang ganon. Kunyari kasi nung nag-start kayo, 2022, di pa nag-aasawa yung isang miyembro ng pamilya. So sa susunod na panahon, may nag-asawa doon, may humiwalay. So mariregister po yon as a separate blue card. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Pag nag-open po kami ng registration, maaari po silang maging recipient ng program.
By household. So, yung design po ba ninyo, kaya per household yon ay kasama po ba doon yung pangangalaga sa data privacy nung household? At kung meron po bang parang feature or characteristic yung system na ginawa ninyo na ito ay hindi nagagamit sa pangangampanya?
Yung system po has data protection and data privacy protocols po. And we have ensured na bawat household po, representative ay meron pong agreement with us, para sa paggamit ng kanilang datos ayon lamang po sa programa at hindi po nila maaaring gamitin yung card sa pagbili ng kanilang mga bisyo, pagdating po sa mga lalo na po pagka cash assistance po yung ating inilalabas na form ng assistance sa bawat household po natin. So sa ganung pamamaraan po na at least na-reduce natin o naiiwasan natin yung na ma-encourage po sila na gamitin ito sa ibang bagay. So as to, ano po yung tanong kanina as to election? Po ba?
Siyempre po, kumpleto na yung datos ninyo. Mahalaga ho yan sa mga politiko. So, ang tanong ko po, meron bang feature or characteristic yung sistemang na-develop nyo para hindi siya magamit sa pangangampanya or yung pag-monitor kung paano gumagalaw yung mga bawat households na nagbe-benefit dun sa program ninyo?
Yung registration form po namin ay walang particular na data na nagli-lean towards linking it with election, no? Very basic yung profile, which includes yung PWD data, pangalan ng pamilya or basic profile po, para maging tool na rin po kasi ito sa mga susunod na mga programa ng lokal na pamahalaan. Pag may robust na database ka po kasi mas magandang mga desisyon na maaari mo magawa, no, para sa kabubuti ng mga constituents within Malabon. But as to specific sinong iboboto o ano ba ang kanyang color, wala po kaming kino-collect na gano'n na naka-incorporate po dun sa dataset. Very open naman po yan kasi may partners din po kami, ang Development Bank of the Philippines and ang financial technology provider po namin who has access to the data rin po.
Are there follow-up questions po from our...
Salamat po.
Okay. Thank you to our panel of judges. Now let us have some questions from our audience. So we have two related questions. The first one is from OPV Batangas, from Miss Joy Sibil Rosales Guarin. How about po kapag multiple families in household? And its related question is from LGU Batangas City, Mr. Janelle Albania. Paano po kapag mahigit isang family sa isang household? Pipili lang po ba ng isang family head kapag madaming family sa isang household? Ma'am?
I think Ma'am Lorelie can answer that po, no, sa side ng CSWDD. Kasi we took the definition of the social welfare in terms of what is a household and what is a family. Ma'am Lorelie?
Ma'am Lorelie, you may unmute po. Okay, there you go po.
Yes po, good afternoon. Isa pang mapagpalang hapon sa ating lahat. Based po kasi dun sa ating ginawa rin pong pagpaprofile po ng ating mga family, we consider po yung elder sa family. Elder po na head of the family or elder po dun sa households.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification po, Ms. Lorelie. Now, thank you very much to our participants and to our panel of judges. So maybe we can move forward to the next presenter. And next up is the best practice of Quezon City Government Business Permits and Licensing Department, titled QC Delivers, Automated Document Delivery System. So let us watch their presentation.
This is the story of how a pandemic propelled a city to deliver and expedite good governance to its businesses and constituents. 2020 was the year when COVID-19 hit us hard. Despite significant challenges, numerous opportunities emerged to pursue a more resilient and citizen-centered service. With Quezon City's thrust to kickstart the economy, it digitalized its business permitting process for the safety and convenience of business owners, employees, and key citizens. We brought to life the vision of Mayor Joy Belmonte of a city that properly and efficiently serves its citizens, particularly the business sector. The city adopted the electronic business one-stop shop, which gave birth to the QC Delivers, Automated Document Delivery System, or ADDS. This end-to-end zero-contact permitting process helped cut red tape by preventing unauthorized interventions and long queues. Gone are the days when clients claimed their permits from City Hall, tapped third-party couriers, or worse, dealt with fixers. I know this to be true because I am a satisfied QC business owner myself. As of September 2023, a total of 144,391 business permits have been delivered free of charge for the convenience of at least an average of 69,600 business owners. This helped address the storage of thousands of unclaimed permits and lessened foot traffic in City Hall offices. This initiative proved to be responsive, effective, and efficient as seen on the satisfied and happy faces of the business community. The timely and convenient delivery meant clients no longer had to endure long lines, delays, and inconveniences, allowing business owners to save on time and resources. Real-time tracking and enhanced security are provided through the ADDS dashboard with an end-to-end view of the delivery process. The ADDS creates and prints a unique QR code and real-time delivery rider tracking through a dedicated mobile app. Business owners can also track the delivery status of their permit through SMS notifications. From the LGU, the flow of the data is now seamless. From the time of application through the online business permit application system, online payment of taxes and fees, approval of the application right through the delivery of the business permits. What was initially designed to deliver business permits has now evolved to delivering other regulatory permits and clearances. Since 2022, 3 other departments replicated the program. Department of the Building Official for the delivery of building and construction-related permits. The City Assessor's Office for certified copies of tax declarations and other real property-related documents. And most recently, the City Civil Registry Department. The ADDS expanded its use to the delivery of official receipts, traffic clearances, and tourism accreditation certificates at low cost to the business owners. Lastly, legal notices issued by the BPLD is also transmitted through ADDS. As a testament to its success, the majority of QC business owners have expressed their satisfaction with ADDS, highlighting its innovative technology, ease of use, timely delivery, and trustworthy customer service. This personalized experience has encouraged the QC business community to engage through various online platforms and communities, such as Facebook and the QC Business One-Stop Shop public Viber group. We have also successfully monitored client perception to improve the system through a client satisfaction survey at the end of the online process, where feedback from clients is actively addressed. As of October 2023, the average star rate for the service is 4.4 out of 5, a reflection of high satisfaction level and service quality experienced by business owners.
Naramdaman po namin na serbisyo po na pinaabot ng Quezon City Government sa aming mga katulad na negosyante. Maganda po talaga experience ko sa pagkuha ng business permit online. From the time na nag-apply ako hanggang sa ito ay may deliver sa akin.
Yung efficiency ng service, it's smooth. As a business owner, like, hindi mo kailangan pumunta sa Quezon City to do business. Sila mismo yung lalapit sa'yo via their online portal. Papadala nyo yung kailangan, i-upload mo lang yung mga kailangan nila. So, nalaman ko na merong online business portal na kung saan ka pwede mag-apply. And then, doon ako nag-apply and then everything made online. Also the payment. At saka pinadala na lang dito sa store yung business permit and everything went smoothly.
The ADDS shall soon facilitate the one-time release and delivery of the business permits together with all the ancillary permits and clearances, the gold standard for a business one-stop shop. The BPLD has been allocating funds annually for the delivery service and intends to sustain the delivery program.
We believe that each delivery cost is a small price to pay compared to the convenience that the ADDS provides to our taxpayers aside from nipping red tape and corruption in the bud.
Quezon City is currently working to institutionalize the document delivery system across all of its front-end services. It has taken monumental leaps and vast innovations to ensure that reforms are significantly felt, enabling business growth, sustainable development, and citizen empowerment. This is business-friendly Quezon City, a government that promotes a culture of transparency and good governance.
Please give them a virtual round of applause.
And now, to further clarify, the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Quezon City Government Business Permits and Licensing Department, Head Business Permits and Licensing Department, Ms. Maria Margarita T. Santos, for the question and answer. We kindly remind our esteemed finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for question and answer portions. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Let us have the questions from our esteemed panel of judges. Mr. Raymond Tan, starting with our questions.
Good afternoon, Margie.
Good
And
afternoon,
tao si
sir.
Marge, I'm from Quezon City, so I have a first-hand experience of your office. I have my own business aside from businesses, but so nakita ko yung improvement no sa ng pagpapadala ninyo. Nakikita ko pa rin yung areas for improvement na na-feel ko. So let me just ask a few questions at this point. Sinabi mo kasi na disruptive ang classification nyo ng paggawa ng courier system, automated delivery. So parang courier na to, di ba? Pinapadala kaysa pipick upin, papadala niyo. Sabi ko, so what is disruptive about itong claim niyo? Kasi alam ko, pag nag-apply ka ng visa, ganun, papadala rin niya sa'yo. Pag order ka sa Lazada at sa Shopee, bukas nandiyan na kagad yan. No? So, ano ang difference? What is so disruptive with your technology, with your system, that you would like to highlight it as a best practice?
Okay, sir. When I took over the helm of the Business Permits and Licensing Department, everything was manual, including the release of business permit. And in 2020, I had an experience from one business owner, very irate. She was really shouting at my staff because she was claiming that we did not release her 2019 business permit. So when I checked, I asked her to come inside my office. I talked to her. I got all the details, and I checked our records. Where is her permit in 2019? And it turned out that that permit has been released on time following the EODB period of 7 days, I think. And then I asked her, your permit has already been released. Why are you claiming that you still don't have your 2019 permit? And then the reply was, sabi ng staff mo, hindi mo daw nire-release because you're asking something. Okay, what's the name of the staff? So she gave the name of the staff. And then I asked that particular staff to come over and come and see me right at that very moment. Then I asked that staff pagdating niya, where is her permit? That was my question. And this is the story that I always relate to people who benchmark in Quezon City. Earlier today, I relayed this to a DAP participants, and I asked them to guess. If you want to guess, you can, but I will tell you na po. The answer was, the permit is in my car. So the permit that was supposed to have been released already officially by the BPLD is rotting away inside the car of an employee of the city government. Okay, so, and at that moment, I promised myself that there will come a time that no government employee and no fixer can ever take a permit hostage, because that's the window of opportunity for fixers, for whoever it is who has a stake in getting a business permit from the city, can extort money from businesses in Quezon City. And the ICT has cited our program as a transformational and disruptive solution, because when I also found out in 2019 that year on year, there are at minimum 5,000 business permits that remain unclaimed or unreleased in my office, rotting away in our records. And you saw the pictures earlier. That's how we were managing records prior to our automation. And right now, the number of unreleased permits or undelivered permits are down to 600. And those 600 year on year, since we started the delivery of permits, year on year, 600 na lang po. And those 600 permits have been attempted to be delivered multiple times by our courier service. We adopted the courier delivery system, not just because of the pandemic, because we didn't want people to come over to City Hall anymore. And we want to really implement a zero contact policy end-to-end from application to release of permit. That's why we came up with this system. We didn't want to use an independent or a third-party courier system because we don't want the courier provider to be able to manipulate the data. Because our delivery system also geotags the location of a particular business, so that when we need to create, say, a map of all restaurants in Quezon City, we can easily do that because our system is already integrated to the Unified Geographical Information System of the City Assessor's Office. To date, we have already uploaded 20 coordinates of 20,000 coordinate records of businesses. So it's already possible for us to determine in a particular barangay by street level how many restaurants are operating there. And it will also further, the geotagging will also further help us in our rezoning, in the amendments to our zoning ordinances. So really, it is a transformational and disruptive solutions because we are now given data to create policies in rezoning.
Parang grab na rin kayo, matatrack mo kung kailan darating yung
Yes, sir.
geotagging. So,
Yes, sir. And it's empowering for businesses actually.
Yeah. Even for you, I think it's more disruptive for you as an
Yes.
organization because as a customer, sanay na kami. Diba? We see it around, talagang gano'n. And you can reject pag na-delay yung delivery ng pizza mo, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Or get a big discount.
Yes, sir.
My next question is in terms of cost benefit sa inyo. Because sabi, extra cost yun eh. And I see right up, pag pupunta ka sa City Hall, kukunti na yung mga tao doon sometimes. Walang katao-tao sa opisina, no? So, ano na ginagawa ng mga tao pag ganun? So, sabi ko, cost, you still have that overhead and yet may extra cost ka sa pagde-deliver.
Sir, ang Quezon City po is home to almost 70,000 businesses as of December 31, 2020. Ang ginagawa po namin is, para po mas mabawasan pa po yung queue namin is, yung mga dati po na halimbawa, nagpo-process lang o nagpiprint lang ng permit, tinitrain po namin sila to become evaluators or to
Basta sila.
Yes, lumalabas na sila, nag-inspect sila, or di kaya naman po right now we are creating a program internally sa department namin to find kung baka meron kaming staff na hindi lang
Na-utilize yun na nare-reallocate yung mga tao nyo. May last question ako. So,
at nire-reskill, upskill.
Last question, Marge. So,
Yes.
alam ko sa business permit ka, so under ba sa'yo yung sanitation, saka yung fire?
It's a different department po, but they're also integrated into our online system.
So do you also kasama ba sa delivery ng mga business permit yun, yung clearance ng fire tsaka ng sanitation?
Sir, yung fire po namin kapapalit lang. And ang initial coordination po namin is yung hindi po nila magi-integrate po yung online system namin sa fire system, and at the same time yung pong kanilang FSIC ay isasama na rin po namin sa delivery kapag available. Good. Because that's our gold standard.
So yung sanitation, gano'n din? Health and sanitation?
The sanitary permit.
So yung areas for improvement kung dalawa sa inyo kasi pabalik-balik ako doon eh. Senior citizen ako kahit priority mga 3 or 4 times pag umukuha eh.
Sir, ano po yun? Kasama po yun sa roadmap ng aming delivery system because as mentioned in the video, that's the gold standard. That should be the gold standard.
So by January, meron naman pag-renew? Andiyan kaya yun? Integrated na?
Pipilitin ko po, sir. Alam mo, sir, ako tigapukpok ng
Okay.
ibang ancillary office. But yes, sir.
Sige,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Raymond Tan. Now we move on to Senior Vice President Magdalena L. Mendoza.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Miss Santos. Maganda yung presentation in such a way na wala nang cost doon sa mga nagtatransact sa Quezon City yung delivery. And curious lang ako kasi yung delivery, may timeline din yun. Parang pag nag-apply sila, you have a promise in how many X days or period dadating sa kanila yung acted upon transaction. Tama po ba?
Hi, thank you, ma'am, for your question. Ma'am, we released the permits twice. One is upon approval po sa online system, we issue an e-copy of the permit, which is the same force and effect as the original. And then we deliver po after a few days. But meron na po sila nung kanilang e-copy. We deliver the original permit because some offices like banks or the Bureau of Customs, they still require the presentation of the physical copy of the original. Pero in most cases po, we are able to deliver the next day upon approval. But it depends also on the number of permits that are to be delivered. Pero ano naman po ang payment namin doon sa aming third-party courier service provider is per delivery and per kilometer. At yung pong system namin ang nagme-measure nun, hindi po si courier service provider. It's in the system because may tracking nga po siya.
Okay, so yung pangalawang tanong ko, of course, briefly na-discuss mo na yung paano nyo siya balak i-institutionalize, no? Na sana kahit iba yung mamumuno doon sa mga opisina ninyo, yung mga innovations na ini-introduce ninyo ay magtuloy-tuloy. Medyo interested lang ako doon sa other side, particularly dun sa kwento mo kasi dito parang sinasabi natin nabawasan natin yung oportunidad para mag-extort or siguro corrupt yung sistema natin by introducing yung automatic delivery or in your case application of technology. Pero ano ba yung sa palagay ninyo? Kasi minsan sa manual nakokorap siya, no? Pero hindi rin ang tawag dito, mawawala yung posibilidad na kapag digitalize na tayo na hindi siya makokorap. So anong ginagawa ng inyong office or ng Quezon City para itong digitalized system nyo or itong automated system nyo ay hindi rin makokorap? Kasi pag nakorap yun, automated yung corruption, di ba? So ano yung mga security measures, no? At ano yung ginagawa ninyo para dun sa mga tauhan sa City Hall, no? Kasi nawala yung opportunity pero pwedeng gumawa ng bagong oportunidad yon para mangurakot, di ba?
Well, actually, ma'am, unang-una po, ang number one na challenge sa amin is to tell business owners or the business sector na please make good use the online system. I-harness niyo po yung online system namin kasi po hindi na kayo mabibiktima. Pero we cannot prevent them from securing the services of, say, a consultant or a service provider para maglakad pa rin online ng kanilang business permit. At ano po yan, nakikita po namin yan sa datos namin because our system can track the digital footprint of a specific permit down to the last second. And natatrack po namin, tinitingnan din po namin, for example, yung may nakita po kami na isang email address, 500 applications ang kanyang in-upload sa aming online system. So ibig sabihin po, this email account is hindi naman po fixer po, pwede pong fixer siya or pwedeng accounting firm na may mga kliyente siya na sa kanya pinapaayos yung permit. But the good thing about the online system is may access level po kami. hindi po lahat ng may access sa system ay kayang gawin ang lahat. Bawat isang email account, bawat isang personnel, meron siyang specific access level na halimbawa initial evaluator ka lang, hanggang diyan ka lang. Tapos iba na yung susunod, iba yung magre-release ng tax bill. Pag nag-approve ka na at nandoon na yung declaration, system na mismo yung mag-generate ng tax bill mo. So, hindi mo na pwedeng dagdagan or hindi mo na pwedeng sabihin na dagdagan mo ng ganito or bawasan natin kasi it's systems generated. So, ganun po yun, ma'am. And at the same time, directly po pinapadala sa email nung applicant. Kaya po, napakahirap po. At napakahirap po talaga na i-ano yung online system, to go around the online system because it's fully automated at may access level po talaga ang bawat isang account na merong function dun sa aming online system. And ano po yan, meron din po kaming yung IT po namin, we are very particular with data privacy and with cybersecurity. So, meron po kaming, ang Quezon City Government po, may consultants on cybersecurity. And alam ko po, because I'm also chair of the Business Awards on Committee on Goods and Services, we also procure cybersecurity products, measures to protect our online systems.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senior Vice President Mendoza. And now we move on to Assistant Secretary Clarito Magsino.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah,
Assistant
okay.
Secretary.
I'm also a resident of Quezon City.
Wow. Thank you.
No, it's okay. No, my question is, when will you fully digitize your documents? Because right now, you're still delivering paper documents. Although you gave us individually our Quezon City cards. So as far as Quezon City is concerned, you already know us individually.
Yes, sir.
So is it part of your future plans as far as, sustainability is concerned, to fully digitalize our relationship? Okay? So rather than deliver paper documents to our houses, no, you send those documents in digital form to our email addresses.
Sir, sa Business Permits and Licensing Department, we're doing just that because we deliver in two ways, as mentioned. We give you ahead an e-copy of your business permits. But there have been complaints by business owners, nagpupunta po sila dito dahil yung pong kailangan daw po ng customs, yung original. So really sa level po ng Quezon City Government, our roadmap is really to fully digitalize everything. In fact, in my department alone, nandun na po kami sa stage na digitalize namin yung records namin to create a business information system where a particular business owner can access all the historical records of his business magsimula po nung kanyang sa una siyang mabigyan ng business permit ng Quezon City. Yun po yung ginagawa po namin ngayon, and I think we are halfway through the system. And ganun din po sa ibang department, yung pong aming susunod na phase is i-automate po lahat yung binanggit po ni Sir, yung sanitary permit, environmental clearance, tourism accreditations. They will all be we will be giving out issuing e-copies of those particular ancillary permits. Ngayon naman po, doon naman po, like for example, ang Quezon City po yung QCE services namin, meron na po kaming 30 online systems. And even the registration of birth in Quezon City, halimbawa po sa hospital si St. Luke's, meron po kaming online business registration, online birth registration system. So na ahead of time na i-register na po yung birth sa amin basta on board sila sa aming city civil registry. So that's the roadmap to really fully digitalize everything. We've benchmarked all over Asia. Tinitingnan po namin yung best practices. I was in a training sa Seoul and nakita ko po talaga how they digitalized everything. Pero in some respect, mas ahead po tayo sa kanila. That's a statement from the World e-governance organization dahil nakita po nila yung online system. I presented it to them. So, ganun po. So, ang Quezon City po is towards digitalizing everything. Lahat po ng front-end services namin dapat digitalize because we want Q-citizens to really feel very important and valued. Sa amin po sa Business Permits and Licensing Department, yung cost po ng delivery is a small price to pay compared to the 14 billion business tax collection that we generate each year. So, yun po yun. We want you to feel valued. We want you to feel that you are our partners in development and that your contribution in terms of business taxes to the city is valued and appreciated, not just by the city government, but also of all the Q-citizens living in Quezon City. Thank you, Asek.
Okay, thank you, Asik Magsino. And thank you to our panel of judges. Now let us have some questions from our audience. Let's start off with a question from a member from Zoom. Mr. Jansen Kama of DOJ RMS. Ma'am Margie, question po sa inyo. Paano po ninyo hinahandle ang mga mailed documents sa return to sender or RTS na bumabalik sa inyo na hindi na natatanggap at paano po ninyo naman gagawa ng retention period yung mga documents na yun? Are you disposing it pag na-reach na po ang retention period or for archiving or stored na lang po? Baka may kumuha pa. Ano po ang practice ninyo para sa mga documents na naiiwan sa inyo ng matagal? Marami pong salamat.
Ina-archive po namin yung mga documents na naiiwan sa amin ng matagal. Naayos po namin yung aming records and archiving system dito over the past 4 years. Na-organize po namin siya. Maganda na po siya ngayon. And nandun na po kami sa digitalization. So yung mga hindi po namin na-deliver ay meron pong digital copy yan na available po. At meron po siyang folder doon sa aming archives na pwede pong makuha kung darating po dito yung business owner para i-claim yung mga undelivered permits namin. But as I mentioned earlier, ilang beses po namin ina-attempt na i-deliver yung permit. Minsan po sarado, minsan po walang magtatanggap, pero ang protocol po namin is may proof of delivery. Yung pong rider, pinipicturan po. Nakita po dun sa video kanina, pinipicturan po kung sino yung nag-receive.
Okay po. Maraming pong salamat and thank you very much po for everyone.
So up next po is the best practice from Quezon City Local Government Department of Building Official or QCDBO titled QC Build Easy, an organized approach in building regulation. All right, so let's view their presentation.
As a citizen of Quezon City, ayokong pagdadaanan yung hirap pumunta dito, yung oras, yung tagal mo ng paghihintay.
Long lines.
Ubus yung buong araw mo eh. Tapos only to find out, pababalik-balikin ka.
Red tape.
Kaya ang nangyayari before, babayad ka na lang tuloy eh.
Fixers.
With this QC Build Easy, ang nakita ko, na-eliminate yung mga fixers.
The automated processing system called the QC Build Easy program of the Department of Building Official or DBO is indeed a game changer. The client-focused services are interlinked and unified. These include the appointment system, checklist generator, building professional registration, and pre-checking system. Construction-related permits and even the electricity permit application can be accomplished in a few clicks. The DBO accelerated the shift to digitalization in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic. Bolstered by the need to limit face-to-face interactions, streamline permit requirements and processes according to global standards, and to provide an efficient and convenient system. To establish a one-stop shop portal conforming to the regulations set by the Anti-Red Tape Authority and the World Bank, the requirements were simplified yet tailored to fit specific projects.
Ngayon, dahil nga online na, so kahit wala ka sa Pilipinas, like in my case, it was August, so normally out of the country ako, namomonitor mo yung progress ng application mo eh. Tapos kung ano man yung remarks, hindi naman na kami ganun ka-high-tech dahil wala naman nung panahon namin yung mga yan eh. But then, user-friendly siya. Ang dali niyang sundin.
Application forms and requirements can be accessed anytime, anywhere. Documents are pre-checked online for completeness before it is physically submitted to DBO. Real-time updates, validation, and payment are available and done online. The whole end-to-end process does not start and end at DBO, but involves other implementing units like the Zoning Administration Unit and the Bureau of Fire Protection. Applicants can simply submit their documents at drop-off terminals to eliminate long queues and fixers. Permits are even delivered for free. DBO maximized various communication channels to make the public aware of the innovations. In its own backyard, employees were trained to familiarize themselves with the new system. To help applicants, the portal hosts an online roster of private engineers and architects. Since the implementation of QC Build Easy, online registered users went up. Turnaround time for permit processing has been reduced. Client satisfaction has significantly improved. And job opportunities increased. The numbers speak volumes. 105,288 permits have been issued, generating an income of 1.1 billion pesos for the city. QC Build Easy also takes pride as the first to implement the innovative building regulation program other cities aspire to replicate. The program did not go unnoticed, as numerous award-giving bodies recognize QC Build Easy. But DBO will not stop as it continues to improve and ease the processes for every Q citizen. QC Build Easy is now on its third phase in accordance with ARTA regulations and global standards. It is committed to sustain its services by procuring state-of-the-art IT equipment and continue funding its maintenance services. With the institutionalization of QC Build Easy, Q citizens can now expect an end-to-end digital permit processing. DBO is also now gearing towards the issuance of electronic building permits and electronic occupancy certificates, and integrate its data with the Quezon City government's Unified Geographic Information System and the Business Permit and Licensing Department system.
Build Easy sa QC dahil sila yung merong ganitong portal na service na online na ginawa na very convenient para sa amin.
give them a virtual round of applause.
Moving on, to further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Quezon City Local Government Department of Building Official, QCDBO, Acting Administration Chief, Attorney Reinhard M. Masorong, for the question and answer. We kindly remind our esteemed finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for question and answer portions. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Let us have the questions from our esteemed panel of judges, starting off with Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza.
Good afternoon po, attorney. Yeah.
Good
Okay,
afternoon,
so ang
ma'am.
ganda ng title nung project, QC
Thank you.
Build Easy. So ang una ko pong tanong, gaano ka-easy mag-build sa Quezon City? So yung video kanina sinasabi niya na mahaba yung pila tapos matagal yung proseso. Dahil sa project na to, no? So ano na ang turnaround at gaano nakabilis talaga? At ano yung mga inalis nyong sistema hindi lang dahil nag-digitalize kayo para bumilis yung proseso?
First and foremost, thank you very much to the organizers of this event, and of course to our distinguished judges, colleagues, and fellow finalists. Thank you, ma'am, for that question. The turnaround time at present, well, before QC Build Easy, the turnaround time was 5 days for simple applications and 20 days to a couple of months for complex transactions. Now, at present, for simple transactions, the turnaround time is 3 days. For complex applications, it's 7 days. And for highly technical applications, the turnaround time is 20 days po. And sa mga pagbabago, of course, we are very, it's not only about the innovation, it's not only about the automation, but we have restructured our processes in such a way that it provides transparency and convenience to the applicant. For example, is our online checklist generator. Dati po, ma'am, the applicants are provided a generic list of requirements. And as a layman, hindi natin po alam which requirement will I submit. But because of QC Build Easy, the requirements, the checklist of requirements is customized or tailored to fit for your particular application alone. So you will not be bombarded with several requirements na hindi naman po kailangan ng project ninyo. In fact, ang dadalhin nyo na lang pong papel that you will submit to our office for evaluation is kung ano lang po yung kailangan para po sa permit po ninyo. And a couple of other matters po na talagang nagbago po ang proseso po namin.
Ma'am, follow-up lang. Halimbawa, dun sa ini-streamline nyo, mga ilang dokumento po ang hindi na applicable kung simple lang yung application for a building permit?
That's a very nice question, ma'am. For example, you're a homeowner of a residential building, and dati po, without the streamlining, you will get a generic checklist where you will see na may kailangan nyo po ng DPWH clearance, MMDA clearance, clearance from the DNR, na hindi naman po malapit sa creek, hindi naman po malapit sa highway, national highway ang inyong bahay, but it's in a subdivision. So, ang makikita nyo na lang po sa checklist of requirements nyo is of course the basic legal requirements like your transfer certificate of title, titulo, and if you are not the owner, you are just leasing, then the contract of lease. But because you're a homeowner, not a corporation, then hindi nyo na po kailangan ng secretary certificate. But yung dati po, yung generic checklist, makikita din po yon na kailangan nyo po mag-submit ng legal documents, secretary certificate, without considering kung applicable po ba yon sa inyo o hindi. So, that's an example po, ma'am.
Okay. So yung isang isa ko namang tanong, no? Kasi kino-consider natin to na best practice sana. Ang tanong ko meron ba kayong na benchmark? Of course, maybe sa Philippines or maybe outside of the Philippines in terms of their process, no, when it comes to the building permit. Alam natin isang benchmark diyan ay yung Singapore when it comes to yung processes ng application for business or building permit, or maybe some other countries, maybe Canada or New Zealand. Sino po ang benchmark ng Quezon City? And sa tingin niyo po, gaano kayo kalapit o kalayo doon sa benchmark na yon?
As far as we know, ma'am, on our limited information, we have not benchmarked perhaps into as to safety standards. We are benchmarking Singapore and the architectural designs, but as to this QC Build Easy, ma'am, it's very relatively new to the construction sector. Ang National Building Code po has been in existence since 1977, and marami na pong building officials in Metro Manila who are implementing it, but it's only Quezon City who thought of a way to streamline and customize and the requirements in such a way na convenient po siya sa applicant. And as in addition to that po, ma'am, it's only Quezon City who has a local building code where it strengthens the responsibility of the private building professionals po. So at to that extent, yun po, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senior Vice President Mendoza. And now we move on to Assistant Secretary Clarito Magsino for his questions.
I'm looking at the innovation aspect of this project. I'd like to find out what is the difference between the building permit system that you have now and the online business and licensing permit system of Quezon City as well. So in terms of concept of dealing with your services versus in front of your citizens, from my point of view, it's simply the same. So can you please just clarify what is innovative in the Build Easy project?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify the matter. QC Build Easy and QC Biz Easy, which is being implemented by the Office of Ma'am Marge, is of course one. They are both innovative features. Automation, that's the key, and to provide best practices. But there is a delineation between two systems. QC Build Easy is sui generis. It's a class of its own. Why? It deals with the construction sector, which is different from the BPL, the business system. And the construction sector is technical in nature, sir. It's something that it identifies QC Build Easy identifies three major roles, which is not present with the business system. One is the homeowner, the role of the homeowner, who is the applicant. It may be an individual or a corporation. The second role is the private professional. When I say private professional, it could be the architect, the engineers coming from various disciplines, the structural engineer, the sanitary engineer, the electronics, who else? The mechanical engineer. And the third role is the regulator, us, the DBO. The QC Build Easy identified these three roles and strengthening it, making a layman and homeowner understand the process that he is undergoing. And just like also the business system, it promotes transparency in such a way that the applicant or the homeowner is not held hostage by let's say a fixer, he is not hostage by red tape, and what else? He is aware of what is going on when he secures a building permit. So yun po sir. Although both systems of course are part of Mayor Joy's advocacy for good governance, and that hand in hand they work together to make like what Mom Marge has said that to make Q citizens feel that they are valued, that they are getting what their money's worth, that the taxes that they pay, and that is the best services that they could experience.
So the final document that you give the homeowner is still a paper document.
Yes. And unfortunately, yes, I do get the part that we are also, our roadmap is gearing towards electronic building permits and electronic certificates of occupancy, and we fully support that. Yeah, we will fully support that. However, we must also acknowledge that there are legal limitations. And when I say legal limitations, sir, these are laws that are which we have to observe, just like the National Archiving Law, which tells us that we have to perpetually hold in storage physical documents, because these are public documents. So those are our legal impediments where we cannot fully implement the
I understand.
concept
Those
of
are legal
e-permits.
impediments as of now. But
Yes,
definitely
yes.
they can change because those laws are more than 4 decades old already.
Yes, yeah. So hopefully, we thank these kind of having of events, sir, that we are glad that we get to showcase these kind of best practices. That hopefully it could have a rippling effect to fellow LGUs and hopefully to the national government, so that they could take a closer look of the laws that need to be amended and changed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Assistant
Thank you.
Secretary Magsino. And now we move on to Mr. Raymond Tan for his questions.
Okay, dalawang tanong lang. First one is, nagbe-benchmark sa inyo, you mentioned in your report that nagbe-benchmark sa inyo yung LGUs ng Cebu tsaka Parañaque. Tama ba?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So anong nakita nila magandang ginagawa ng Quezon City kaya nag-benchmark sa inyo?
Sir, I beg your pardon?
What did they find? Or na they
Oh.
wanted to benchmark? Anong gold
Actually,
nugget o anong
yeah.
kokopya nila sa inyo? Would you know?
Yeah, Cebu City benchmarked us twice. And the first thing that they've noticed is about the QC Build Easy as a package as a whole, is that one, and how we procured it, how we started it all, how the system got to where it is now, how we handle our equipment, how do we procure it, the budgeting, the finances, and basically they want to replicate it. And then we discussed to them that, yeah, we discussed to them that, of course, the first thing that the first impediment that they think of is about the funding. And then we try to explain to them that the beauty about building permitting is that each LGU has a building official, and a building official is under also the DPWH. DPWH and AJMC allows building officials to retain 20% of their collections as trust fund. And that trust fund can be used for operational expenses. And we advise them that you can use this amount to procure the systems that you would like to procure, and you can use it for maintenance services, to procure equipment that you need. So yung iba po, they were not fully aware of such JMC, so they were really glad that they met with us, and they start asking how we collect these fees, how the coordination goes. So that's their common response, sir.
Next question is, I'm sure most of your clients are contractors, diba? They get the building permits. Tama ba?
Not all the time, sir. It's halo-halo po. We have homeowners themselves. Actually,
Okay.
with QC Build Easy, sir, applicants, the homeowners themselves deal
Like-
with the permitting.
But even the processing of the engineering plans, everything, kailangan dumadaan sa
Yeah.
building permit yan. So,
Yes po.
mga architects at engineers na lumalapit to,
Yes po.
bibig of the
Yes po.
papers. And alam ko maraming, in the past, I don't know now, maraming horror stories dyan. No? Hanggang sa pag-release ng occupancy permit, napakadami. Very, very bad stories I've heard from my friends. But lately, hindi ko alam. Matagal ako din nakakapag-usap. Maybe I'll talk to some of them. So, do you have any feedback from those? Because I would consider them your customers. Or because they represent the homeowners, unless silang contractor mismo, di ba? And they will build it on their own. But I'm sure they will have somebody to sign the papers, engineers, architects, para sound siya sa engineering-wise. So, do you have any feedback from that sector, the contractor and the builders, on how are you doing now in terms of,
Actually, sir, we get a good feedback from them, both from the homeowner and the contractor, the technical team, as we call it. Why? Because what I mentioned earlier is that QC Build Easy identifies the distinct and separate roles between these three parties. One, the homeowner. The second is the private professionals. Now, the private professionals, po, sir, that's where the contractors come in. Now, we have, and then the third, of course, are the regulators. That would be the DBO, the Quezon City government. Now, under the third row, the second row, the building professionals, the contractors, the technical team, we have an online roster of registered professionals, meaning before you could get a confirmed appointment and start the application forms, your professional, the architect, the engineer, whatever discipline that may be, they have to register with QCE services, so that if an applicant, a homeowner, does not have a technical team, he would simply browse through the online roster of these professionals. So it's like a win-win solution between the homeowner and our office and the contractors, where they are also given the opportunity for potential clients.
matching. But I'm asking about the feedback of that sector, that segment. How are you
Yes.
doing now compared to before? Now that you're digitalized, you've been produced. Do you have any metrics on that show that you're now at this level, satisfaction level, it went up? Do you have any metrics?
Well, first we have this customer satisfaction measurement, which actually measures and gauges our performance. And second, we have
From
the real-time.
professionals,
Yes, and
from
we
the
have
professionals.
both, but they have to disclose from what sector they are coming from. And then second, we have various social media channels, platforms, where we have real-time feedback, sir, mostly from contractors who would say that, okay, this one, it's easy now. We don't have to talk to anybody because the system would disclose the real-time status of our application. So no more hostaging.
So that's kind of qualitative and testimonial, but would you have some hard numbers, quantitative that show that is from here to that level?
That data would be available, sir. I just don't have it
You don't
with
have
me
it right
right
now.
now, but there's a
Okay.
particular office who's gathering all
Yes.
of that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Mr. Tan. And thank you to our panel of judges. Now we have to ask the question or get the questions coming from our audience. Let's start off with a question from Mr. John Charles Siquan of the OTR, Toll Regulatory Board. Gaano po ka-secured ang mga clients na secured ang kanilang mga dokumento using that app? Ano po ang mga hakbang ng IT expert ng QC-LGU para ma-avoid na ma-hack ang app or details ng mga clients? And ano-ano po ang mga qualification to make sure na yung gumagamit ng app ay siya po mismo at hindi mga fixer?
Thank you very much for that question. The Quezon City government is very particular with cybersecurity, and like what Ma'am Marge had stated a while ago, that yes, we do procurements. We have an IT department who makes sure that our system is not subjected to any unwarranted cybersecurity issues. We have firewalls for these systems, and we have system checking. That is why we have maintenance with quarterly maintenance checks. And we also observe, of course, the data privacy policies and non-disclosure agreements, and the provision on data sharing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
So
Thank you.
thank you, Matt, and
Thank you.
thank you to our panel of judges. Now, before we resume to the next presenter, we will be taking a 10-minute break. So use this time to pause, relax, and recharge before we continue with more presentations.
So see you guys in a bit. Thank you.
Isa pa. Gpr.
We are living in a time of constant change. In an uncertain and changing world, Asia must prepare to meet the productivity challenges of the future. The Asian Productivity Organization is here to help. With 20 member countries, we are a think tank, catalyst, regional advisor, institution builder, and clearinghouse for productivity information. In the coming decades, cultivating a culture of technological innovation will be key for economic growth and productivity in Asia. Adopting new technology can improve the efficiency of manufacturing, transportation, trade, agriculture, and labor. We give our members the information they need to take on new tools and policies. We encourage nations to share information because we are better when we work together. With the right tools and information, countries in the Asia-Pacific can not only meet global challenges, but lead the global economy. The APO will continue to lead with strategic and inclusive initiatives that are aligned with the UN SDGs. Building a more proactive, productive future for Asia. The APO, pushing the frontiers of productivity.
Let's go. To continue, we have the UP Diliman Supply and Property Management Office, SPMO, titled Development of the Property Accountability Records and Disposal System, or PARDS, portal and QR code mobile scanner for inventory of property, plant, and equipment, PPE, and semi-expendable properties, SP. Let's view their presentation.
Accountability Records and Disposal System or PARDS portal, and QR code mobile scanner for inventory of property, plant, and equipment or PPE, and semi-expendable properties or SP. The innovations are in line with the mandate, mission, and vision of the university and SPMO. It started in 2021 as a university-sponsored project that aims to migrate government property records management from manual to online. This is to promote reliable records, secure and safe accountability monitoring, and transparency through client-centered streamlined processes. This project gave birth to two digital platforms, PARDS Portal and the QR code scanner mobile application, which was both soft-launched last March 31, 2022. PARDS Portal is a digital platform that promotes efficiency in certain SPMO processes with regard to property utilization and disposal of unserviceable properties. Whereas the QR code scanner mobile application is a tool used to scan the QR code stickers attached to each property in conducting the actual physical inventory. To start with, PARDS Portal has two types of user accounts, the end-user account and the supply officer account. All account types have to log in using their UP email addresses. This is one of the security features of PARDS Portal. End-user account is the type of account given to all employees of UP Diliman. Currently, 4,864 end users can access their accounts in PARDS Portal. In this type of account, each end user would be able to see his or her list of accountabilities 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. A scanned copy of the signed Property Acknowledgement Receipt or PAR or Inventory Custodian Slip or ICS is hyperlinked and can be viewed, downloaded, and printed once you click the property number. With this feature, the manual request for the list of accountabilities was significantly shortened from 5 days and 25 minutes or 2,425 minutes or 11,795,200 minutes if all of these employees requested their list of accountabilities at the same time, to under 2 minutes upon online access even if all of these employees access their accountabilities online simultaneously, saving 11,795,198 minutes or 196,586 hours or 24,573 days. This shows how much unnecessary expenses in time and motion are significantly reduced. This would definitely allow retiring or transferring accountable officers to process his or her accountabilities ahead of time. The second user account is the supply officer account. This account has much more features than the first one. Using this account, the supply officers can see and monitor the accountabilities of all the accountable officers in his or her unit or college. A scanned copy of the signed Property Acknowledgement Receipt or PAR or Inventory Custodian Slip or ICS is also hyperlinked and can be viewed, downloaded, and printed once you click the property number. Aside from monitoring the unit accountabilities, the unit supply officers can also renew or transfer accountabilities to another accountable officer just by a few clicks. This is how it is done. Supply officers can also process disposal of unserviceable properties by filling out the Inventory and Inspection Report of Unserviceable Property or IRUP. This is how it is done. The faster submission of the IRUP as a result of the increased turnaround time will also increase the sale of unusable properties of public auction and reduce the likelihood of having to pay insurance premiums for already unusable items. Lastly, through the PARDS portal and the QR code scanner mobile application, physical inventory of all the agency's property, plant and equipment, and semi-expendable properties can now be completed in 1 to 2 weeks' time instead of months of laborious manual encoding and traditional way of physical inventory. This is how it is done. Both Parts Portal and QR Code Scanner mobile application are already implemented to all of the 162 units and colleges of the University of the Philippines Diliman and its employees for the conduct of physical inventory of properties. These features of Parts Portal simplify several processes of property management, which eliminate errors due to manual encoding and significantly reduce the processing time. This complies with the following rules and regulations. This whole concept is tailor-fitted to the needs of the end users of UP Diliman. In our full knowledge, we are not yet aware of any similar platforms used for the same purposes. This is a collaborative effort by the team, the software developer who has received the UP Diliman Utak Galing Award 2023, and the administration of UP Diliman. It is constantly being subjected to improvement with the help of enduring assistance from the inventory staff and the end users during the implementation and gathering of feedback, which is always considered to address the needs of the end users and to streamline our services. We have conducted a survey from our beneficiaries, and these are the responses that they have shared with us. These were also presented to the following government agencies who requested benchmarking activities from SPMO Diliman. We intend to stay up with the rapid changes in technology, thus we are looking for strategies to keep up with the system maintenance and upgrades, which may need extra ICT equipment and a developer if necessary. We are constantly upgrading the system, adding more features to Parts Portal. We are currently designing the Power ICS generator, property card generator, and inspection and acceptance report or IAR generator, which would slash further encoding done by the inventory staff. We are always delighted to share our best practices with other organizations since this may help them with their own challenges and needs as well. We are SPMO, Pioneer in Property Management Processes Innovation. Parts Portal, accurate, reliable. Thank you. Develop
All right. So please give them a virtual round of applause.
Thank you. So for further clarification of the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the UP Diliman Supply and Property Management Office, Director Rachel A. Locsin, Mr. Ronel S. Clariza, Ms. Dimfina B. Cruz, and Mr. Arnel M. Andaya for the question and answer. We kindly remind our finalists to be mindful of the allocated time for question and answer portions, and your cooperation is highly appreciated. So let us now proceed with the questions from our panel of judges, starting off with from Assistant Secretary Clarita Alejandro Magsino.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, inventory management and asset management in general is an administrative function that all institutions in government actually have. And since the 1980s, we already have been looking at ways and means to improve and automate our inventory systems. So, taking a look at this aspect of innovativeness or innovation as part of your project, how different is this from what all the other institutions have already done in automating their property management systems? Okay, what best practice do you have in this system that other agencies can emulate or copy or adopt?
Thank you, sir, for that.
Okay.
Let me start first, sir, by saying thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Of course, we would like to thank our administrators, particularly Chancellor Pistan and Vice Chancellor Pasilla. As to the question, sir, perhaps all government offices na present po ngayon dito sa ating activity can relate to the system because karamihan po sa atin ay nag-handle po ng PAR or the property accountability records and the property acknowledgement receipt rather and the inventory custodianship. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my video, but I will go straight with answering that question. Ang nagiging perennial problem po natin, which also the Commission on Audit acknowledges, is the timely and accurate representation of our financial report. Sa case po ng mga government, ang presentation po ng accurate financial report comes in two forms. From the accounting side, which is the accounting office, and the property management office, which is us. So from there, ang ginagawa nila sir is kino-compare the two kung ang standing po ang report ay tama, kung well-established po sir.
Yeah, there was a recent COA circular regarding the one-time reconciliation, di ba?
Yes.
You have already gone through that process.
Yes po sir. We were able to identify na following the COA circular 2020-006 or the one-time cleansing of PPE.
One-time cleansing of property.
Yes
and
sir.
equipment, yeah.
Kung ano po yung mga missing, mga unaccounted. So we could have a baseline data with our PPEs in particular. I think na superseded po ito sir with the issuance of the COA circular 2022-006. In this case, ito rin po ay nagkaroon na ng increase in the capitalization threshold of the PPE. From 15, nag-up po ito sa
Semi-expendable,
15,000.
yes, was increased from 15 to 50. Okay.
Yes po sir. So ito
So
pong
anong relation
system,
noon dito sa sistema nito?
Apo. Sa system na ito sir, ang pag-physical inventory na po namin dito sa UP ay hindi na po yung manual, unlike before, kundi to conserve the integrity of the report. Ang ginagamit na po nating system is the QR scanning. To visualize sir, ito po ay parang, ang system niya ay parang Paymaya. So once the...
It's okay. That's only data entry. Dati barcode ang
Yes, sir.
ginagamit.
Yes.
Anyway, my question here is, what led you to come up with this system? What problem are you trying to solve? And how did you solve it innovatively? In such a way that other agencies will now take a look at what you have and say, yes, this is best practice.
Yes, sir. Sir, ang nagiging common na problem ng mga agencies, particularly ng mga malalaking agencies, is the timely submission of the RPC-PPP. Ang second na nagiging question po ng COA dyan is how accurate the report is. So kung halimbawa, sir, instead na magmamano-mano tayo ng physical inventory, which takes minutes, ang kapalit ay pag-scan mo na lang ay magiging second na lang. If we compound it into many times, nagiging napaka-simple po ng ating pag-physical inventory. At the same time, sir, yung aming RPC-PPP ay hindi na po encoded. Once you scan the barcode sticker, the QR sticker, attached to the particular equipment, the RPC-PPE form is automatically populated. It automatically tags that the equipment was found. Yun po sir ang system po.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, if I may add lang po.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yes sir, to answer your question po kung ano yung isang usually na encounter namin na problem kaya kami nag-come up with that innovation is usually po sir yung mga nagre-retire na po namin na employees ay hindi po sila makapag clearance immediately because marami pa silang property accountabilities. With the parts portal, sir, they can immediately see their accountability and they can transfer to another person yung accountability nila, sir, para in such way, makakapag-clearance po sila immediately, sir.
Good idea. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Assistant Secretary Magsino. Let us proceed po with a question from Mr. Raymond Tan.
Thank you, Rachel. first-hand information, I was talking to one of your deans earlier this year. At yung nga kinento yung mismo sinabi mo, sabi niya, nag-retire na sila 2 years after bago makuha pa yung clearance nila. Sabi niya, nasa pangalan ko pa yung stapler, yung calculator, tsaka yung air conditioner, pati mga staff ko. So, I'm just curious right now, do you have numbers right now to say because of this system, ay, yung 2 years lag time bago lumabas yung clearance, ito na ngayon? And to what degree has it been done across the accountability sa mga personnel ng university?
Actually, sir, meron pong parang collaboration with the HRDO and STM and other offices na nag-i-issue po ng clearance with the retired employees and all those who resign from the university na one-stop shop po. So, we will just send the report to the HRDO of those who are with accountabilities and para hindi na pupunta yung mga empleyado sa bawat opisina na kailangan niyang requestan ng clearance, sir. So with that, sir, talagang na-minimize po at na bumaba po yung time na allocation para dun sa pag-clearance nila with around 1 day, sir. So parang in just 1 day, if they are cleared, mapaprocess po yung clearance nila kaagad, sir.
So, usual metrics kasi, for example, kung may 2 years na pending yan, or there are right now 1,000 employees, or whatever, that have applied in 2 years to lag na to. So, has that 1,000, basta aging, because napakabilis na ngayon yung 1,000 ay 300 na lang. Meron ba kayong metrics na gano'n? Before ito yung backlog namin in terms of being able to release clearances sa property, nga ito na lang. Do you have the hard numbers on those?
Yes po, sir. Yes po.
So what are those numbers?
Yes, sir. From 2020, ang aming pong clearance application ay around 200 plus. And then nag-jump po siya from 2021 to 300. As to this time sa 2023 is magre-reach na po kami ng 400. So nakikita po natin, sir, yung steady increase ng property clearance. Ang ibig sabihin po nun, sir, ay nagkakaroon po ng improvement po yung pag-i-issue natin ng clearance in a sense na nagiging proactive na po yung approach, sir, kasi hindi na kailangan ng
clarify ko lang. So tumataas ang nare-release yung clearance from 200 to 400. Yung number mo tama, no? The number you cited was tumaas from 200, 300, 400, parang ganon.
Yes,
through the
sir.
years. Ang nare-release yung clearance.
Yes po, sir.
On time. So, that means kung may pending pa 1,000, natutulog pa rin 1,000 na yun.
Not
Kasi
necessarily,
every year may
sir.
nagre-retire, di ba? Every year may nagre-retire.
Apo. So ang
Nadadagdagan yun.
nagiging reason lang naman po kung bakit sila naho-hold in a sense is because meron pa po talaga silang property accountability na kailangan pang i-transfer. Pero ang idea namin, sir, is mawawala na rin to later on kasi nagiging proactive na ang aming approach dahil po 24/7 mo nang makikita ang iyong accountability. So bago ka pa mag-retire, meron ka ng idea kung ano po ang iyong mga accountability na kailangan mo nang i-facilitate for transfer.
Okay. So my friend was an IE at sabi niya, I'll take 1 year before I retire, mag-apply na ako ng clearance. Kasi alam mo, so ngayon nag-improve na yon because of your digitalization. So
Yes,
my
po,
next, thank you, at least you have some numbers. One minor question lang. I noted that you mentioned that you're using Python as your software, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
And it's open software and free. I just wanted to know.
Yes po, sir.
Ano yung, of course, may pag-open software, alam mo yung security issue, tsaka ano, di ba? So, have you evaluated that in terms of those things? Because mga goods na to eh. Baka mami, dinodoktor yung dati may accountability na wala kasi na-hack kayo eh, no? And property to eh.
Sir, from time to time, kapartner po namin dito ang University Computer Center. Yung aming pong system ay nag-undergo ng vulnerability test. At yan po ay laging sumasalang po sa diagnostic test. Ang kagandahan po sa aming system ay ito po ay hindi sourced out. Ito po ay dinevelop po ng aming in-house computer programmer. Kaya po talagang...
Open software itong Python.
Yes, sir. The Python is open software. The Django, the computer framework is Django, is also free. So, kumbaga sir, walang masyadong expenses during the building of the system, maliban na lang sa payment the computer programmer.
Di ba pag open, di pati yung programming, baka maraming backdoors?
Kapartner po namin dito sir ang computer center for the firewall and
Sige. Thank you.
diagnostic and vulnerability.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Let us proceed with the questions from Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza.
Okay. Good afternoon. Pards, pwede bang maging Mars yung yung okay, joke lang. Hindi kasi yung una kong itatanong kung established na yung system, developed na yung software, no? Ano yung possibility na yung system na yan ay pwedeng hiramin or gamitin ng lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno? Or for example, kahit hindi siguro kasama mga GOCCs, 'di ba, yung mga line agencies tsaka mga SUCs. Ano yung possibility na yung system na yon ay pwedeng magamit nila readily?
Yes, ma'am. As part of our commitment po, the administration through Ma'am Michay po ay pinapayagan po kami na i-share yung aming program with another government agencies po. Actually, other constituent universities nga po ay nag-signify na kanilang intention para po i-adapt yung system namin, and we are looking forward po na ma-adapt din po ng lahat ng constituent universities ng UP, and not only that, with all government agencies po na magkakaroon ng interest po na gamitin yung system po namin.
Kasi nandito si Asek Magsino kasi kung well-developed na yung system, sa palagay ko, parang wag na dapat gumawa yung other agencies kasi hiramin na lang or i-donate na lang ng UP yung system, no, para magamit ng lahat ng government agencies na merong ganitong system. Kasi maganda yung system, mapapadali yung tracking. Ngayon, ang tanong ko lang din kasi dito is that of course sabi nyo may concern sa security. Baka kailangan i-address lang din yon. Pero meron naman yata kayo. Ay paano ginagamit yung parang information or data? Kasi at any point in time, alam nyo kung ano na yung na-issue ng mga supplies and equipment to the individuals. And alam natin, kailangan annually mag-prepare ng mga procurement plan that includes yung procurement ng equipment. So, paano ginagamit yung data dito sa inyong property supply and property management office? Kasi nalalaman nyo kung ano yung naibigay na, ano siguro yung obsolete na, ano yung mga kailangan palitan, and paano to papasok doon sa sistema ng pag-prepare ng procurement plan ng UP.
With the issuance po, ma'am, ng COA Circular number 2022-004, which increase nga po the threshold from 15,000 to 50,000. Meron na po kasi doon na automatic na expiration ng estimated useful life ng mga 5,000 below or low valued items. So with that, ma'am, we can generate na po kung ano po yung mga items na yon na expired na, and we can prepare for those items po para po ma-subject siya for procurement po ng other units po na concerned na nag-expire na po yung kanilang mga equipment, estimated useful life ng kanilang mga equipment, ma'am.
So nabibigay po yan sa procurement office ng UP? O pinaplano nyo palang ibigay?
Actually, ma'am, kasi dito po kasi sa UP Diliman, parang hindi po centralized yung pagpo-procure ng mga items or ng mga equipment. So, bawat opisina po ay sila po yung nagpe-prepare kung ano po yung mga items nila, and kino-consolidate po yun ng procurement office. And with regard naman po, ma'am, sa procurement ng community supplies and equipment, yung mga pinoprocure sa PSDBM, kami po ang SPMO po ang nagko-consolidate po ng mga sinasubmit ng mga iba-ibang opisina po ng UP Diliman. So with that ma'am, na-foresee na po namin kung ano yung pwedeng i-procure. Pag CSE kami po, pero pagka non-CSE, ang procurement office po ma'am, kasi rate na po ma'am yung procurement function ng SPMO, parang nilipat siya sa another office, which is the procurement office na po mismo ng UP Diliman.
Okay, thank you po. Last question na lang, curious. Ay, may sagot pa pala si... Okay, sir, kung may dadagdag po kayo.
Yes, ma'am, if I may add also, no? Ang mga administrator po natin kasi from time to time, kailangan po nilang mag-decide what to procure, what not. Kumbaga po, since ang ating pong data ay nahahati na to PPE, to high-valued, semi-expendable, and to low-valued, nagkakaroon po sila ng data-driven decision-making with respect to planning and budgeting po. Yun po ang aking idadagdag po.
Okay, sige. So, total nabanggit mo yung data. Curious lang ako. Kasi meron na kayong consolidated system for the entire UP. Kasi sabi nyo, ginagamit na to ng ibang units. Pwede ko bang malaman yung parang estimate or total value ng mga supplies and or property na nakalagay doon sa inyong database? Pinaka-recent, yung parang total.
I'm not sure ma'am with kung i-remote pa ito kaya Tony, kung i-declare po na. Pero perhaps para magkaroon lang po tayo ng ballpark figure, ang amin pong binabayarang premium is around 9 million.
Premium or what? Insurance?
Sir, premium for
the insurance of the assets and properties.
okay. Pero wala kayong value ng properties.
As the totals, meron po kami naka-breakdown din po into bawat opisina at bawat classification po. Meron po kaming data. Pero kung i-divulge po namin dito, I'm not sure lang po kung paano po ito.
Okay, so alam nyo yun at any point in time, yung total value ng properties
Yes,
ng
ma'am.
buong UP?
May census po kami
nakukuha yun sa system ninyo?
Yes, ma'am. May census po kami per office, per class. For example, kung office equipment, kung IT equipment, naka-categorize po siya.
Okay, sige. Oo. Anyway, I'm not sure kung confidential yun, but anyway, okay lang kasi sinabi mo na lang yung ballpark figure. Okay.
Thank you, Senior Vice President Mendoza. Are there other follow-up questions from our judges? Hearing none. Thank you to our panel of judges, and it also appears that everything is clear since we have no questions from the plenary or from the participants. Thank you very much, UP Diliman. So last but definitely not the least is the best practice presentation from the Department of Education, Division of Negros Occidental, School Governance and Operation Division, School Health and Nutrition Unit, titled Quick NSR, an Innovative Systems in Generating Nutritional Status Report. Let's view their presentation.
In teaching and learning, led by the school's division superintendent Anthony H. Diopet. Hand in hand with the provincial government, 19 municipalities and 2 cities, the division of Negros Occidental, composed of 499 public elementary schools, 102 public secondary schools, 87 public senior high schools, 107 private elementary schools, 53 private junior high schools, 36 private senior high schools, and 33 district.
Negros Occidental aims to achieve at least 80% of learners will have improved health statistics, body mass index or BMI level by 2028, which aligns with Pillar 4, Learners' Resiliency and Well-Being of DepEd's Basic Education Development Plan and the Matatag Agenda. One of the ways in achieving this is the timely submission of nutritional status reports to map the school-based feeding program beneficiaries of the Department for Budget Allocation.
The Nutritional Status Report is an important document in the impact evaluation of nutrition programs as emphasized in DepEd Order Number 51 Series of 2016, specifically with regards to the implementation of the school-based feeding program. In the early years, nutritional status reports were done manually with the aid of calculators. Teachers also had to constantly refer to a table of values to determine the BMI classification of each learner. In 2013, the DepEd Central Office released an automated Excel spreadsheet that automatically computes the actual age and body mass index of the learner and identifies their BMI classification. In the case of the Schools Division of Negros Occidental, encoding, gathering, and tracking of learners' data is a huge challenge. The DepEd Schools Division of Negros Occidental School Health and Nutrition Section under the School Governance and Operations Division continuously looks for ways to measure and encode the nutritional status of school learners accurately. A software program was needed for appropriate data collection. Thus, the Quick Nutritional Status Report, or Quick NSR, was developed. Quick NSR is a Microsoft Access program introduced to address one of the pressing problems encountered by the Division of Negros Occidental. MS Access is more appropriate because the MS Access database feature provides excellent storage capacity, which the division needs considering the thousands of data to store, sort, and validate. The Microsoft Access sorting capabilities and easy-to-use interface helps the validator in finding the errors, which makes validation of data easier. MS Access is ideal for data entry because of its top-quality user-level security features, such as record locking and timestamp history. It has features that allow to create data entry forms such as Form 1 or master list of school-based feeding program beneficiaries, which can be generated with one click. The Quick NSR tool can be installed in one's computer through downloading from the DepEd Negros Occidental website or sharing of the Quick NSR installer using a flash drive. The Schools Division also conducted a series of trainings and workshops to guide the encoder on the use of the Quick NSR. Once data is encoded from the school, it can be submitted through email, FB Messenger, or flash drive. Then, the Division Consolidator downloads and uploads all the school district data in one computer to consolidate the entire division's baseline and endline reports in a click without encoding. Moreover, the Quick NSR can generate SFPA report, percent distribution of SW and W per school and district, learner retention, and deworming report. The schools, the district, and the division gave positive feedbacks on the use of it, such as encoding learners' data in Quick NSR can generate different reports in a single click. Teacher advisors can encode directly and readily validate the correctness of the data encoded. Has easy encoding steps to follow. Data can be easily reviewed as to the number of learners encoded versus the number of learners weighed. Data are automatically consolidated per section, per grade, per school, per district, and can store large data even from previous years. With Quick NSR, SBFP beneficiaries who are wasted and severely wasted can be easily identified and tracked in a single click. Learner baseline nutritional status can be compared with endline nutritional status in one window for easy viewing. Quick NSR helps a lot in validating and preparing the nutritional status report of the division in less time.
As a result of its utilization, 100% of schools were able to submit their nutritional status reports on time, which is a significant increase from the previous 71% submission rate using the old Excel format, which took months to gather and consolidate. Due to the 100% submission rate of schools, all identified beneficiaries were allocated and fed. However, it is important to note that the decrease in the number of beneficiaries in 2023 is only due to the separation of one district to an independent schools division. SDO Negros Occidental achieved 100% utilization rate in the school-based feeding program with a total budget of 107,426,100 pesos in 2023, which fed 43,363 learners from kinder to grade 6. Survey results show that 95.69% of end users find Quick NSR useful in several parameters of nutrition report generation, such as data access, learner transfer and retention tracking, and baseline and endline data comparison.
We do right nutrition for the right learner through Quick NSR.
As school-based feeding implementer of Morsha East Elementary School, we do the right nutrition for the right beneficiaries through Quick NSR.
Because we were able to map the beneficiaries for school-based feeding program
in a shorter period of time.
It was supported by the Division Office through a memorandum on its use for the division-wide collection of nutritional status reports. Quick NSR was one of the research grantees under birth of NIR in 2018. The organization became aware and understand of the best practice when the study was published in Tibod, the publication of Journal of DepEd Negros Occidental. It was also presented in the Division Research Conference in 2019. Quick NSR also joined the Division Innovation Showdown in 2022 and awarded champion. Quick NSR represented the division to the Regional Innovation Showdown and won second runner-up among the best innovations of Region 6. Because of the functionalities of Quick NSR, it was adopted by the other 3 schools divisions in Negros Occidental due to growing database and to ease the installation process. More importantly, to ensure the high level of scalability, security, reliability, and uptime, together with sustainability and continuity of the practice. The division of Negros Occidental once again redesigned MS Access-based Quick NSR BMI tool using the industrial-grade MySQL and PHP language. The redesigned tool is now called eQuick NSR. Analytics will soon be added in the tool. A server which will store the growing data of the nutrition is hoped to be materialized. The management shows leadership and commitment in terms of tracking and improving the best practice through support in the use and development of the tool. Different leaders of the organization had come and go in the past 6 years, but Quick NSR remains.
Please give them a virtual round of applause.
And now, to further clarify the best practice, may we call on our presenters from the Department of Education, Division of Negros Occidental, School Governance and Operation Division, School Health and Nutrition Unit, Ms. Catrice Sabrin, Ariel Balenga, and Maria Melanie Romero for the question and answer. Again, we kindly remind our esteemed finalists to be mindful of their allocated time for question and answer portions. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Let us have the question and answer from let's have the questions from our esteemed panel of judges. Let's start off with Mr. Raymond Tan.
Good afternoon mga ma'am, mga teachers. Anyway, malapit sa puso ko ang DepEd kasi teacher nanay ko rin. And there was a time I was working also with a consultant sa TEP sa DepEd. At laging lumalabas itong mga nutritional concerns sa mga estudyante kasi apektado yung kanyang learning, learning outcomes. And I just saw that you were tracking the spent tsaka, dalawa, spent tsaka wasted, di ba? Ganun, wasted ng mga estudyante. And I was asking my daughter was working sa Dr. Turbario. Sabi na, tinatrack namin din ang mga ganyan, mga bata na malnourished at the barangay level. Tapos sabi niya, ang DSWD ganun din. Nagtatrack sila na quarterly. Tapos pag malnourished, they are tracking it on a weekly basis. May sistema rin sila. Now, come DepEd, meron din ang DepEd. Sabi ko, so tatlo na sistema. Meron DOH, may DSWD, tapos meron din ang DepEd. So, ang tanong ko sa inyo ngayon right now, are you touching base with these other agencies ng gobyerno to be able to come out with a unified tracking? Kasi parehong ina-address yung mga batang malnourished.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Doon po sa tanong niyo po, yes po. Doon po ang Quick NSR is a prototyping solution project at kasama po namin ang provincial government dito at kasama din po ang LGUs natin. And one of the LGU po na kasama namin is ang Sipalay City na nag-adapt din po nito. And we are really trying to have one system po na makombine yung ating LGU o yung mga daycare natin, yung nasa LGU po na area, at saka yung ating DepEd na sana po ay magkaroon siya ng isang link po para maging isa po yung ating tracking system po ng pag-grow at pag-track ng growth and the BMI po ng kanilang nutritional status mula 0 hanggang 19 years old po.
Okay, so a technical question ako. You were mentioning kasi you're tracking the BMI and because of this Excel system, madali mag-compute automatic na ginawa ng programa nyo. But I was asking my daughter, sabi niya, hindi ganong useful ang BMI when tracking mga children. And the more appropriate way for tracking malnutrition is the height and the weight versus height, and age, etc. Sabi, at may mga standards sila to be able to track it. So nakita ko sa sistema parang hindi ginagawa yon. Ang tinatrack is BMI. To determine sino malnourished, sino wasted.
Opo.
It's weight
Bali
to
from the
age, weight
baseline
to
po,
height.
nagkakaroon po tayo ng yes. Yes po, BMI po is height and weight po. And then meron tayong mga stunted and severely stunted. Kasama po yan siya doon. So yung sa
Sabi ko,
atin
iba na
po,
metrics
napakita
nyo kasi
lang namin
BMI
ang
is the
SW
ratio
and
ng
W, yung
BMI.
severely wasted and wasted. Kasi yun siya.
Sige. Lumalabas, iba lang yung
Ina-categorize po
emphasis
natin
yung
yung ating mga BMI according po doon.
Sige. Anyway, my next question is this. I saw that you want to highlight this as an app that you improve over the time. First, ginagamit nyo yung Excel, di ba? Sa Office, MS Excel as a software. And you're going now to Access, MS Access. Tama? Nandun na kayo sa Access. Which is a better for database pag malaki talaga use Access. And a more professional version is the SQL that you're planning to migrate to. Tama po ba? Nasa SQL na ba kayo ngayon, di ba? So sa write-up, you're going from Excel to MS Access and then to SQL. So ito baka ito Jeep ito, tapos pumunta ka sa Toyota, tapos ito ano na to, Mercedes-Benz na to, mabilis na. So, ikagandaan, you have that for, I want to know where you are right now. Nasaan na kayo?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon po. Allow me to answer the question po. Sa ngayon po, sir, nasa ano na po kami? Nasa MySQL PHP na po kami. Bale, nasa piloting stage na po kami nasa isa sa mga district ng Division of Negros Occidental. And hopefully, beginning next year po, sa pag-measure na po nung baseline is gagamitin na po yung PHP MySQL na version.
So, could you just share with us, because of this migration to a higher model, did you see any in terms of outcomes or results nung tracking the malnourished children? Any ano yung metrics na nag-improve yung monitoring system nyo, and because of that, ito yung nangyayari?
From Excel po, sir, kasi nag-develop po yung central office ng Excel, mga figure lang po yung nilalagay sa Excel. And then with the development po nitong MS Access na monitoring system ng NSR, na i-encode na po yung mga names, mga individual BMIs ng mga estudyante, ng mga learners. And then natatrack na rin po kung severely wasted sila or wasted sila. And then over the years, ini-encode po yan, year per year, nagkakaroon na po tayo ng database. So natatrack po natin yung individual development nung learner natin. Like dati po, severely wasted siya, so nag-improve na po siya, naging wasted na po siya, and then naging normal na po yung way niya. Nakikita po natin yan sa Quick NSR na Microsoft Access version. And then since over time, lumalaki na po yung database natin, nagkakaroon po siya ng epekto doon sa performance ng Microsoft Access. That's why naisip po namin na habang kaya pa po namin i-migrate, kasi medyo hindi pa man po ganun kalaki yung database, nag-develop na po kami nung MySQL PHP po na platform. So ngayon po, yung mga database namin sa dating Microsoft Access, na-migrate na po namin doon sa Microsoft, na-migrate na po namin sa MySQL. So ngayon po, nasa stage na po tayo ng ini-encodean na po nila o ginagamit na po sa district as sa school level yung enhanced quick NSR po natin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rimontan. And now we move on to Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza for the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Magandang hapon po mga teacher, ma'am and sir. Yung itatanong ko kasi medyo I'm not sure kung ito yung primary purpose or secondary. Kasi yung ginawa basically ay gumamit kayo ng Excel para mapadali yung trabaho in terms of tracking yung nutrition status ng learners natin. Mahirap sigurong mai-attribute na nag-improve yung nutritional status nila dahil lang sa pag-establish nung monitoring system na gumagamit ng IT. Pero ang gusto kong tanong is, anong epekto niyan sa trabaho ng mga teacher? By developing yung computerized system, nadagdagan ba o nabawasan yung trabaho ng teacher? Kasi alam ko, yung concern natin, yung time on task ng teacher, nababawasan, yung administrative mas marami. So, to what extent nabawasan yung administrative work? Kasi sino ngayon ang nagpa-populate or sino yung nag-update ng data dun sa Excel? Kasi kung bumilis nga, pero si teacher pa din yung gagawa. Ibig sabihin, nabawasan lang ng konti yung trabaho niya. No? So, pwede po bang ipaliwanag niyo yung sistema from that viewpoint?
Okay po. Doon po sa ating Excel, it is just an automatic calculation lang po siya ng BMI ang kaya. And then, nakakategorize po yung kanyang BMI kung anong category po siya, if it is under severely wasted or wasted, stunted, or severely stunted. Pero pagdating po dito sa ating Quicken SR po, meron na po tayong ways wherein kaya na po niyang ma-compare in one glance po. Kasi pag Excel po tayo, baseline is baseline lang po. Tapos another one na naman po, gagawa naman kami ng endline para po ma-compare. But with Quicken SR po, meron po tayong baseline na nandoon na naka-encode, and then i-update na lang po iyan during the endline. So hindi na po kailangang mag-encode ulit ng teachers natin para doon. So that's already a less number of works po nila. And then, doon naman po sa tinatawag natin pag-comply po.
So ang sinasabi po ninyo na nawala na yung administrative task na yun sa teacher. Wala na parang
Sila pa din po.
nasa
Sila pa
kanila
din
pa din
po
po.
yung pag-i-encode po, pero hindi na po sila nagma-manual po talaga na nagka-calculate kasi masyado pong mahaba yung tinatawag nating pag-consolidate po talaga ng data. So sa kanila po, naliles siya on the endline part wherein hindi na po sila magdo-double encode pa ng mga name ng learners. Kundi nandoon na mismo sa Quicken SR natin, and then doon na lang po sila mag-i-enter ng updated po na BMI ng bata, ng kanilang height and weight.
Okay, thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you, Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza. And now we move on to Assistant Secretary Clarito Alejandro Magsino for his questions.
Hi, magandang hapon po. No, I just want to further understand, because we're so focused on the tool that we're using. Dati Excel, ngayon Access, later SQL. Now, what is the real purpose of this tool? What do you want to manage? How do you measure whether we're actually achieving that purpose? And what's your actual experience before and after? Okay? Kasi, so what if now you have a report which is faster? You just diba? You just learned about it sooner. But what's the real purpose? Why do you want it sooner? What is, kumbaga, ano yung objective? Why do you want a report that is fast and accurate? Explain na lang. Oo.
Gusto po talaga namin na magkaroon ng credible na data. Yung integrity po ng data para po sa ating school-based feeding program. Meron po tayong timeline na dapat po ay before, after po ng ating enrollment, ay kaya na po natin ma-identify yung mga bata po na mag-fed natin for the school-based feeding program. So ito po ay isang napakalaking budgeted program ng DepEd po, wherein ang mga bata po na ma-identify natin ay magkakaroon po sila ng feeding program. Pinapakain po natin sila. Previously, it is a hot meal, and then ngayon po, nasa nutritious food packs tayo, at nag-expand po siya, kasama na po ang gatas. So, napakalaki po ng naitutulong ng programa na yan, and gusto talaga namin na malaman mismo kung yung mga bata na ating pong nawiway po ay talaga pong karapat-dapat na maging part siya ng ating feeding program. So it becomes a passion po sa amin dahil dati po nag-iisa lamang po ako sa division na nag-consolidate ng mga data na to. At napakarami po namin mga schools, 503 schools na kailangan po i-consolidate siya. So sa dami-dami po namin, hindi kaya.
So, is this a reporting system for purposes of submitting a consolidated report to someone who's monitoring you? Or is it a system for you to monitor the health of individual students? Alam niyo kung sino yung
The same po.
pumapayat, alam niyo kung sino yung tumataba, alam niyo kung sino yung medyo
Yes.
malusog. Or is it just so
Yes,
that we
po.
can comply faster sa DepEd and submit a report on time? Yun yung
Isa
gusto kong
po yan,
malaman.
pero
What is the report for? What are you using the report for? And how
kailangan
does
po
it
na
help you achieve your purpose? So,
kailangan po namin ng report para po magka-budget po tayo para sa ating PD program. And one more thing is para po sa amin po na side is matingnan po namin yung retention ng mga bata. If they are still, yung impact ba ng programa ng school-based feeding program ay nakakatulong ba sa pag-learn ng mga bata? Are they retaining or natatapos ba nila ang kanilang elementary para dito na dahil kumakain sila, well-fed sila, at napag-improve yung kanyang lung health. So, kumusta kayang attendance nila? So, dahil DepEd nga po, we wanted to have a monitoring of these learners kung ano po yung impact na yun sa academic side ng bata. So, hand-in-hand po, nutrition, dahil isa po rin akong nurse. So, and yung ating pong educational side, kung ito ba ay nakakatulong pareho para sa
so
kanilang
you can
pag-reach
pinpoint
ng potential.
individuals. No? Si Procopio tsaka si Fulano, yan namamayat. Kahit na pinapakain mo, hindi pa rin bumibigat. Malalaman ninyo yan. And you
Opo,
do
kaya
something
po,
about them. Oo.
yes po, kaya po doon sa side ng school health, tinitingnan po namin kung kailangan niya pa ba ng another medical assessment
Okay.
dahil nga hindi siya nag-improve. So, i-refer namin siya sa medical officers natin kung paano ba siya palalakihin or is there something medical condition within her
Yeah,
kung
okay.
bakit
Because
hindi
if
siya
that's the
nag-improve.
case, then no, timeliness it's important. Kasi if you come up
Yes
with
po.
a report 3 months from now, siguro si Procopio skin and bones na before you find out na hindi pala siya bumibigat, no?
Yes po.
Oo.
Mm-mm.
Sige, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary Magsino. Are there any other follow-up questions from the panel? Seeing that there are none, thank you to our panel of judges. Now let us have some questions from our audience. However, it seems that we have covered all bases in the presentation as there are no questions from the participants. Thank you very much. What an inspiring session we had with the government best practice recognition presentations. From the innovative practices showcased by various government agencies, we have gained a comprehensive understanding of the efforts being made towards public service excellence. These presentations underscore the commitment of government entities to adapt, innovate, and deliver exceptional services, especially in the face of evolving challenges. Each entry provided a unique perspective, contributing to the collective narrative of continuous improvement in the public sector. As we reflect on these best practices, let us carry forward the lessons learned and the inspiration gained to further elevate the quality of public service delivery. The best practices presentations showcase the power of innovation and collaboration in creating a more effective and citizen-centric government. Thank you to all the agencies that shared their remarkable initiatives.
Right. So, nakakatuwa po no na ang daming comments sa chat boxes and we are able to validate how interested everyone is in the presentations. But to manage the time, we have now come to the closing of the GBPR presentation of the finalists. And thank you to the finalists and judges and everyone who attended today. We have a total of ilan kaya? We have a total of 810 participants from Zoom and 310 from YouTube. And we hope to still see you all tomorrow as the topics will still be equally as informative and important. Don't miss the recognition of the GBPR recipients. Also, the responses to the remaining questions on GQMP, which were shared on both Zoom and YouTube, were addressed by our representatives from DBM and DAP. Some of these answers will be presented during tomorrow's session.
As mentioned this morning, all the presentation materials of the forum will be made available after the event. You may access them at the public Google Drive folder shown on screen and the chat box. For further information, please contact us via email aido at dap.edu.ph. For forum-related matters or GBPR at dap.edu.ph for GBPR-related concerns, including questions regarding the best practices presented. The e-certificate of attendance will only be issued to participants who have logged their attendance and filled out the daily evaluation form. Here's the link of the Day 1 evaluation form for your reference. Also, in compliance with ARTA requirements, kindly fill out the DAP Customer Satisfaction Measurement or CSM on the link seen here.
So again po, tag us in your photos and stories with hashtag GQMP2023 when uploading your photos on Facebook and other social media platforms. Now, as we bring this session to a close, we invite you to savor a moment with Productivity Hymn, a segment we skip after lunch due to manage the time. And see you tomorrow and have a safe trip back home. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye!
Mahusay na uri ng trabaho, maraming nagagawang produkto, binhing itatanim sa ating mga puso, tutubo't lalaki at lalago. Kapag ang puno ay matibay, mga sangay mayabong at malabay, hitik sa mga bunga ng ating paglikha, biyaya ng sipag at tiyaga. Mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka, mahusay at marami kang nagagawa. Mabuhay ka't mabuhay rin ang ating adhika, paunlarin itong bansa. Magbuhat sa iba't ibang larangan, karunungan at wastong pamamaraan, mula sa kanayunan hanggang kalunsuran, isulong ang ating kaunlaran. Mabuhay ka, mabuhay ka, mahusay at marami kang nagagawa. Mabuhay ka't mabuhay